Snowflakes drifted down, glimmering on the water's surface, resembling pear blossoms floating in the current. Yu Shuang gazed at the distant scene of snow, moonlight, and romance, her pupils dilating in confusion. The ones most astonished, however, were Zheg Gui and the deputy warden. In their hearts, there were countless questions. Wasn't this supposed to be about betrayal, invading the moon god palace, or ambushing Long Yuyang god? How had it turned into embracing a moon maiden? Had a war story suddenly transformed into a romance drama? Even though they couldn't make sense of it, they could only assume that the charm of this young god was so overwhelming that even a moon maiden of the moon god palace had fallen for him. They didn't doubt Qi Yuan's identity. Firstly, they had never met Modi Yang god. Secondly, this was a Yang god, coming from the demon abyss. There was no room for doubt, it had to be him. Who else could it be if not Modi? The deputy warden of Absolute Moon Abyss pondered for a moment, then bowed deeply toward Qi Yuan from a distance. Yang God's charm is truly exceptional, enough to win over even a moon maiden of the moon god palace. When will Yang God join me in attacking the heart of the moon god palace and severely injuring Long Yuyang god? The deputy warden asked with unwavering determination. As long as Long Yuyang god was injured, Modi Yang god would reward her with the opportunity to ascend to Yang god herself. Her bow shattered the momentary tranquility. From afar, Yu Shuang sensed an overwhelming sense of danger. She wanted to ask Jinli, "Sister, if you're dating a young god from the demon abyss, can you at least let me know? If possible, maybe you could ask him to spare my life." She naturally assumed that Qi Yuan was a young god from the demon abyss. After all, how else could he have bypassed Modi Yang god and arrived here? Her gaze dimmed with a mix of frustration and disbelief. At this moment, Qi Yuan held Jinli's delicate hand and spoke softly, "Today is your birthday, and I have a special gift for you." Jinli nodded, gripping Qi Yuan's hand tightly, just as she had clung to the faceless sword god's hand by July Lake, reluctant to let him leave. Qi Yuan's eyes then fell on Zheg Gui and the deputy warden, and his gaze, sharp as blades, descended upon them. The two myths immediately felt a jolt of fear. Suddenly, both of their faces turned pale, and they coughed up blood. "Kneel," Qi Yuan's voice thundered like lightning. The two myths had no power to resist, their faces filled with disbelief as they dropped to their knees. The difference between a young god and a myth was like that between heaven and earth. "Close your eyes," Qi Yuan said. Jinli glanced at him, seemingly a bit afraid, but she obediently closed her eyes, still holding tightly to Qi Yuan's hand, as if afraid everything would vanish like a dream. At that moment, Qi Yuan's expression became serious. A birthday gift for Jinli had to be special, unique. It should also cater to Jinli's needs. Before coming, Qi Yuan had secretly done some research. In the demon abyss, Jinli had a reputation as a fearsome warrior and battle-hardened figure. Her goal was always military merit. Being thoughtful and considerate, Qi Yuan had planned everything meticulously. With a sweep of his broad sleeve, dark shadows immediately fell from it. Suddenly, nearly 30 myth figures appeared. In addition, hundreds of Yin god sovereigns were also tossed out from his sleeve. These Yin god sovereigns were bound by powerful magic, unable to move or speak. Their faces were filled with shock and confusion, their eyes darting around. They were thrown in front of Zheg Gui and the deputy warden, forming a line. Looking at the scene before him, Qi Yuan felt quite satisfied. Even if Jinli didn't cry from being moved, she would certainly like the gift. "You can open your eyes now and see the birthday gift I've prepared for you," Qi Yuan said happily. Moon Maiden Jinli opened her eyes, but her gaze first fell on Qi Yuan. "Look in front of you," Qi Yuan urged. Jinli shifted her gaze and saw, not far away, hundreds of demon abyss beings arranged in the shape of "Happy Birthday." These restrained demon abyss beings all wore warm, cheerful smiles, as if they had come to celebrate Jinli's birthday. Even those who usually wore long, somber faces had drawn smiley faces on their bellies, looking particularly comical. Jinli stared for a moment, taken aback. Seeing her reaction, Qi Yuan felt triumphant. "Got her," he proudly added. "You've been lacking in military merit, so here you have 490 regular Yin gods, 29 myths, and 2 traitors." Qi Yuan even listed the numbers. Jinli listened carefully, her eyes filled with nothing but Qi Yuan. As for the gift, seeing him was the greatest fortune. "Hey, a total of 521. Qi Yuan reminded her again. He had thoughtfully arranged the number to be auspicious. He had also been considerate in another way. Initially, he had planned for these demon abyss beings to sing a birthday song for Jinli, just like a restaurant staff celebrating for a customer. It would have been a joyful scene. But after some thought, he realized that Jinli, like him, might be an introvert who found public displays uncomfortable. So he scrapped the idea. Moon Maiden Jinli focused her gaze and murmured, 5-2-1. She understood the meaning. Looking at Qi Yuan, she rose on her toes and, without hesitation, kissed him lightly, like a dragonfly skimming the surface. Qi Yuan froze for a moment, the soft sensation vanishing as quickly as it had come. He stared at Jinli, her beautiful face captivating him. Did I just get kissed out of the blue? If it had been any other woman, he wouldn't have allowed it. But this was Jinli, his online friend, the mother of his child. So, he decided to let it slide. If there hadn't been so many people around, he would have kissed her back. He couldn't just let himself be taken advantage of. Still, he understood that it was his gift that had moved her so much. If those romantic men on Blue Star, the deeply devoted types, could learn from this, they'd have their goddesses wrapped around their fingers in no time. These are all military merits. Should we kill them? Qi Yuan asked. Jinli looked at the group of demon abyss beings and recalled the time she had used Linglong Jade Shi to communicate with Qi Yuan. Back then, she had been innocent and kind-hearted, completely different from the fierce warrior she had become. I rarely kill anyone, Jinli said, her face flushing. She was glad she had dressed up today. Huh, Qi Yuan was momentarily confused, glancing at Jinli. Your body is practically smoking with killing intent. As a young god, Qi Yuan could see her killing aura at a glance, there was no hiding it. To be blunt, she had even more killing intent than he had when he left the Flowing Wind realm. Jinli's blush deepened, spreading to the tips of her ears. From a distance, Yu Shuang watched, her eyes wide. Everything that had happened today felt like a dream. Also, the man in the blood-red robe, was he really a young god? The way he acted, was downright bizarre. Seeing that Qi Yuan meant no harm and was clearly close to Jinli, Yu Shuang grew bolder and couldn't help but speak up. Not everyone's body is the same. Jinli could accidentally step on an ant, and her killing intent would still flare up. Oh, really? I guess I've been too ignorant. Today's been an educational experience, Qi Yuan responded casually. Originally, he had thought about gifting yin gods from the underworld to Jinli as a birthday present. But then he realized that killing them would expose his identity. Yu Shuang breathed a sigh of relief. This young god was rather strange. May I ask the senior's name? Yu Shuang blinked curiously. She had many questions. I'm Qi Yuan said without hesitation. An old acquaintance from the moonwatching continent. Hearing this, Yu Shuang was utterly shocked. It was really him. At first, Jinli's behavior had made her suspect, but she found it almost impossible to believe. After all, it was improbable for him to have become a young god so quickly, given the time frame. Even if he had, it would likely have been a low-rank young god, and it was even more unlikely that he had come from the demon abyss. Unless, he was a young god of the demon abyss. He's Qi Yuan, Jinli affirmed confidently, as if sensing Yu Shuang's doubts. Qi Yuan's gaze softened with memories as he said, I left the absolute death realm, keeping our appointment. But when I arrived, you weren't there. His eyes were tender as he looked at Jinli. He had waited beneath the ancient trees, beside July Lake, for a long time. But I still got to eat the crispy duck you made. In his memory, a young moon maiden's silhouette appeared. His face broke into a smile. Back then, Jinli had promised that when he arrived at July Town, she would cook her signature crispy duck for him. He hadn't met Jinli at the time, but instead, met a moon maiden. Jinli didn't cook the meal, but the moon maiden did. He still got his crispy duck in the end. Hearing this, Yu Shuang was filled with emotion. How did young god come to be here? Yu Shuang asked. This question was important. If Qi Yuan was truly a young god of the demon abyss, Jinli's fate could be dire. I ascended from the lower realms into the demon abyss's fifth heaven. A young god from the demon abyss came to rob my house, so I caught him red-handed and captured him. I pretended to be that young god and came to the demon abyss. And then, who would have thought, Modi young god tried to spy on me secretly. How could I tolerate that? I took him down, so, I'm now pretending to be him and made my way here, Qi Yuan explained matter-of-factly. Yu Shuang's face was full of shock. Every word Qi Yuan had said seemed utterly impossible. Capturing a young god, then taking down Modi young god. Modi was a supreme truth young god. It was almost beyond belief. Qi Yuan, who had once nearly perished at the hands of old Purple Mansion cultivators in the absolute death realm, was now suddenly a young god. How could he have made such a leap? Jinli held Qi Yuan's hand tightly. She understood the price Qi Yuan had paid to meet her in the sixth heaven. It was far from simple. It was as if, under the lamplight, an old friend had returned from 1,000 miles away, quietly standing by her side. Who could truly understand the hardships of such a long journey? Will Yang God meet with Long Yu Yang God? Yu Shuang asked. After all, this was an important matter. She couldn't confirm if Qi Yuan was telling the truth. Moreover, if Qi Yuan planned to take Jinli away, they would need to consult Moon God Ancestor. After all, Jinli was a Moon Maiden. Regardless of the situation, it was necessary to meet the young god of the Moon God Palace. All right, Qi Yuan agreed with a nod. Arriving suddenly without confrontation was much better than being discovered while breaking in. After all, now that he controlled the deputy warden, sneaking in was enough to severely wound Long Yu Yang God. Once Long Yu Yang God learned what had transpired here, she would understand. Thus, she would no longer view Qi Yuan as an invader. In fact, she would even owe him a favor. If it weren't for Qi Yuan, the Moon God Palace's presence in the Demon Abyss would have been seriously compromised, and Long Yu Yang God herself would have been injured. The entire situation in the Demon Abyss would have collapsed. The Moon Festival banquet was still in full swing, with a lively crowd and joyful laughter filling the air. It's been so long since we've had such a lively celebration. Sister Yudiao's connections are truly enviable. Half of the wardens have sent people to deliver gifts. How impressive. The air was filled with compliments and conversation. Yudiao wore a radiant smile. However, just then, a sudden surge of vast, overpowering energy spread through the air. All the guests' eyes widened in alarm, their nerves suddenly on edge. Long Yu Yang God. The source of this energy was none other than the Supreme Truth Yang God who presided over the area. For Long Yu Yang God to emerge, did something major happen? Everyone's eyes filled with vigilance, sensing that something extraordinary had occurred. In an instant, all the guests shifted into battle-ready stances, preparing for whatever conflict might come. Meanwhile, in the palace, Qi Yuan held Jinli's hand, gazing calmly at the Yang God before him. Long Yu Yang God scanned Qi Yuan with deep, contemplative eyes. I am indebted to you, Taoist. Yu Shuang had already informed Long Yu Yang God of what had happened. Upon learning the details, Long Yu Yang God was filled with a sense of dread. Had Modi Yang God's plan succeeded, the Moon God Palace's position in the Demon Abyss would have crumbled. No problem, a small matter. Given my relationship with Jinli, this was only natural, Qi Yuan responded calmly. Long Yu Yang God was, after all, half a guardian to Jinli, so he showed her respect. Long Yu Yang God glanced at Jinli, her expression filled with mixed emotions. This child, sigh. Then she looked back at Qi Yuan. You've just entered the sixth heaven and have yet to join a major power. You won't last long here. Would you like to join my Moon God Palace? Long Yu Yang God extended an invitation. She had seen Modi Yang God's remnant soul and already understood the terrifying power of the man before her. If such a supreme truth Yang God could join the Moon God Palace, it would greatly bolster their strength. Qi Yuan shook his head. No thanks. He had brought his marriage certificate with him. How could he join the Moon God Palace? More importantly, Moon Maidens couldn't marry. And there was another reason, he valued his freedom. Young gods who joined the Moon God Palace had to become subordinate deities to Moon God Ancestor. That was something Qi Yuan wasn't ready to accept. Hearing this, Long Yu Yang God felt a twinge of disappointment. She knew that the Moon God Palace was in a precarious situation, and Supreme Truth Yang gods like him would hardly want to join. Other major forces would not turn away a Supreme Truth Yang God either. Please keep today's events confidential, Qi Yuan said calmly. I still have some unfinished business with the Demon Abyss. His well, after all, had been stolen, and he needed to get it back. All right, Long Yu Yang God nodded, her spirits lifting slightly. For Qi Yuan to act against the Demon Abyss was undoubtedly good news for the Moon God Palace. If you ever need assistance, feel free to contact me. Long Yu Yang God added, thinking carefully. Now that Modi Yang God had been severely wounded, the Demon Abyss had only 2 remaining Supreme Truth Yang gods. This was an opportunity for the Moon God Palace. All right, Qi Yuan agreed without hesitation. It seemed that he was destined to be a double agent after all, continuing his undercover role. Long Yu Yang God then shifted her gaze to Jinli. Now it was time to address the personal matter between Qi Yuan and Jinli. In the Moon God Palace, moon maidens were forbidden to marry. Jinli, with the addition of those 521 demon Abyssian gods, your merits are more than sufficient. Long Yu Yang God didn't say much more, but her meaning was clear. Jinli now had enough merits to request a favor from Moon God Ancestor. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Upon hearing Yang God Long Yu's words, Jinli instinctively glanced at Qi Yuan. Her gaze became resolute. I wish to relinquish my status as a moon maiden. Becoming a moon maiden of the Moon God Palace meant that she couldn't marry, and after reaching the Yang God realm, she would have to sever all earthly ties. No one understood better than her what this truly meant. Hearing this, Yang God Long Yu sighed softly. The status of a moon maiden wasn't something that just anyone could attain. The benefits were equivalent to those of a young god. Her family also enjoyed numerous resources and privileges. Without the status of a moon maiden, and without the support of the Moon God Palace's resources, her family would lose those advantages, and even she herself would struggle to ascend to the Yang God realm. Achieving Yang God status required more than just talent. In the sixth heaven, there were countless worlds, beyond counting. There were innumerable geniuses, like countless fireflies. But even then, not every world could produce a Yang God. Jinli's desire to relinquish her moon maiden status came at a great cost. In fact, in the history of the Moon God Palace, only one or two had ever done such a thing. I cannot make this decision. I must seek permission from the Moon God Ancestor, Yang God Long Yu said softly. But at the moment, the Moon God Ancestor is in seclusion and cannot be disturbed. For now, this matter will have to be put on hold. However, since you have accumulated enough merits, the Moon God Ancestor likely won't make things difficult for you. Until the Moon God Ancestor emerges from seclusion, you'll need to keep a low profile, and maintain some decorum for the palace's sake. Right now, the Moon God Ancestor was recovering from serious injuries, and no one knew when she would reappear. Yang God Long Yu's meaning was clear. Jinli could relinquish her status, but she would have to wait until the Moon God Ancestor emerged from seclusion. In the meantime, she needed to be discreet and maintain the palace's reputation. Any flamboyant displays, like public marriage ceremonies, would be ill-advised. Thank you, Yang God, Jinli said gracefully, though she couldn't suppress the joy bubbling up inside her. At this moment, Qi Yuan looked at Yang God Long Yu, suddenly recalling something as he took out a token. May I ask, Taoist, does this moon token come from the Moon God Palace? Qi Yuan presented the moon token. When he had ascended the peak of the seven-colored mountain seeking his master, he hadn't found his master, but instead, he found this moon token. The information his eyes gave him was that this was an artifact belonging to the Moon God Ancestor. This token was given to me by my master, Ruan Yishi, who seems to be connected to the Moon God Palace. Senior, do you know if there is such a person in the Moon God Palace? Qi Yuan asked earnestly. Jinli frowned, lost in thought. She hadn't expected Qi Yuan to have any connection to the Moon God Palace. Yang God Long Yu gazed at the moon token, her eyes narrowing slightly, and her expression becoming serious. This is the token of the previous Moon God Ancestor. The previous Moon God Ancestor. Qi Yuan was surprised, not expecting this outcome. I don't know much about the previous Moon God Ancestor. As for Ruan Yishi, I've never heard of such a person, Yang God Long Yu replied. When it came to secrets concerning powerful beings like the previous Moon God Ancestor, especially those of the Great Supreme Truth Realm, even a Supreme Truth Yang God like her wasn't privy to all the details. Qi Yuan felt a little disappointed upon hearing this. Could I perhaps meet with the current Moon God Ancestor? He wanted to uncover the identity of Ruan Yishi, his master, and find out where she was now. Yang God Long Yu shook her head. It won't be possible anytime soon. However, if it concerns the previous Moon God Ancestor, you might want to speak with Yang God Yuehua. Yang God Yuehua was one of only two great Supreme Truth Yang Gods in the Moon God Palace. In the absence of the Moon God Ancestor, Yang God Yuehua was in charge of the palace. When will I be able to meet Yang God Yuehua? Qi Yuan asked curiously. Soon, the Supreme Truth Tao debate will begin, and Yang God Yuehua will represent the Moon God Palace. You will be able to meet her then, Yang God Long Yu replied, a look of reverence in her eyes as she spoke of Yang God Yuehua. The gap between Yang Gods was vast, even more so between Great Supreme Truth Yang Gods and regular Supreme Truth Yang Gods. The stronger one's power, the harder it was to ascend to a higher realm, and each small step became as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The supreme truth Tao debate, huh? Qi Yuan murmured to himself. It seemed that he would have to participate in this debate. Leaving the palace with Jinli, Qi Yuan held her hand as they strolled leisurely through the Moon God Palace. Jinli seemed like a delicate young woman, her former icy demeanor replaced by a soft warmth. Along the way, several cultivators from the Moon God Palace spotted them, whispering in astonishment. Am I seeing things? What did I just witness? The Moon Maiden is actually holding a man's arm. Everyone in the Moon God Palace knew that Moon Maiden Jinli was like an iceberg, cold and distant, constantly immersed in battle. They had never seen her behave in such a tender, feminine way. Some even felt envious or jealous. Turns out the Moon Maiden isn't inherently cold, she just treats us that way. That man looks perfect standing next to her. But who is he? Is he worthy of our Moon Maiden? To capture the heart of the Moon Maiden, he must be extraordinarily exceptional. Many were curious, casting intrigued glances at Jinli and Qi Yuan. Before long, a regal-looking woman approached them along the path. It was none other than Yu Diao, the hostess of the Moon Festival banquet. When she spotted Moon Maiden Jinli, she blinked curiously, her gaze drifting to Qi Yuan. Greetings, Moon Maiden, she said, though she couldn't help but glance at Qi Yuan. And who might this be? She was a mythical cultivator, her status in this war zone just slightly below Jinli's, though in terms of connections, she far exceeded her. Jinli looked at Qi Yuan, memories flooding back, giving her the courage to speak up. He is my lover. The word lover implied a Taoist partner. In that moment, Jinli no longer wished to retreat, instead choosing to stand firm and be courageous. The moment she said this, Yu Diao and everyone around them visibly stiffened. Because as everyone knew, Moon Maidens were forbidden to have lovers. Your words, Moon Maiden, Yu Diao hesitated, her surprise evident. The ice-cold Moon Maiden Jinli actually had someone she loved. My merits are sufficient. Once I meet with the Moon God Ancestor, I will no longer be a Moon Maiden of the Moon God Palace, Jinli stated firmly. The expressions of everyone present shifted from mere curiosity to outright shock, as they collectively drew in a sharp breath. The title of Moon Maiden represented a clear path, with the support of the Moon God Ancestor ensuring one's inevitable rise to Young God status. For someone to voluntarily give up their Moon Maiden status was unfathomable to most, and it made them feel a strange mix of astonishment and, in some cases, jealousy. Some looked at Jinli as if she were suffering from a love-crazed mind. To give up being a Moon Maiden for a man? How could anyone be so irrational? Yes, this man might be handsome, but could good looks really feed her? Jinli, aware of what their expressions conveyed, remained unmoved. She had always been clear about what she wanted, and she didn't need anyone else's approval. After recovering from her momentary shock, Yu Diao carefully studied Qi Yuan. She was intrigued and puzzled by what kind of man could have such an effect on Jinli, someone who would even give up her sacred status. Qi Yuan turned to Jinli, his expression unwavering in its focus. What you lose, I will make up for, he said, his tone resolute. These words caused yet another wave of surprise to ripple through the surrounding Moon God Palace cultivators. They all felt that Qi Yuan was speaking with incredible arrogance. What Jinli would lose was her identity as a Moon Maiden, and with it, the guaranteed path to Young God status. And yet, despite these doubts, no one dared to openly contradict him. Yu Diao sighed softly. Your decisiveness, Moon Maiden, is admirable. As for Qi Yuan's earlier statement, she tactfully ignored it. Even if Qi Yuan was a young god, could he really offer Jinli more than what the Moon God Palace and the title of Moon Maiden could provide? After a brief exchange, the two parties parted ways. As they walked on, Jinli held Qi Yuan's arm tightly. Don't pay any attention to their words, she said softly. I'm giving up my Moon Maiden status because of my own selfish desires. She didn't want Qi Yuan to feel any sense of guilt or obligation because of her decision. Qi Yuan smiled warmly. Between us, there's no need for calculation or worrying about how others perceive us. Otherwise, things would become far too tedious. Qi Yuan considered himself not only honorable but also an idealist. He trusted Jinli deeply. Just as she would always strive to give him her best, he would likewise do his utmost to offer her the best of himself. If they had spent all their time calculating what they could gain or lose, they would never have continued their relationship through the mystical communication tool, Linglong Yushi, nor would they have reached the place they now stood. Although someone as incredible as Jinli might have seemed like a dream, Too good to be true, this was the world of cultivators. Anything was possible. You avoid stepping on ants, and I am a lawful good person. We're meant to be together, Qi Yuan joked gently. Jinli responded, her fair complexion once again tinged with a soft blush. Before they knew it, they arrived at Jinli's residence. Without any hesitation, Jinli led Qi Yuan directly into her private quarters. The room was simple in decor, with a desk by the window holding brushes and inkstones, while several vines of celestial plants adorned a vase, bearing clusters of charming little fruits. A folding screen with mountains and rivers painted on it, and thin drapes, divided the room into areas for sleeping, sitting, and bathing. Aside from a few personal touches, the space was quiet, cool, and spotless, reminiscent of a cave carved from snow. A faint, unique fragrance lingered in the air, similar to Jinli's own scent. Actually, back when I was still in the lower realms, I wanted to reveal my presence to you, but I was afraid of causing unnecessary trouble for you. Not long ago, my golden core streaked across your star, Qi Yuan said calmly as he took in the scent of Jinli's hair. That was you. Jinli's thoughts returned to that day when 10 suns had appeared in the sky and had passed by her star. Her face paled with tension. You were the 10 suns sovereign? Yes, Qi Yuan nodded. Hearing this, Jinli felt a mix of sweetness and nervousness. She leaned closer to Qi Yuan, her breath warm as she whispered, you must never speak of this. Otherwise, it could cause great trouble. Oh, her proximity, coupled with her soft breath, made Qi Yuan feel a pleasant tickle. Not only would the Taihuang Palace come looking for you, but the Moon God Palace would too. Jinli said gravely. Qi Yuan, as the 10 Suns sovereign, had immense power, which made her both happy and anxious. However, the implications of this identity couldn't be ignored. The Moon God Ancestor holds the Taiyan Sovereign title, and the Taihuang Palace ruler holds the Great Sun Sovereign title, positions that you, too, are striving for. The Great Sun and Taiyan are natural adversaries. For one to progress further, the other must be devoured. You must never meet the Moon God Ancestor. If she finds out your true identity, you'll be in grave danger. Jinli couldn't bear to think of the consequences. The strategies of a great supreme truth cultivator were unfathomable, and the Moon God Ancestor was no ordinary supreme cultivator. A great supreme truth figure who had mastered an unparalleled truth was a rarity even in the 6th heaven. Someone like the Moon God Ancestor had immeasurable capabilities and unpredictable schemes. If the Moon God Ancestor were to discover Qi Yuan's true identity, she might see him as a threat, regardless of his intentions. Even if Qi Yuan bore no ill will toward the Moon God Ancestor, and even if he had no desire to claim the Taiyan sovereign title, that wouldn't matter. Qi Yuan, hearing this, felt a warm rush of emotion. They say that daughters tend to side with outsiders. You haven't even married me yet, and you're already on my side. Without hesitation, Jinli stood firmly by his side, choosing to support him over her allegiance to the Moon God Palace. He was deeply moved by this. If one viewed the situation from the Moon God Ancestor's perspective, the palace's stance might appear cold and calculating. Of course, such comparisons weren't entirely fair. In Jinli's view, at this moment, the Moon God Ancestor posed a real threat to Qi Yuan, while Qi Yuan posed no threat to the Moon God Ancestor. At the mention of marriage, a deep blush spread across Jinli's alabaster skin, as delicate as snow touched with the faint pink of peach blossoms. Qi Yuan gazed at Jinli, seeing her gentle, affectionate eyes, her lips as delicate as cherry blossoms, and her slightly parted lips. He felt his heart stir. Sometimes, he, too, could be spontaneous, letting things unfold naturally. Unable to resist, he leaned in and kissed Jinli's soft, rosy lips. Her body tensed for a brief moment, then melted into him. Her beautiful eyes fluttered half-closed, her breathing shallow, and a lovely flush spread across her perfect features. After what seemed like an eternity, their kiss ended, though the deep longing between them only grew stronger, intensifying their bond. A brief separation had rekindled their connection, and now, their reunion felt like a celebration of new love after a long absence. If you wish, Jinli whispered softly, her face filled with affection as her saffron-colored robe slid from her shoulders, revealing the sheer layer beneath, offering a glimpse of the beauty beneath. Her waterfall-like hair fell forward, obscuring her form in tantalizing waves. Her expression was resolute, as if willing to give up everything for this moment, but her trembling shoulders betrayed her nerves. Are you the Empress, the Moon Maiden, or Jinli? Qi Yuan asked tenderly as he leaned closer. With her eyes half closed, Jinli made no move to pull away, instead wrapping her arms tightly around Qi Yuan. Even the closest embrace couldn't fully express the 1,000 years of longing that she had carried. As the saying goes, let emotions flourish, but keep propriety in mind. For now, Jinli remained a moon maiden, and she couldn't yet attach her photo to the marriage certificate Qi Yuan had prepared. Qi Yuan had always adhered to proper conduct and was rather traditional and restrained. Though his heart was full of longing, he held back, refraining from taking things further with Jinli. After all, they weren't married yet. As he held Jinli in his arms, Qi Yuan sighed softly, "Ah, it seems I learned early in life how tough the world can be. But this sweet paradise, I could linger here a while longer." Yet Qi Yuan knew he couldn't stay. The situation with the demon abyss was rapidly evolving, and delay could spell disaster. He had to return as soon as possible. Seeing the reluctance in Jinli's eyes, he understood her sadness. She knew that Qi Yuan was planning to make a move against the demon abyss. She couldn't accompany him, doing so would only hold him back. "Maybe, you could take me away and imprison me," Jinli said playfully, with a hopeful look in her eyes. The cool and noble air she usually carried was momentarily gone. Qi Yuan shook his head. "We still need to show respect to the Moon God Palace, and staying with me could be dangerous." For Qi Yuan, leaving Jinli in the Moon God Palace was the safest option. He planned to confront the demon abyss and reclaim what was his, which would inevitably invite retaliation. He couldn't keep Jinli with him in his underworld palace indefinitely, stopping her from cultivating, could he? While he could share his spiritual energy with his junior disciple Zhongling Su, that was because her strength was still low. With Jinli, who was already at the mythical level, it wouldn't work the same way. Seeing the disappointment in Jinli's eyes, Qi Yuan sighed. "Don't worry, I'll be fine. If things get too dangerous, I'll come back to the Moon God Palace." Though she was reluctant to see him leave, Jinli wouldn't stand in the way of his mission. "Be careful," she whispered, her voice full of concern. Sometimes, it felt really good to be cared for and thought of. Was it possible that in his past life on Blue Star, he had been love-deprived? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Perhaps knowing that they were about to part ways again, Jinli spoke more than usual. The identity of the 10 Suns sovereign must never be revealed. Qi Yuan replied with a smile and nodded. At present, when he dealt with young gods, it was all through tricks, luring them into the underworld to kill them. As such, no one would link him to the 10 Suns sovereign. As long as he didn't expose that he hailed from Moonwatching continent, and didn't use the stellar golden core in battle, no one would ever suspect that he was the 10 Suns sovereign. "I'll walk you out." Jinli's eyes were still filled with reluctance. "Look at this. What do you think it is?" At that moment, a piece of jade appeared in Qi Yuan's hand. This piece of jade looked similar to the Linglong jade seal. Qi Yuan had created it in the last few days, having his nascent soul crafted as a match to Jinli's own Linglong jade seal. Though ordinary communication jade slips would allow them to communicate, there was something special about the Linglong jade seal, which held immense significance for Jinli. "How about we swap our Linglong jade seals?" Qi Yuan said as he held the jade up and waved it slightly. This special Linglong jade seal also came with additional features that could protect Jinli's safety. "All right," Jinli smiled brightly as she accepted Qi Yuan's Linglong jade seal. A while later, the two of them left the main hall. Time spent together was always fleeting, and Jinli's expression still held a trace of anxiety, as though everything felt like a dream. She only felt reassured after pinching the palm of her hand and feeling the faint pain. "Miss." Shortly after they left the main hall, a woman clad in armor, with the aura of blood on her, approached them. Her face was cold, and there was a hint of urgency in her expression. As soon as Jinli saw the woman, her demeanor shifted, becoming colder, completely different from the way she had been with Qi Yuan. "What is it?" Jinli asked while snuggling up to Qi Yuan like a delicate flower leaning against him. It seemed that she was making a point, signaling that this was her man. The woman in armor was an yin god with a unique status. In the Moon God Palace, there existed certain families known as Moon Maiden families. This woman was from the same family as Jinli, who had become a Moon Maiden after her parents perished, with her family receiving high-status treatment ever since. "Miss, I heard you are giving up your Moon Maiden title." The woman in armor spoke with respectful tones, though she cast a hostile glance at Qi Yuan. Her family had produced a Moon Maiden, which hadn't come easy. It was only because of Jinli's existence that her family had prospered for over 10,000 years. Shouldn't we reconsider this? The elders of the family, they might have some opinions, the armored woman said through gritted teeth, though there was a hint of fear in her tone when addressing Jinli. If the elders have opinions, then they can step down and make room for someone else, Jinli replied without any hesitation or softness in her voice. The armored woman stiffened, not expecting Jinli to be so unyielding, leaving no room for negotiation. She wanted to say more. After all, if Jinli lost her moon maiden status, the family's resources would decrease, and their privileges would diminish. Miss, if you lose your moon maiden status, it might be very difficult for you to ever reach the Yang God realm. The armored woman clenched her teeth as she voiced her concern, glaring at Qi Yuan with hostility. Beauty was a dangerous thing. The young miss was falling for a handsome man instead of focusing on her future. Whether I am a moon maiden or not is my decision, Jinli replied firmly. The family had what it did today because of her. Now, losing the privileges was inevitable. It was only natural for them to harbor some grievances. It was like when someone receives a daily gift of 100 coins, but suddenly one day, the coins stop coming. That person might feel entitled and demand, "Where is my money?" "He will be my Dao companion," Jinli announced as she hugged Qi Yuan, making it clear and official. The armored woman felt a wave of dismay. "Miss, the interests of the family are small, but your future." Before she could finish, Qi Yuan stepped forward. "I have a good feeling about Jinli's future with me. My left eyelid is twitching, and that's always a sign of good fortune," Qi Yuan said with confidence. Under the Moon God Palace's nurturing, Jinli could certainly reach the Yang God realm. But to enter the Great Supreme Truth realm, that would only be a distant dream. With his help, though, placing her within the Supreme Truth's gate and letting her meditate for several million years, Jinli would become unmatched in the sixth heaven. That was the power of the Supreme Truth Gate, the greatest treasure of the sixth heaven. So, following him would lead to a future far better than anything the title of Moon Maiden could offer. The armored woman was baffled, her face showing confusion. She didn't trust Qi Yuan's words. After all, very few forces in the sixth heaven were stronger than the Moon God Palace. Even if Jinli went to other powerful factions, the benefits might not be as good as what she could get here. She suspected that Qi Yuan had simply used sweet words to charm her. But it was only suspicion, so she couldn't voice it aloud. "You are Jinli's family, so you are my family as well," Qi Yuan said with a kind expression. "Losing the Moon Maiden title might mean fewer privileges for you, but I have a secret way to make you rich. You must not tell anyone about it." The armored woman was utterly confused and suspicious. "Make them rich," Jinli then spoke, his words carry the same weight as mine. She stood firmly by Qi Yuan's side. "Please, enlighten me, young master." Though she didn't understand, the armored woman maintained her respectful tone. To be honest, she didn't believe Qi Yuan's "get rich" claim. Qi Yuan transmitted his voice directly to her. "I have inside information. The Demon Abyss clan is about to go down. You should take this chance to borrow Immortal Jade from them. When the Demon Abyss clan falls, you won't have to pay it back." The Demon Abyss clan and the Moon God Palace were currently at war, but lower-level factions on both sides still had some trade dealings. War was war, but trade was trade. Worst-case scenario, Jinli's family could collaborate with other forces and borrow Immortal Jade from the Demon Abyss clan under another name. Upon hearing this, the armored woman was completely dumbfounded. Qi Yuan's words sounded absurd. The Demon Abyss clan was going to be wiped out. Borrow Immortal Jade from them? Neither of these ideas sounded remotely plausible. The Demon Abyss clan, though subservient to the Taihuang Palace and Black Demon Abyss, was a major power in the fifth heaven. Their influence ranked among the top 30 in the sixth heaven. Such a mighty force wasn't going to collapse anytime soon. Unless a holy land with a great supreme truth cultivator decided to destroy them, who could manage it? And besides, the Demon Abyss clan had the heavenly treasure of Demon Abyss, the Demon Abyss Well. Even if they weren't a match for a great supreme truth cultivator, they could use the well to flee to the first heaven and hide. That meant no holy land would want to deal with the aftermath of such a conflict. Most importantly, how did Qi Yuan know about this? "Don't worry, even if the Demon Abyss clan isn't wiped out, they'll definitely be severely weakened. You won't need to worry about repaying the jade," Qi Yuan reassured her. He had plenty of experience with these things. Back in the day, he and the Ice Mountain Queen borrowed spirit stones from the Bright Palace. Now, he was just changing the target to the Demon Abyss clan. The armored woman was torn. If Jinli weren't standing right there, she would have asked, "Are you joking?" After all, Qi Yuan's plan sounded too fantastical to be taken seriously. If the moon god ancestor truly intended to destroy the Demon Abyss clan, she would surely have crafted a detailed plan, delivering a decisive blow to wipe them out. There was no way such vital information would leak in advance, especially to someone looking to borrow immortal jade. For a faction like the Moon God Palace, the amount of immortal jade involved was negligible in comparison to the value of such sensitive information. What Qi Yuan suggested seemed reckless and ridiculous. Seeing her hesitation, Jinli sternly ordered, "Don't let this leak. Now go back and urge the family elders to borrow as much immortal jade from the Demon Abyss clan as possible." Jinli was no longer the soft-hearted empress she once was. She had become decisive and resolute in her actions. The armored woman, though filled with doubt, could only respond, "Yes, my lady." After returning from the lower world, her mistress had changed, becoming more assertive. When she gave an order, it was absolute. "The more you borrow, the better," Jinli added. She wasn't worried about any leaks. After all, even if Qi Yuan were to tell the demon sovereign himself, the demon sovereign wouldn't believe him. After all, when had anyone ever borrowed immortal jade before a holy land was about to destroy another holy land? Watching the armored woman depart, Qi Yuan chuckled. "Don't worry, following me will ensure that you'll live a good life. You'll be well fed, get meat with every meal, and even get an egg with your noodles." The armored woman remained speechless. After leaving the Moon God Palace, Qi Yuan felt a wave of melancholy. Sigh, time to put on my acting hat again. Whoa, I think I've discovered one of the world's top 10 mysteries. So strange, who's the director? Who's the producer? Why don't I get paid for this? Who owes me money? Qi Yuan was speechless, but now wasn't the time to think about such things. He had to focus on acting. Within the demon abyss, a terrifying aura descended. A massive eye shrunk back in fear and quickly fled into its lair. Every yin god stationed in the demon abyss sensed the terrifying pressure. Their expressions changed, knowing something major was happening. A vast voice echoed in the minds of all the yin gods. "Activate the formations, defend with all your might. This young god is in seclusion, do not disturb me." Upon hearing this powerful command, most of the demon abyss clan's yin gods turned pale, or at the very least, looked grave. Whispers and communication through secret transmissions spread everywhere. "What's going on? Sovereign Fengkui and the other lords have been missing for a few days. Something big is definitely happening." Though the Demon Abyss Sovereign's attack on the Moon God Palace had been carried out in secret, with no information leaked, the disappearance of several mythical-level experts and great lords within the Demon Abyss hadn't gone unnoticed. Moreover, in recent days, they had sensed disturbances in the direction of the Moon God Palace, suggesting that young god-level combatants had appeared there. Now, combined with the Demon Abyss Sovereign's sudden seclusion and the activation of defensive formations, they began to piece together what might have happened. Everyone was on edge, their faces filled with anxiety. At that moment, within the Demon Abyss Sovereign's lair, Qi Yuan lay in wait, his aura unstable, as though seriously injured. "This giant eye, it's really ugly." Sigh, no wonder actors nowadays don't like to put on ugly makeup or play villainous roles. If it weren't for my plan, why would I lower myself to act like some pitiful, big-eyed creature? Qi Yuan had come up with a detailed plan. The operation was codenamed, "Bring the Well Home." It had 3 steps. To ensure the success of this plan, he had even summoned Buddha Wushan, who carried the Buddhist nation. In terms of precision and meticulousness, this plan was among the top 3 of all plans Qi Yuan had ever devised. Bringing Buddha Wushan with his Buddhist nation was akin to Han Xin's famous military strategy of secretly crossing through enemy lands while distracting them elsewhere. Han Xin was known as a divine tactician, but Qi Yuan considered himself the master of schemes. Step 1. Use the Supreme Truth Gate to lure the Demon Abyss Sovereigns and their subordinates in and kill them. Step 2. While everyone was distracted, sneak into the 5th heaven, repeat the process, and kill more Demon Abyss Sovereigns. Step 3. Bring the well home. His well had been wandering alone for far too long, suffering mistreatment. It was time for it to come back home and enjoy a life of luxury. As Qi Yuan thought about this, he continued to refine the plan in his mind. After an indeterminate amount of time, a vast aura spread through the demon abyss. Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes, his expression becoming serious as he spoke softly, "Demon Heng Sovereign, since you're here, why don't you come in?" As his words echoed, a powerful presence surged within the lair of the Demon Abyss Sovereign. The figure of Demon Hang Sovereign appeared, looking at Qi Yuan in surprise. Demon Sovereign, what happened to you? Demon Hang Sovereign was one of the 3 supreme truth yang gods of the Demon Abyss clan and had a close relationship with the Demon Abyss Sovereign. Sigh, I fell into that old hag Longyu's trap. Qi Yuan's voice was hoarse, and his eyes filled with hatred. She even sacrificed a deputy warden and destroyed a portion of the Yuhuang Crescent Moon Array's authority to lure me into her scheme. As Qi Yuan spoke, he radiated fury. Chains rattled within the lair, and the space itself seemed to tremble with instability. Hearing this, Demon Hang Sovereign more or less understood what had happened. Demon Sovereign, you acted rashly this time. It seemed that the Demon Abyss Sovereign had been caught in Longyu's plan, leading to the loss of many subordinates. Are your injuries serious? Do you need reinforcements in the Demon Abyss? Demon Hang Sovereign asked. The Demon Abyss Sovereign's pupils contracted suddenly, and his aura surged violently. I'm not injured. The Demon Abyss doesn't need any support. Seeing this, Demon Hang Sovereign's expression remained unchanged. The Demon Abyss Sovereign had always been arrogant and prideful, never willing to show weakness. Just don't lose the Demon Abyss, Demon Hang Sovereign said before his figure vanished. Within the lair, Qi Yuan sat on the throne, squinting his eyes. Did I act well enough? Meanwhile, outside the Demon Abyss, the spectral form of Demon Hang Sovereign lingered, his gaze deep and thoughtful. Something about Demon Abyss Sovereign seems different. As a supreme truth yang god, Demon Hang Sovereign was extraordinarily perceptive. Being so far from here, I can't keep an eye on Demon Abyss Sovereign all the time. That could be a problem. Demon Hang Sovereign mulled it over. He had a nagging suspicion that something was wrong with Demon Abyss Sovereign. Right, Demon Kai is nearby. I'll find him and have him keep an eye on Demon Abyss Sovereign, Demon Hang Sovereign thought as he headed toward the Broken Moon Abyss. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Mo Heng concealed his form, quietly making his way toward Duan Yu Abyss. Since Heavenly Lord Mo Tong might have some issues, it was best to have Heavenly Lord Mo Kai keep an eye on him. Moving stealthily, Mo Heng passed by many yin gods. Even when he was within mere miles of these yin gods, not a single one detected his presence. After a while, Mo Heng's figure halted, his eyes focusing deep into the abyss of Duan Yu. The protective formation blocked his vision. Although his strength far exceeded that of Heavenly Lord Mo Kai, he lacked the profound insight of Heavenly Lord Mo Tong. As a result, he couldn't discern anything at the moment. Heavenly Lord Mo Kai, come out and meet me quickly, Mo Heng transmitted telepathically. Being a supreme truth yang god, Mo Heng's status was far higher than Mo Chi's, so there was no need for him to visit in person. As soon as the words were spoken, the formation deep within Duan Yu Abyss stirred. A man in a gray robe rushed out, seeming a little panicked. This naturally occurring panic could be hidden from those at the same level, but for someone as perceptive as Mo Heng, it was easily noticed. Greetings, Heavenly Lord Mo Heng. Qi Yuan, disguised as Mo Kai, lowered his head, feigning respect while also displaying a hint of surprise. I was unaware that Heavenly Lord would visit Duan Yu Abyss. What brings you here? At this moment, Qi Yuan put all his effort into acting, suppressing even his inner thoughts. Mo Kai, have you seen Heavenly Lord Mo Tong recently? Mo Heng asked, giving Qi Yuan a glance. Yes, I made my routine visit to Heavenly Lord Mo Tong a few days ago. At the time, Heavenly Lord Mo Tong invited me to launch a sneak attack on the Moon God Palace. However, I had a cauldron of elixirs nearing completion, so I declined his invitation. But now, are you suggesting? Qi Yuan continued his performance, his face displaying shock and disbelief. Heavenly Lord Mo Tong sustained some injuries, Mo Heng said, his expression deepening. I suspect that the injuries inflicted by Moon God Palace are severe enough to have affected him. I am too far away from Absolute Moon Abyss to monitor the situation constantly. I need you to keep an eye on him for me. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan adopted a grave expression. Heavenly Lord, do you suspect? Mo Tong. He swallowed nervously, leaving his sentence unfinished. Just keep watch and report back to me immediately if you notice anything unusual, Mo Heng instructed, not offering further details. As you command, Qi Yuan bowed his head, not daring to meet Mo Heng's gaze directly. Return now, Mo Heng said casually. Qi Yuan nodded and hurriedly retreated. After about 10 breaths of time passed, Mo Heng narrowed his eyes, his gaze becoming more complex. There's something off with Mokai as well. I don't sense the fresh energy of newly refined elixirs on him. If Mokai had been busy refining elixirs, as he claimed, there should have been a trace of that process on him. While Moheng did detect some lingering medicinal energy, it was from elixirs long completed, not the scent of a batch recently refined or still in progress. So, Heavenly Lord Mokai had been lying. He must have some secrets of his own, Moheng mused, his eyes darkening. It's a pity that my true body is too far from here, otherwise, I'd like to know what secrets Mokai is hiding. A sudden feeling struck Moheng as if fate was urging him. Since Heavenly Lord Mochi is stationed near Duan Yu Abyss, I'll have him keep an eye on Mokai, Moheng thought. Then, he made his way to Heavenly Lord Mochi's territory. Yes, Heavenly Lord Moheng was particularly good at playing these layered strategies. Meanwhile, in the sixth heaven, at Suiyan Pavilion, a woman in green robes emerged, her once fierce aura significantly softened. As she exited Suiyan Pavilion, a heavy expression clouded her face. Aunt, aren't we at war with Demon Abyss? Why are we borrowing money from them? Mu Baihua, a young girl beside her, asked in confusion. Today, she had accompanied her aunt to a territory operated by the Demon Abyss to negotiate a loan. The sum they were borrowing was astronomical. These celestial gems would be delivered to their family over time. War is war, business is business, said a tall man nearby. Even though the Moon God Palace and the Demon Abyss have been at war for nearly 100,000 years, so far, only yin gods have perished, not a single yang god. The man spoke with a sigh. In his eyes, the grudges held by these major powers seemed almost laughable. Only the lower ranks died in such conflicts. The higher-ups sat on their celestial thrones, untouched by the hatred. At any time, a single order could turn enemies into allies. So, naturally, business can proceed as usual, the tall man continued, though his face bore a puzzled look. What I don't understand is why Lady Moon Maiden ordered us to take out a loan from Demon Abyss. The interest rates are quite high. Because of their hostilities, the interest the Demon Abyss charged them was higher than usual. Every 10 years, the interest alone amounted to a staggering sum. In fact, just paying off the interest every decade required several entire celestial gem mines. One celestial gem mine could provide enough resources to elevate a yin god to a grand venerable. Exactly, so much celestial treasure. Most of our wealth will have to go just to cover the interest. Mu Baihua grimaced, clearly displeased at the idea of being saddled with debt. At that moment, a mocking voice interrupted them. A man with a fat face and large ears approached. Don't you know, your Lady Moon Maiden has fallen for some pretty boy and has voluntarily given up her title as Moon Maiden of Moon God Palace. Now, she's probably short on resources for cultivation and had no choice but to seek loans from Demon Abyss. Seeing the fat man, Mu Tianshui scoffed coldly. Even if my lady has given up her title, the likes of your Zhao clan are not worthy to insult her. The fat man's face stiffened at the retort. Indeed, due to the presence of the Moon Maiden, the Mu clan had far surpassed the Zhao clan. Even though Jinli had given up her status as Moon Maiden, the Mu clan was still leagues ahead of the Zhao clan. However, the fat man couldn't help but mutter, our Zhao clan can still send daughters to Moon God Palace, where they have a chance to earn the title of Moon Maiden. Your Mu clan has voluntarily cut off the opportunity to send its members to Moon God Palace. And as for that loan you just took from Demon Abyss, good luck. In a few thousand years, when your lady fails to break through to the Yang God realm, your Mu clan will be finished. In his mind, the fat man assumed that Jinli, having lost the resources and support from Moon God Palace, had taken the dangerous gamble of borrowing from Demon Abyss in hopes of achieving the legendary status of Yang God. Such stories were not unheard of, though they usually ended in tragedy. After all, the Yang God realm was not so easily attained. In the 5 realms surrounding their territory, areas within the 6th heaven, no Yang God had ever emerged. With those final words, the fat man left in a huff. How dare they? Those Zhao clan wretches are dreaming. Mu Baihua said furiously. Lady Moon Maiden will definitely ascend to the Yang God realm and slap that fool right in the face. The tall man then turned to Mu Tianshui. What's Lady Moon Maiden's companion like? His curiosity was evident. Mu Baihua looked over as well, her eyes full of expectation. The news that Lady Moon Maiden had given up her title for the sake of a man had caused quite a stir in the Mu clan. One of the elders had even pulled out his own nascent soul on the spot, threatening to present it to Jinli if she didn't reconsider. Others had been reduced to tears. Those who accepted their fate were few. After all, the older generation, accustomed to wielding their power over the clan, had become set in their ways. But there was no need for Jinli to intervene. Mu Tianshui had already dealt with those obstinate elders. The lady's decision was the Mu clan's will. As Mu Tianshui thought back to the man by Lady Moon Maiden's side, her expression grew complicated. In truth, it was the first time she had seen the lady act so much like an ordinary young woman. Well, his appearance is striking. After a long pause, Mu Tianshui could only offer this one compliment about Qi Yuan. As for other qualities, she couldn't think of any. Mu Baihua blinked in surprise. Lady Moon Maiden was this shallow. Did she care only about looks? Anything else? Mu Baihua pressed. He speaks, with humor and imagination, Mu Tianshui said, trying to respond diplomatically. In truth, she had found his words odd, absurd even. Talking about putting an egg on noodles. Eating beef. Not to mention the ridiculous claims about Demon Abyss's downfall and borrowing loans from them. If Qi Yuan hadn't been Lady Moon Maiden's chosen companion, she would have thought him a madman on the verge of inner demon possession. A handsome face paired with a glib tongue that can charm women. No wonder Lady Moon Maiden has fallen for him, the tall man said with a sigh. Mu Baihua didn't want to comment anymore. In her opinion, Qi Yuan's best course of action was to stop speaking entirely. His words seemed to make things worse. Who knows if Lady Moon Maiden's decision will bring fortune or disaster, the tall man murmured, sighing deeply. The Mu clan had now saddled itself with a heavy debt to Demon Abyss. The only way out was for Lady Moon Maiden to break through to the Yang God realm, there was no other path. Could they really bet on Demon Abyss's collapse? At Duan Abyss, Qi Yuan, now dressed in a blood-red robe, lazily propped his feet up, holding his Linglong Jade communication orb. Acting as such a bore. Having to play someone else every day, won't this give me depression? And the worst part is, I'm not even getting paid. I've thought about this for a long time and still can't figure out, who the hell owes me my paycheck? I'd better stop thinking about it before I hurt my brain. But hey, things are going pretty well. These past few days, I've already bagged 2 idiots, though they're only heavenly rank young gods. What are you doing? Come online for a video call, let me see you. Qi Yuan spoke into the Linglong Jade communication orb, as if he were chatting with Jinli back on Moonwatch Continent. The newly improved Linglong Jade communication orb now featured a video call function. It wasn't difficult to add. However, because of the powerful creation artifact that protected Duan Abyss, all communication there was typically blocked. So before leaving Absolute Moon Abyss, Qi Yuan had requested Heavenly Lord Long Yu to grant him permission for their communication, ensuring that nothing would be screened or blocked between him and Jinli. As for Duan Abyss, Qi Yuan had some control over the permissions, so he simply gave himself access. No one is around you. Jinli's voice came through the orb. No one. Why? Qi Yuan asked curiously. At that moment, the Linglong Jade communication orb flashed with a soft white light, and a hazy mist appeared on Qi Yuan's screen. Jinli's delicate, lotus-white arm held up the orb as she sat in a bath, completely unclothed. The steam rising from the bath obscured much of her form, but her exquisite shoulders and everything below them were submerged in the water. The milky, bath-like liquid didn't completely conceal the enticing curves of her soft, smooth skin. Faint kiss marks lingered on her body. Qi Yuan's memory instantly flashed back to their intimate moment, recalling how they had tangled together that night. He swallowed hard. The water was so vast and white. If Ningtao's and the Golden Canary's chests were delicate and small, Jinli's, well, they could smother him. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Qi Yuan blinked, staring at the screen. Fortunately, this was the cultivation world, and the Linglong Jade communication orb was created by him. Its technology wasn't like that of his past life on Earth, so privacy concerns weren't an issue here. Jinli's eyes shimmered with nostalgia. When you wiped out the Xuanyuan Forbidden Land and talked to me, I was also bathing. Her fingers glided through her hair, dripping with water. You told me about slaughtering the entire Xuanyuan Forbidden Land that night, and I hesitated to believe you, she laughed softly. It's similar to how I felt when you just told me you captured 2 young gods. She paused, recalling the memory fondly. Back then, she hadn't taken Qi Yuan's words seriously, treated them as a joke. But now, hearing him talk about capturing 2 young gods, an even more astonishing feat than exterminating the Xuanyuan Forbidden Land, she believed him without question. Between people, trust is essential. I rarely lie, Qi Yuan said earnestly. Jinli gently placed a hand over her chest, the movement causing a delicate tremble. What do you want to do to me now? Jinli asked, her eyes sparkling with a teasing smile. Back then, through the Linglong Jade communication orb, they couldn't even see each other. Now, things were different. A kiss, perhaps. Qi Yuan's gaze moved downward, lingering momentarily on her lips, her white neck, her delicate shoulders, and her soft chest before he responded sincerely. And after that? Jinli asked, still expectant. Qi Yuan's gaze shifted further downward, stopping at her slim waist, admiring its graceful curves and defined waistline. But as his eyes traveled even lower, he frowned, looking disappointed. You're still wearing undergarments while bathing? Jinli blushed deeply and covered her mouth with a smile, though this caused the beauty of her figure to be even more apparent. However, the smile soon froze on her face when Qi Yuan's voice reached her ears. Why don't your undergarments have an elastic band? If they did, I could take them off, pull out the elastic, and tie your hair up. Bathing with your hair down makes it easy to get it all wet. Qi Yuan felt proud of his attentiveness. A less considerate man would focus only on his own desires at a time like this, but not him. He was a gentleman, a thoughtful one, even noticing such small, practical details. At the moment, Jinli's hair had indeed become slightly soaked from the bathwater since she hadn't tied it up. Should we turn off the video call? Jinli suggested, her expression a mix of amusement and disbelief. Ah, you're right, it's inappropriate to keep it on while you're bathing. Let's turn it off, Qi Yuan agreed, his tone showing how much he respected her. After all, he wasn't just interested in looking, he respected mutual boundaries. No need. On the other side of the orb, Jinli shook her head softly. She gently gathered her wet hair and looked at him with a tender gaze, her face full of warmth. I want to see you a little longer. Jinli, would you like me to teach you a new technique? Qi Yuan asked thoughtfully, his tone serious as he suddenly switched topics. What kind of technique? Jinli responded curiously. The Qi Yuan modified radiant sword technique. Qi Yuan said, his voice brimming with confidence. All right, Jinli nodded gently, always ready to accept whatever Qi Yuan suggested. This sword technique is very powerful. It can disguise your overwhelming killing intent and transform it into the aura of righteousness and justice. When you use this sword, everyone will see you as a paragon of virtue. Jinli blinked, her large, doe-like eyes sparkling with droplets of water. As she lowered her head slightly, her face flushed with a faint blush, making her appear even more delicate and enchanting. With a touch of grievance in her voice, Jinli murmured, I'm very gentle. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. As usual, Qi Yuan and Jinli chatted for quite a while. Did they borrow the Immortal Jade? Qi Yuan asked. Yes, they did, Jinli replied. The conversation brought Jinli back to the time they spent on the Wangyu continent. Back then, Qi Yuan had been in the midst of dangerous situations in the Four Forbidden Lands, while she had always benefited from his protection. That's good, Qi Yuan continued. When the time is right, you can instruct your family to launch a sneak attack on the Molo clan's Immortal Jade mines in the 6th heaven. In the 6th heaven, the Holy Lands have assets in the 5th heaven, and the Molo clan owns many Immortal Jade mines there. Be careful, if things become uncontrollable, come to the Moon God Palace immediately. With Yuhuang Remnant Moon here, even if Molo Heavenly Lord brings the Molo well to the upper realms, he won't be able to harm you, Jinli said, still most concerned about Qi Yuan's safety. Don't worry, a bunch of old men and women who don't like to bathe won't be able to hurt me. After their communication ended, Qi Yuan transformed into Motu Heavenly Lord's form, seated himself in the cave palace, and continued to expand the Golden Core chapter of the Qi Yuan Sutra. Sigh, my wife Ning Dao will be busy for quite a while again. A single divine technique could practically condense a stellar golden core. In the vast, barren universe of the stellar golden core, Ning Dao rarely rested. There were simply too many divine techniques to process. But this was normal. In the 6th heaven, the lifespan of young gods is virtually limitless. Barring death from the root demon tribulation or at the hands of an enemy, they are essentially immortal. With endless time, the divine techniques created by young gods naturally accumulated. So, before the game begins, there are 3 ways to improve my strength. Condense more golden cores, leveraging quantity. Participate in the supreme truth debates to comprehend ultimate truths. Retrieve my family's well. Creation artifacts are a tremendous source of power. Qi Yuan murmured to himself. He was always methodical in his plans. Fortune often favors those who plan well. After some time, Qi Yuan opened his eyes, a smile playing on his lips before turning into a reflective sigh. Even after reaching the Yang God realm, it's hard to resist inner temptations. Everyone who sees the Supreme Truth Gate acts like they've seen a peerless beauty undressing, rationality vanishes, and they recklessly charge forward. Of course, the most important thing is that my acting is top-notch. Qi Yuan mumbled to himself. Then he realized that his metaphor wasn't quite right. Comparing the Supreme Truth Gate to a peerless beauty undressing was an insult both to the gate and to the Yang gods. Another one has fallen into the trap, time to take a look. Qi Yuan's figure vanished, turning into a streak of light. Around 500 breaths later, Qi Yuan appeared in the underworld, where traces of a fierce battle were everywhere, broken walls and ruins. His latest attack, assisted by a sneak attack and the help of the nascent souls, had been an easy victory. He looked down at the shattered soul on the ground and said, "Bored, I am your ancestor." Once again, he had lured an unfortunate soul into the trap and then promptly crippled them. Another one for the collection of 3 crippled individuals in the underworld. Sigh, I'm so kind-hearted. My pure, untouchable beauty has become a 3 crippled person, and yet I still stay by their side, loyal as ever. Yes, body crippled, soul crippled, and mind crippled. Commonly known as the 3 cripples. Alright, with this one down, Wushan can now sneak in unnoticed. Qi Yuan was in high spirits. This 3 crippled individual had been guarding an area on the edge of the demon abyss. By controlling the area, Qi Yuan could allow Wushan Buddha to sneak in with his Buddha kingdom, quietly bringing it into the underworld. When the time came, dealing with Supreme Truth level Yang gods would become much easier. Time flew by, and 2 months passed. During the time Qi Yuan was away, Jinli continued her attacks on the Molo clan forces in the Weiyu Abyss, as she had before. With Qi Yuan's assistance, Jinli's assaults were smooth and successful, each time bringing back considerable loot. Yu Tiao looked at Jinli, her eyes filled with envy. It seems the Moon Maiden is close to earning enough merit to request something from the Moon God ancestor. After she spoke, Yu Tiao regretted it. After all, Jinli's request was to relinquish her title as Moon Maiden. Jinli nodded lightly in response. In the Moon God Palace, her demeanor was always cold. The Moon Maiden has been unusually successful lately. Could there be a mole within the Molo clan? Yu Tiao shifted the topic, her eyes filled with curiosity and expectation. A smile appeared in Jinli's eyes. That information is classified. Of course, she wouldn't reveal anything about Qi Yuan. Yu Tiao didn't pursue the matter further, but casually asked, "The man the Moon Maiden is fond of, what family does he hail from?" Her eyes were filled with curiosity. Others around them also turned to look at Jinli. The fact that Qi Yuan had won Jinli's heart, even convincing her to give up her Moon Maiden status, had piqued the curiosity of many within the Moon God Palace. Who was Qi Yuan really? Which holy land did he hail from? Was his master or ancestor a Yang god or perhaps even a Supreme Truth level expert? He's not from any notable family, Jinli shook her head. She understood what they were insinuating. Her words caused those present to exchange astonished glances. But what came next was even more shocking. "I met him while I was in the lower realms," Jinli said, her eyes filled with fond memories. The people around her were completely stunned. A cultivator from the lower realms. He's from the lower realms. It's incredibly rare for cultivators from the lower realms to ascend to the higher realms. And within the Moon God Palace, such cases were practically unheard of. After all, the Moon God Palace itself was part of the sixth heaven, a distant, lofty place compared to the lower realms. Given that Qi Yuan had ascended from the lower realms, this meant he had no significant background. Yet, despite that, Jinli was willing to give up her prestigious status as Moon Maiden for him. The shock among the crowd was palpable. If Qi Yuan had been a descendant of a Supreme Truth or even a Yang god, they might have understood. But a cultivator from the lower realms? A mere nobody? As they stared at Jinli, their respect for her grew, though they also felt a hint of pity, as if her decision wasn't entirely justified. He's different, Jinli's eyes sparkled with joy. He had always been different. The image of the once masked sword god had long been etched into her heart. At that moment, a voice reached her ears. "Jinli, come to the Moon God Temple." It was Luo Yu Heavenly Lord who had spoken. Jinli quickly quickened her pace and headed toward the Moon God Temple. The moon was high in the sky, its silvery light bathing the temple, making it appear as if it were covered in a layer of translucent white jade. Jinli, clad in a long black battle robe, her figure accentuated by a golden belt around her waist, stepped forward. The robe fell over her gracefully, and the wide golden collar at her neck added an extra touch of elegance to her already striking figure. Greetings, Luo Yu Heavenly Lord. Jinli respectfully bowed from a distance. Young gods cannot be directly gazed upon, so Jinli couldn't see Luo Yu Heavenly Lord's true form. Luo Yu Heavenly Lord acknowledged, her voice deep and powerful. She got straight to the point. How is Qi Yuan faring among the Molo clan? Luo Yu Heavenly Lord's eyes gleamed with curiosity. It had been 2 months. Had Qi Yuan managed to deceive the other Molo clan Heavenly Lords and secure his position? Jinli's heart tightened. She recalled her conversation with Qi Yuan from the day before. A Buddha from the Buddha kingdom had descended and helped Qi Yuan ambush and kill a supreme truth-level young god. When she had heard this from Qi Yuan, she had been utterly shocked. It was just as unbelievable as when she'd heard some of his other wild claims while they were in the lower realms. Wasn't the Buddha kingdom under the rule of the present Buddha? How could there now be a Wushan Buddha? And anyone who dared to call themselves a Buddha was certainly someone who had a chance at breaking through to the supreme truth realm. Yet, this Wushan Buddha followed Qi Yuan's orders. How could Jinli not be astonished? More importantly, they had successfully taken down a supreme truth. This meant that most of the demon abyss was now under Qi Yuan's control. However, revealing this information would be too shocking. Until Qi Yuan had full control and could guarantee safety, Jinli would not disclose any of it, in case something unexpected occurred. For now, the situation is stable, Jinli responded calmly. Luo Yu Heavenly Lord let out a breath of relief. It's good that he's managed to lie low. Then, her tone shifted. Do you think he's capable of pulling off something big? Luo Yu Heavenly Lord's eyes gleamed with sharp intent. Jinli lowered her head and respectfully asked, what is the plan? 30 years from now, the Qiyamo Abyss will experience its spiritual energy tide. At that time, Moki Heavenly Lord will have to enter seclusion to handle the tide and cannot be disturbed. That's when Qi Yuan can secretly unlock the creation artifact's permissions, allowing Kaiyu Heavenly Lord to sneak in and severely injure or even kill Moki Heavenly Lord. Luo Yu Heavenly Lord laid out her plan with precision. It sounded simple enough, but executing each step would be incredibly difficult. Gathering the information required for such a plan had not been easy either. Jinli's heart remained steady. I will pass this message along to him. Good. If he manages to severely injure or kill Moki Heavenly Lord, he can retreat to the Moon God Palace's territory. I still think you should try to convince him to join the Moon God Palace. If he remains alone, without a stronghold, he'll have nowhere to hide when the Molo clan retaliates. Luo Yu Heavenly Lord's eyes were full of hope. If the plan succeeded in 30 years, it would be a major victory for her. For so many years, both sides had been plotting against one another, aiming to critically injure or even kill each other's young gods. But the opportunity had never arisen. Now, at last, she saw an opportunity, and she was thrilled. If Moki Heavenly Lord is killed, even if you step down from your Moon Maiden role, I will arrange an opportunity for you to ascend to young god. Luo Yu Heavenly Lord declared with authority. The Moon God Palace had been on the decline recently, and she had to take bold actions to reverse the trend. Thank you, Heavenly Lord. Jinli bowed deeply, her chest swelling with pride for Qi Yuan, though tinged with a touch of worry. At the same time, in the Weiyu Abyss, one of the Molo clan's mythical cultivators was hiding in the shadows, his eyes filled with fear and anxiety. He stared toward the center of the abyss. His Majesty has betrayed us. Mulan, one of the top 10 mythical cultivators of the Weiyu Abyss, had always been responsible for logistics. Recently, the Molo clan had suffered continuous losses in their battles with the Moon God Palace. Their intelligence seemed completely exposed to the enemy. Cautiously, Mulan pretended not to notice and conducted a secret investigation. What he uncovered shocked him. All the evidence pointed to Motu Heavenly Lord. Every military expedition had been kept highly confidential, known only to the commanding mythical cultivators and Motu Heavenly Lord. Yet recently, their actions had become so frequent that it felt like they were purposefully sending troops to their deaths. All those who knew of the plans were dead. So, logically, the one still alive must be the mole. The leader of the Weiyu Abyss, Motu Heavenly Lord himself, was under suspicion. Mulan was terrified. I must report this to the other Heavenly Lords, Mulan thought as he concealed himself. He knew he couldn't wait any longer. Soon, they might send him to fight the Moon God Palace, and he knew he would be the next to die. Waiting passively for death wasn't his style. Mozzie Heavenly Lord. No, Mozzie Heavenly Lord is too weak. I need someone stronger. What about Motang Heavenly Lord? Motang Heavenly Lord, a supreme truth level young god, was second only to Mohang in strength in the demon abyss. With this thought, Mulan stepped into a teleportation array and headed toward Motang Heavenly Lord's territory. As his figure vanished, a pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky. Life is full of surprises. Should I give him a little scare later? Qi Yuan murmured to himself. By now, Qi Yuan had all but dropped his act. Previously, he had to pretend to be a giant eyeball. Now, what's the point of pretending anymore? The nearby young god Heavenly Lords had already been quietly taken care of. The remaining few were already under his watchful eye. As for Mohang Heavenly Lord, Qi Yuan was saving him for last. When the time comes, it'll be another day of stellar acting. Qi Yuan already had a detailed plan for dealing with Mohang Heavenly Lord. As a supreme truth level young god, Mohang Heavenly Lord had a talent for networking with other Heavenly Lords. He had formed a small group with 5 other young gods in the Heavenly Positions realm. They often chatted in this group, sometimes even gossiping about other young gods. Their camaraderie was clear. On the surface, not even Motu Heavenly Lord knew these 5 were secretly in touch. Now, of the 6 group members, only Mohang remained. The others had already been taken care of. After pondering for a moment, Qi Yuan decided to set his plan in motion. He pulled out 5 communication devices. A pig slaughtering scheme, huh? I'm all the alternate accounts, and you're the only pig. Qi Yuan started sending messages in the group chat. My fellow lords, I've seen purple light to the south. It seems to be purple Qi. Could it be a scheme from the Moon God Palace? Who wants to join me in investigating? After a short while, Qi Yuan, using another account, replied. Purple Qi, I'm in, I'll come too. Since we've all seen it, let's go together. The other accounts quickly logged in and added their voices. What about Mohang Heavenly Lord? Will he come? Someone asked. Mohang is a supreme truth level. He wouldn't be interested in just a trace of purple Qi. Exactly. If it were a full strand of purple Qi, maybe he'd care, but split among 5 people. No way. Qi Yuan manipulated all 5 accounts, chatting with himself in the group. The goal was to create a plausible scenario for Mohang Heavenly Lord. They had seen purple Qi and were heading out to capture it. After laying the groundwork, once the other young gods were dealt with, Qi Yuan would turn his attention to Mohang. I laugh at the Molo clan's foolishness and Mohang's lack of wisdom. The Molo clan is worthless. Soon, they'll all be reduced to 3 crippled individuals. Qi Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. The successful execution of these plans hinged on several factors: the irresistible allure of the Supreme Truth Gate to young gods, the unique properties of the underworld, which isolated the young gods, and, of course, Qi Yuan's overwhelming strength. Had any one of these factors not been in place, capturing a young god in total secrecy would have been impossible. Once I've secured control of the demon abyss, I can head back to the 5th heaven, go fishing, and bring my well back home. Qi Yuan's actions were always methodical, always well planned. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Time passed swiftly. In just a few months, undercurrents surged through the demon abyss, and many changes occurred. However, these hidden changes were known only to a few yin gods in the Weiyu abyss. At this moment, Qi Yuan squinted his eyes, watching Mulan, who had come to report suspicious activity. A smile played on his lips. The stars are still in the sky, and you claim there's something wrong with Motu Heavenly Lord and Motang Heavenly Lord. Isn't that a bit ridiculous? This Mulan was truly relentless, going around to various regions to report on Motu. Unfortunately, what Mulan didn't realize was that the young gods he reported on were all actually just different personas of Qi Yuan. In the demon abyss, Qi Yuan was dutifully fishing, metaphorically speaking, yet quite bored at the same time. Occasionally, he found some amusement. Mulan was one such source of amusement. Qi Yuan was curious about when Mulan would finally report his suspicions to Mohang Heavenly Lord. Mulan, with his head bowed and face dark, said solemnly, Heavenly Lord, better to err on the side of caution. The yin gods in Weiyu Abyss have suffered heavy losses. This cannot go unchecked. What Mulan said made sense. If a young god had indeed encountered a problem or perished, the stars they reflected across the heavens would fall from the sky. But Motu Heavenly Lord's star was still shining brightly. The stars of the other young gods he suspected also hung in the heavens, untroubled. The calculations and plans of the young gods are far beyond the understanding of a mere yin god like you, Qi Yuan said indifferently, acting with the depth and wisdom one would expect from a young god. Enough, we shall end this matter here. With a flick of his sleeve, Mulan's body was suddenly hurled out of the cave. Heavenly Lord, I have shed blood for the Molo clan. Heavenly Lord, I have sweated for the Molo clan. My loyalty is as clear as day. Outside the cave, Mulan wept bitterly, appearing utterly desperate. Interesting, he's even better at acting than I am, Qi Yuan chuckled. When dealing with a yin god like Mulan, Qi Yuan wasn't too concerned about his disguise. He didn't even bother to change his appearance, remaining in his original form, dressed in his red robes. He didn't even hide his features, which meant that every time Mulan went somewhere, he always saw the same young god. The funniest part was that whenever Mulan saw him, despite the shock in his heart, he had to pretend not to notice the obvious. And still, he persisted with his reports. Highly amusing. Randomly toying with a yin god like this is quite fun, Qi Yuan mused to himself. At this point, Mohang Heavenly Lord was the last young god left in the demon abyss. All the other young gods had fallen into Qi Yuan's traps. It could be said that in the demon abyss, he could walk freely without worry. Even if Mulan somehow mustered the courage to spread rumors, Qi Yuan had no concerns at all. At the moment, Mulan was trembling with fear, though outwardly, he continued to cry dramatically. He was beginning to doubt his sanity. Was he going blind? Why did all the young god heavenly lords look the same? Just then, a message entered Qi Yuan's communication jade slip. You scoundrel, why are you in the sixth heaven? How did you get there? Qi Yuan was slightly surprised by the message. It was from Sister Niu Zhao. These communication jade slips couldn't send messages across heavens, and in certain special places, they were completely blocked. For example, the demon abyss, covered by the Molo well, had originally rendered these communication slips useless. The signal would have been blocked. However, after gaining several permissions, Qi Yuan had lifted the restrictions on his own slip. Thus, he could now receive messages from the outside. Well, I got tired of the fifth heaven, so I decided to take a stroll in the sixth heaven, Qi Yuan replied after thinking for a moment. Sister Niu Zhao had been quite helpful to him in the past. Where are you? Tell me, I'll come pick you up. There's urgent news, a huge opportunity. Sister Niu Zhao's voice carried a hint of urgency. Qi Yuan hesitated for a moment. I'm currently in the demon abyss. It wasn't much of a secret, after all. Why on earth did you go to the demon abyss? There's a war going on there, it's dangerous. Sister Niu Zhao said anxiously. She suspected that Qi Yuan had either been drafted or had entered the demon abyss seeking military merit. After all, as a cultivator from the second heaven, short on resources, he might have been willing to do anything. Don't get involved in any battles just yet. Report to the young god overseeing your area under the name of the Ziwan family. I'll come get you and bring you out of there. Sister Niu Zhao said, clearly distressed. Why would you want to pick me up? Qi Yuan asked, curious. Sister Niu Zhao took a deep breath. Your bloodline shares the same origin as the Black Demon Abyss. And it's quite noble. From the expression on the ancestor's face, if not for the fact that a supreme truth-level expert couldn't easily leave their duties and was occupied with important matters, the ancestor would have personally gone to the fifth heaven to bring this mysterious blood-robed man up. It was clear that his bloodline was incredibly special. Oh, sorry, but I just want to be a guest elder. I don't want to join any major powers or become someone's servant, Qi Yuan replied, declining the offer. What are you thinking? The Black Demon Abyss isn't like other holy lands. If you don't have our bloodline, we wouldn't even accept you as a servant. You wouldn't need to become a follower, Sister Niu Zhao explained, clearly excited. The blood-robed man's bloodline was definitely more noble than her own. Could it be a supreme truth-level bloodline? Otherwise, the ancestor wouldn't have reacted the way he did, she guessed. Qi Yuan's gaze turned contemplative upon hearing this. He was thinking about his next move after swallowing up the Molo clan. Originally, his plan had been to head to the Buddha Kingdom. But the Buddha Kingdom was in the fifth heaven, and they had grievances with the Taihuang Palace. If he attracted their attention, it might not be safe for him at the moment. Now, hearing about the Black Demon Abyss, he was tempted. After all, he couldn't take Jinli to some backwater place. You know my enemy is that person from Taihuang Palace, and you're still willing to let me come? Qi Yuan asked. HMPH, the ancestor said it's fine. Sister Niujiao replied confidently. Even if this blood-robed man viewed the person from Taihuang Palace as his enemy, there was a good chance that person didn't even know of his existence. Qi Yuan thought for a moment, then asked, "Can I make some, rather excessive demands?" "Go ahead." Sensing his interest, Sister Niujiao was pleased. "I used to live in a mansion. I'll need my own villa in the Black Demon Abyss," Qi Yuan boldly demanded. No problem." Sister Niujiao had no idea what a villa was, but that didn't stop her from agreeing. She figured she could sort it out later. "When I eat beef noodles, I need 2 eggs. I'll get you 100 eggs, dragon eggs," Sister Niujiao exclaimed. There were indeed dragons in the 6th heaven. Isn't that a bit too extravagant? Qi Yuan hesitated. He glanced at himself. If he ate 100 dragon eggs at once, would he still be able to maintain his figure? "When will you arrive?" Qi Yuan asked. "I still have a few things to take care of. How about this? Give me a month, and when you arrive, I'll go with you to the Black Demon Abyss." A month would be enough time for him to retrieve the well. Then, he could head to the Black Demon Abyss. Before leaving, he could spread some rumors about the Molo clan, claiming that the Molo lords had dreamt of the lord of the Molo clan and that all the young gods had gone to the 9th heaven. That way, who would know what really happened? "Nothing is more important than you coming to the Black Demon Abyss," Sister Niujiao said seriously. The ancestor was in a hurry. "I'm preparing to wipe out the entire Molo clan. Just give me 1 more month." "You're kidding, right? Wipe out the Molo clan, in a month? If you don't want to tell me, that's fine. Never mind, I'll meet you in a month. Where should we meet?" Sister Niujiao, of course, didn't believe him. This blood-robed man was great in every way, except his mental state seemed off. Not long ago, he claimed that the person from Taihuang Palace was his mortal enemy, and now he was saying he'd destroy the Molo clan in a month. What a show-off. The Molo clan had nearly 40 young gods and 5 supreme truth level figures. In the entire 6th heaven, their strength ranked within the top 30. Why is it that no one believes me when I tell the truth? Qi Yuan sighed, then sent Sister Niujiao the coordinates for their meeting spot. By the time she arrived, he would have dealt with everything and could simply escape. I don't know why, but recently I've felt uneasy, as though something has been watching me. Could it be that the Moon God Palace is plotting against me? Mohang Heavenly Lord sat in his cave, his eyes full of complex emotions. Ever since he had returned from meeting with Motu Heavenly Lord, he had felt that something was amiss in the Demon Abyss. But he couldn't quite pinpoint what was wrong. At that moment, he glanced at the communication jade slip, which contained the group chat. There were quite a few messages. He began to read them carefully. "It seems they've found purple chi. How fortunate." The mention of purple chi made his heart stir. But since it was already being divided among 5 young gods, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to join in. There were many messages in the chat. Those 5 young gods had already split the purple chi. Not only did they find purple chi, they also made other discoveries. Mohang Heavenly Lord read through the group chat, his expression calm. "Purple chi soaring into the heavens. Haha, I've found another great treasure. Let's go together. Should we invite Mohang Heavenly Lord? No, we shouldn't disturb him in case the treasure isn't that valuable. Let's go." The 5 young gods agreed to go treasure hunting together. After thinking about it, Mohang Heavenly Lord sent a message. "Have you all noticed anything unusual in the Demon Abyss recently? Have you checked on the other young gods? Are they behaving normally?" As he typed, he glanced toward the starry sky. The stars were still there. This indicated that the young gods hadn't faced any serious issues. But just because nothing catastrophic had happened didn't mean something wasn't wrong, especially with Motu Heavenly Lord, who had been acting strange ever since returning from the Moon God Palace. He had already reported this to Molo Heavenly Lord. However, Molo Heavenly Lord had simply instructed him to keep an eye on the situation and hadn't said much else. Clearly, Molo Heavenly Lord was preoccupied with issues in the Buddha Kingdom and didn't think anything was wrong with Motu Heavenly Lord. "I think everything's fine. Everything seems normal. Just a few days ago, I had drinks with Motai Heavenly Lord. He seemed perfectly normal." "Mohang Heavenly Lord, are you suggesting something has happened?" The other 5 young gods replied one by one, all saying everything was normal. Satisfied with these answers, Mohang Heavenly Lord hesitated. Could it be my imagination? He wondered. "How is your treasure hunt going?" he asked casually, changing the subject. We've encountered a few difficulties, but it's just a minor issue. We should be able to resolve it soon. One of the young gods responded. If you can't resolve it, feel free to ask me for help, Mohang Heavenly Lord offered casually. He was ambitious and wanted to become the leader of the Molo clan, so he often did favors for the other young gods. Thank you, Heavenly Lord. The group chat fell silent again. Mohang Heavenly Lord sat in his cave, deep in thought. 5 young gods say there's no problem. Could it be that the problem lies with me? Mohang Heavenly Lord couldn't help but ponder this. Perhaps my root demon calamity is approaching, and that's why I've been having these troubling thoughts. He could only comfort himself with this explanation. For a supreme truth level young god to further improve their strength, they had to survive the root demon calamity. In the 9th heaven, there were no thunder calamities, but there were root demon calamities. Each time they endured the root demon calamity, their magical power would increase, and their cultivation would advance. But the root demon calamity was not easy to survive. During the calamity, various desires and thoughts would arise. One misstep could lead to death. As a result, many young gods, after reaching the supreme truth, chose to suppress their cultivation, not daring to face the root demon calamity. But Mohang Heavenly Lord was different. He was ambitious and wanted to become the leader of the Molo clan, so he refused to suppress his root demon calamity. As the calamity drew nearer, it was natural that he would experience some distracting thoughts and inner demons. It must be these distracting thoughts. My root demon calamity is near, but who would dare to plot against me? Mohang Heavenly Lord felt confident. The root demon calamity was a trial for every supreme truth level young god. Even a great supreme truth level young god wouldn't want to provoke someone going through the calamity. If they did, there was a chance the root demon calamity would be triggered prematurely, which could be troublesome. While it was just a minor inconvenience for a great supreme truth, it was a life or death matter for a regular supreme truth. This was because both would have to face the calamity together. For this reason, the young god in the region governed by Mohang Heavenly Lord never dared to launch a full attack, fearing that he might drag her into his root demon calamity. With this thought, Mohang Heavenly Lord felt at ease. It was probably just his distracting thoughts. After all, who would dare to plot against him now? That would be suicidal. But just then, Mohang Heavenly Lord's eyes flickered. Far to the east, a massive surge of energy erupted, as though the heavens had shattered and primordial energy was leaking out. This is purple chi, and there's so much of it. Holding the Molo Well's authority, Mohang Heavenly Lord immediately sensed the vast amount of purple chi spilling out from the Hongyu Abyss. Hongyu Abyss was precisely the territory of one of the young gods in his group chat, the very one who had suggested they go treasure hunting together. Mohang Heavenly Lord's face twisted with conflicting emotions. Could it be that while searching for the treasure, they stumbled upon an ancient chi land? This amount of purple chi is too much. The greed within him stirred. After all, even for a supreme truth level young god like him, such a vast amount of purple chi was tempting. Fellow Taoists, does the recent disturbance in Hongyu Abyss have anything to do with you? Mohang Heavenly Lord asked in the group chat. He still had his dignity, so it was only right to ask first before going. However, after 10 breaths of time passed, there was no reply. Mohang Heavenly Lord frowned, his expression growing darker. Could it be that they've discovered something else? Feeling increasingly uneasy, Mohang Heavenly Lord couldn't sit still. His massive figure transformed into a stream of light, speeding toward the source of the purple chi. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Within the depths of the Hongyu Abyss, purple energy began to leak out. In an instant, the permissions of the creation treasure activated, concealing this purple energy. But even with that, the young gods within hundreds of thousands of miles, and even further, caught a whiff of the aura. In the Moon God Palace, a young god of the Grand Heaven stage wore a solemn expression. Purple energy like clouds, this indicates the birth of a treasure. And it's coming from the territory of the Molo clan in the Hongyu Abyss. Even as a young god, she couldn't sit still. With this much purple energy, just a glance could greatly enhance her cultivation. But why? Why is it appearing in the Molo clan's territory? This young god Heavenly Venerable's expression turned bitter. Recently, rumors had been spreading outside that the Moon God primogenitor had been gravely injured. The young gods of the Moon God Palace were all on edge, strung tight like a bowstring. Although the Moon God Palace still held its prestigious position, closer observation revealed that the palace had undergone massive changes. During battles, the number of traders had increased by 50% compared to the past. When trading with other holy lands, there were frequent incidents of partners raising prices unreasonably. It could be said that the entire Moon God Palace was in a precarious state, teetering on the edge of collapse. The battle in the abyss could not be lost, or else, this might just be the spark that would cause a total defeat. Now, in the region guarded by the Molo clan, purple energy billowed like clouds, and treasures were appearing. Due to the concealment of the creation treasure, the Moon Lotus Heavenly Venerable couldn't see much more. But if the Molo clan strengthened itself from this, the pressure on the Moon God Palace would become immense. For all the years she had guarded the abyss, the Moon Lotus Heavenly Venerable had never felt such pressure. The young gods had not needed to engage directly in battle, and there had never been extremely intense fighting. But ever since the news of the Moon God Primogenitor's injury leaked, the pressure had been mounting, and the battles within the abyss had escalated. Just as she was feeling anxious, a voice suddenly echoed in her ears. Moon Lotus Heavenly Venerable, have you thought it over? Hearing the male voice, Moon Lotus Heavenly Venerable's gaze deepened. As a young god Heavenly Venerable, their communications were naturally not suppressed by the creation treasure. The one who had sent her the message was a young god from Shenluo Heaven, one of the top forces in the 6 heavens. As the saying goes, 1 guild, 2 palaces, 3 heavens, 4 abysses, and over a dozen sacred grounds. In the 6 heavens, the number of sacred grounds was the fewest, totaling less than 30 combined. Among them, the strongest were the 1 guild, 2 palaces, 3 heavens, and 4 abysses. This ranking was not in order of strength. The 1 guild referred to the Supreme Truth Guild. The 2 palaces were Taihuang Palace and the Moon God Palace. Shenluo Heaven was one of the 3 heavens. This young god from Shenluo Heaven had been intermittently contacting Moon Lotus Heavenly Venerable, trying to lure her to their side. Now, he was bringing up the matter again. I've received great favor from the Moon God Palace. If I were to leave now, where would my Tao heart be? If, one day, I'm fortunate enough to step into the Supreme Truth Realm, how would I overcome my root tribulation? Moon Lotus Heavenly Venerable responded calmly, her attitude resolute. The Moon God Ancestor is gravely injured, and Taihuang Palace is watching like a tiger waiting for a chance to strike. If you don't find a better place soon, you'll face the same fate as the Moon God Palace, utter extinction, the young god from Shenluo Heaven said, his words tinged with regret. Moon Lotus Heavenly Venerable's expression shifted slightly. Have you heard something? This young god from Shenluo Heaven was the descendant of a Supreme Truth young god and had access to more information than others. Though it was almost certain that the Moon God Ancestor had been severely injured, she was someone who had mastered the Supreme Truth. She wouldn't fall so easily. How could the Moon God Palace be in real danger? But the other party's words just now had caused a tightness in her chest. Some news has indeed been leaked. Once the Supreme Truth Conference begins, you'll understand. Oh, and one more friendly reminder, Moon Lotus, a young god Heavenly Venerable from your Moon God Palace has already defected to one of the 4 abysses. With that, the young god from Shenluo Heaven fell silent. Upon hearing this, Moon Lotus Heavenly Venerable's expression changed drastically, her face a mix of complex emotions. A young god Heavenly Venerable defected. This was like a bolt from the blue. After all, a young god Heavenly Venerable was a pillar of power in any faction. For a young god Heavenly Venerable to dare defect, it meant they had realized that the Moon God Palace truly had no hope left. Could it be that the Moon God Palace had truly fallen to such a state? Should I report this news to? Moon Lotus Heavenly Venerable hesitated. If the higher-ups asked her where she got the information from, how would she explain it? She was unsure. Elsewhere, the figure of the Molo Heavenly Venerable descended like a great rock. Within the Hongyu Abyss, a pitch-black crack appeared in the black soil, bottomless and leading who knows where. The Molo Heavenly Venerable furrowed his brow. Where are they? He scanned the surroundings but did not see the 5 young god Heavenly Venerables. However, he did catch the lingering aura they had left behind. Clearly, they had only just left. His consciousness probed his communication jade slip. The message he had sent still sat there, unanswered at the very bottom. They fled fast. Could it be they didn't have time to reply to the message? The Molo Heavenly Venerable's gaze deepened, tinged with a trace of anger. This indicated that the treasure appearing here was of extraordinary value. So much so that the 5 young gods had the audacity to try and claim it for themselves. I'd like to see what kind of treasure this is, the Molo Heavenly Venerable thought, his body moving into the crack. In just a few breaths, his expression shifted. So much purple energy. And, in that instant, he saw the 5 figures. At this moment, the 5 young God Heavenly Venerables were attacking a formation together. It seemed they were exerting great effort and had been attacking for a long time. The formation was on the verge of collapse. Seeing this, the Molo Heavenly Venerable felt a surge of anger but suppressed it for the sake of his larger plan. "Shall I lend you a hand?" he said as he flew toward the formation. Just as his words fell, the trembling formation was shattered by the combined efforts of the 5 Heavenly Venerables. Their faces were tense, and when they noticed the Molo Heavenly Venerable's arrival, they seemed even more uneasy. What shocked the Molo Heavenly Venerable the most was that none of the 5 acknowledged him. Instead, they charged forward without hesitation. One of them even pretended to accidentally drop a formation to block his path. "But, you're acting as too clumsy, isn't it? You think a mere formation can stop me?" What kind of treasure could drive them to such madness? The Molo Heavenly Venerable was puzzled, and his greed intensified. These 5 had always been deferential toward him, yet now they were willing to scheme against him for the sake of a treasure. Something was off. Break. As a supreme truth young God, the Molo Heavenly Venerable's strength was extraordinary. A mere formation posed no obstacle to him. Still, it managed to delay him for half a breath. As the formation shattered, the Molo Heavenly Venerable's pupils constricted. His mind trembled violently, for before him stood a vast, sacred, and boundless door. This is the gate of supreme truth. For a moment, the Molo Heavenly Venerable was filled with doubt and shock. At that instant, the 5 figures dashed into the gate of supreme truth, their faces alight with fervor. Originally hesitant, the Molo Heavenly Venerable hesitated no longer. He didn't think twice. If he missed this opportunity, it would be gone forever. Besides, since those 5 had already rushed in, how could he, a practitioner of supreme truth, back down now? Without further thought, he plunged into the gate of supreme truth. With the gate of supreme truth in his grasp, how could his future be confined to the mere title of Lord of the Molo clan? However, just as he stepped through the gate of supreme truth, his pupils suddenly contracted. What he saw inside the gate stunned him to his core. Within the gate of supreme truth, nearly 20 residual spirits stood before him. These spirits gazed at him with either eager anticipation or mockery, as if watching a spectacle. Seeing these spirits, the Molo Heavenly Venerable's mind buzzed with shock. These were none other than the lingering spirits of all the young God Heavenly Venerables of the Molo clan who had perished in the abyss. It was like a thunderclap in his mind, leaving his thoughts in chaos. At this moment, behind the numerous spirits, a man dressed in a crimson robe was leisurely seated, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Welcome to the underworld," the man said softly. A month passed quietly. Qi Yuan, dressed in a blood-red robe, exuded an aura that was unfathomable and mysterious. He stretched lazily, his movements relaxed. "Can you believe it? The Lord of the Molo clan was like a hooked fish. I hadn't even set the bait properly, and he already rushed over." Qi Yuan sent a message to Jin Li, recounting the events of the past few days. After dealing with the Molo Heavenly Venerable, Qi Yuan traveled to the 5th heaven to continue his fishing. With the advice of the residual spirits, Qi Yuan's plans became more refined and well calculated. They even used the beauty trap. You might think the beauty trap means finding some peerless beauty, right? Wrong. It's more like, you're just as naive as you were back in high school, aren't you? The residual spirits knew the young God Heavenly Venerables beneath them like the back of their hands. They gave Qi Yuan advice, and he crafted personalized bait for each one. The funniest part was when Qi Yuan was preparing to set a trap for the Molo Heavenly Venerable. You had to admit, the Molo Heavenly Venerable was incredibly powerful. Just as Qi Yuan was setting the bait, the Molo Heavenly Venerable immediately noticed him. At the time, Qi Yuan felt a little awkward. But to his surprise, the Molo Heavenly Venerable completely ignored Qi Yuan and, without hesitation, rushed straight into the gate of supreme truth. Qi Yuan couldn't hold back his laughter. Soon after, with the cooperation of Wu Tian, he suppressed the entire Molo clan. Finally, after searching through the Molo Heavenly Venerable's residual spirit, Qi Yuan learned the truth. It turned out that when the Molo Heavenly Venerable was a child, he had encountered a mysterious Taoist priest. The priest had told him that he was destined to encounter the gate of supreme truth. At the time, the Molo Heavenly Venerable didn't know what the gate of supreme truth was. Later, after becoming a young god, he kept that remark in his heart. So when he saw the gate of supreme truth, he didn't hesitate, he rushed right in. So, the Molo clan is gone. Jin Li, in the Moon God Palace, felt a wave of disbelief. Every day, Qi Yuan would send her new updates. Now, the Molo clan had been completely annihilated. It all felt like a dream to her. The shock she felt was no less than when Qi Yuan had told her he had eradicated the Xuanyuan Forbidden Land. Yet, within the Moon God Palace, they had no clue about the events unfolding across the abyss. Jin Li's expression shifted slightly. What disturbed her the most was Qi Yuan's casual tone, as if wiping out the Molo clan, a colossal power, was no different from casually crushing an ant. One had to understand that the Molo clan ranked among the top 5 forces in the 5th heaven. In all of the 6th heaven, they were easily among the top 30. The destruction of such a force was enough to send shockwaves throughout the 6 heavens. They're gone. From now on, Wu Tian will pretend to be the lord of the Molo clan. Qi Yuan spoke calmly. He already had a plan to occupy the Molo clan's position, with his nascent soul impersonating a member of the Molo clan. After all, the Yang God Heavenly Venerables were all now under his command. They were the real Molo clan now. As for the original Molo clan, traitors, fakes, in a little while, I'll be heading to the Black Abyss, Qi Yuan said. What do you think? Should I continue fishing in the Black Abyss? But, nah, I don't have any grudges against the Black Abyss, so fishing there doesn't feel right. Qi Yuan considered himself a kind-hearted person. No, don't. The Grand Supreme Truth practitioners in the Black Abyss are second only to those in the Supreme Truth Guild. You must be careful, Jin Li said, deeply concerned for Qi Yuan. Though the Black Abyss didn't have anyone as strong as the Moon God Primogenitor, who had mastered the Supreme Truth, it still had many ordinary Grand Supreme Truth practitioners. I won't fish. I'm too kind-hearted, just like you. Jin Li's face flushed slightly. I have to go now and sort through everything. The Molo clan left behind too many good things, and I don't have much time. Bye-bye. Ending the conversation with Jin Li, Qi Yuan lay back, staring at the countless techniques in front of him, his eyes sparkling. These are all treasures. There were so many incredible items here. Especially the divine techniques he needed, he had found 8 or 9,000 of them. As for techniques below the divine level, they were countless. The variety of celestial jades and treasures was beyond measure. Ah, if only I had seen these back when I was in the chi refining stage, how thrilling that would have been. Despite the vast wealth before him, his emotions remained calm. Other than the divine techniques and the well back home, nothing else could stir his heart anymore. All of this, Qi Yuan pondered. Suddenly, he recalled something that Zhang Lingsus Jr.'s sister's father, Zhang Ruhua, had once said. Our Zhang family is just too poor, sigh. With that in mind, Qi Yuan made a decision. In the eastern lands, the Zhang family estate was bustling with people. Though only a few months had passed since Qi Yuan had ended the great catastrophe, the celebratory atmosphere in the Kanglin realm had yet to fade. The Zhang family gate was crowded with visitors. From time to time, a yin god cultivator would come to pay their respects and present gifts. The reasons for visiting varied. Some would say, the Zhang family's dog just had puppies, or, a young genius of the Zhang family killed a hen. In short, people came with all sorts of excuses to offer gifts. The Zhang family had become highly renowned. Even factions with yin gods dared not offend them. At this moment, Zhang Qian was walking through the Zhang family estate, delivering the congratulatory gifts. Her heart was still filled with shock. She had never imagined that the man who had once come to her aid in Cloud Sky City, killing that arrogant scion of the Feng family, was such a powerful existence. She remembered how, back then, she had urged Qi Yuan to leave quickly to avoid retaliation from the Feng family. Now, the memory almost made her laugh. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed across the heavens. Uncle, didn't your Zhang family say you were a bit poor? Well, I happened to wipe out a force in the celestial realm and made a bit of money. Let me help you out a little. Upon hearing this voice, Zhang Qian's face filled with awe and joy. Greetings, blood-robed sword god. The people in the surrounding city also realized what had happened. All the cultivators lowered their heads, their faces filled with deep reverence. Greetings to the blood-robed sword god. Zhang Ruhua, beaming with pride, wore a satisfied expression. If it weren't for the crowd, he might have broken into a celebratory dance right then and there. Still, he maintained a calm demeanor, though politeness was necessary. Thank you for your kindness, senior. His daughter hadn't married yet, so he needed to be respectful to the blood-robed sword god. Of course, the surrounding members of the Zhang family felt a bit speechless seeing this. This guy was always boasting at home, calling Qi Yuan his virtuous son-in-law, and claiming that it was his brilliant insight that had taught the blood-robed sword god how to court his daughter. Isn't this enough, celestial jades, to say you're no longer poor? Qi Yuan waved his hand casually. A black rift suddenly appeared in the sky. But it wasn't raining dumplings from heaven. It was raining celestial jades. Not just celestial jades, but countless treasures that would drive any yin god mad with envy. The sky sparkled with dazzling light, celestial energy swirled, and treasures of all colors radiated a brilliance that left people dizzy. The cultivators in the city gazed up at the spectacle, their eyes filled with deep jealousy. Zhang Ruhua's smile grew wider. Senior must have wiped out a force at least 10 times stronger than the Dao-seeking palace, right? Nearby, the passing Dao-seeking palace lord's face turned pale. Say no more. And those treasures in the sky, any one of them would be something the Dao-seeking palace couldn't afford. Oh, you're right, Qi Yuan replied without a second thought. Something 100 times stronger was indeed more than 10 times stronger. It's like how someone with a monthly income of 3,000 yuan could say they didn't make 20,000 a month, right? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Now, is the Zhang family still poor? Qi Yuan, clad in a blood-red robe, descended gracefully, his appearance unparalleled. His looks left Zhang Ruhua stunned. Why hadn't he realized before just how astonishingly handsome Qi Yuan was? With Senior here, the Zhang family is not poor. Zhang Ruhua replied without blinking, his face calm. But recalling how he had fervently pursued the blood-robed sword god, his face flushed with embarrassment. Luckily, the blood-robed sword god didn't care. Otherwise, if Qi Yuan had merely released a fraction of his aura back then, Zhang Ruhua would have been doomed. At this moment, Qi Yuan's gaze swept across the city. Once an ordinary town, where even finding cultivators of the Purple Mansion stage was rare. Now, with just a simple scan, he could sense over a dozen yin gods. Suddenly, a thought struck Qi Yuan. You've all been living in the underworld, and in a way, I've been keeping you all as livestock. It must have been hard for you. In the past, these people had been trapped by the Great Catastrophe, their lives and deaths controlled by it. Now that the Great Catastrophe had fallen, the threat of Taihuang Palace remained. These people were unable to leave the Kanglan realm, nor could they ascend to the upper realm. In a certain sense, it was as though the owner of the pasture had merely changed from the Great Catastrophe to Qi Yuan. Livestock, I've been living just fine here in the Kanglan realm. Zhang Ruhua replied without hesitation. After all, as a nascent soul true monarch, his life in the Kanglan realm hadn't changed much from before. The surrounding yin gods, hearing Qi Yuan's words, turned pale. Senior saved our lives and gave us a new chance. How could we possibly harbor any resentment? These yin gods were terrified, worried that Qi Yuan's words hinted at something. Hearing this, Qi Yuan remained calm. Was this the legendary, accompanying a ruler is like accompanying a tiger? He had only made a casual remark, but these people were all overthinking, being overly cautious. Senior's will is the will of the Kanglan realm, and it is our will as well, one of the yin god lords said respectfully, as though they were ready to carve the word, loyalty, onto their foreheads. Don't be like that. I'm a democratic person. I have no ambition to be a tyrannical emperor. After all, being an emperor is exhausting. You can't even go to a brothel to listen to music, it's not suitable for someone as socially awkward as me. With Qi Yuan's current strength, if he returned to Earth, being a chieftain or even an emperor wouldn't be a problem. But if someone asked him to do it, he'd refuse. Moreover, he didn't want to lift people out of poverty. Back on Earth, he couldn't even win an argument on the internet. If he saw one of his bros driving a Range Rover, he'd probably explode in anger. The yin god lords glanced at each other, puzzled by Qi Yuan's words, trying to decipher their meaning. Over the past period, they had been privately discussing the personality and character of the blood-robed sword god. After all, he was the lord of the Kanglan realm, a towering figure looming over them. But despite all their discussions, they couldn't reach any clear conclusions. In the end, they came to a terrifying realization. The blood-robed sword god's behavior was bizarre. And possibly, mentally unstable. But how could a young god of such high standing be mentally unstable, acting erratically? After all, someone of his stature, even if he did something odd, surely had a profound reason behind it, as if setting up a grand strategy. So, they reached the best conclusion possible: flatter him, appease him, and handle him according to the madman persona that the blood-robed sword god seemed to have constructed. Emperors are despots who oppress the people. They don't deserve to be compared to senior. The palace lord of Dao-seeking palace immediately chimed in with flattery. Indeed, the title, Emperor, is not worthy of being used to describe senior. The other yin gods continued to flatter. Hearing this, Qi Yuan felt elated. No wonder ancient emperors loved flatterers so much. These words were really pleasing to the ear. Ahem, that's a bit exaggerated. Aren't all people equal? Why can't an emperor be compared to me? Oh, by the way, the atmosphere in the Kanglin realm isn't quite right. We need to continue reforming it, and people need to get along harmoniously. Qi Yuan said seriously. Otherwise, constantly hearing vulgar and dirty language will affect my mood. Understood. The other yin gods immediately bowed their heads. As for what Qi Yuan had just said about democracy and not being tyrannical, they chose to pretend they hadn't heard it. Wasn't purging the cultivation world's bad habits just another form of tyranny? The Black Abyss is divided into 7 divisions. The area where I reside is called the Purple Fate Division, said Bullhorn Sister, dressed in a purple robe, her posture straight and her expression wild and unrestrained. After picking Qi Yuan up from the abyss, she began leading him to the Black Abyss headquarters. Each division has at least one Grand Supreme Truth Practitioner. Is your Black Abyss really that strong? Qi Yuan was astonished. After all, the Moon God Palace only had 2 Grand Supreme Truth Practitioners. Taihuang Palace seemed to have only 3. Yet the Black Abyss had at least 7. How could he not be surprised? HMPH. Aside from the Supreme Truth Guild, our Black Abyss has the most Grand Supreme Truth Young Gods in the 6th heaven, a total of 9. Bullhorn Sister puffed up her chest with pride. Doesn't that mean the Black Abyss is stronger than Taihuang Palace? How about you get someone to help me wipe out Taihuang Palace? Otherwise, I'm under a lot of pressure and can't sleep at night. Qi Yuan blinked, his eyes twinkling like stars. Riding on someone else's coattails and living off others really was the best. Cough, cough, Bullhorn Sister felt awkward. The ancestors of the Black Abyss aren't your father, why would they help you? In reality, while the Black Abyss had many Grand Supreme Truth Practitioners, its overall strength was still weaker than Taihuang Palace. The Master of Taihuang Palace had comprehended the Supreme Truth. Although the Black Abyss had 9 Grand Supreme Truth Practitioners, they were no match for someone who had grasped the Supreme Truth. The grade of the truth one comprehended directly determined their combat power. Ordinary Grand Supreme Truth Practitioners might have slight differences in the grades of truth they comprehended, but the gap in strength wasn't too wide. While one might defeat another, they couldn't completely obliterate them. In the 6th heaven, the Grand Supreme Truth realm was the pinnacle. They were undying, their bodies and souls indestructible. Even the collapse of stars wouldn't harm them. They couldn't even commit suicide. Even for those of the same realm wielding creation treasures, they could only defeat or suppress one another, never annihilate. But, a Grand Supreme Truth Practitioner who had comprehended the Supreme Truth could break this rule and kill another Grand Supreme Truth Young God. What if I became their father? Would they help me then? Qi Yuan pondered aloud. Bullhorn Sister couldn't hold back her laughter and fear. You're really daring, saying things like that here. Aren't you afraid the ancestors will hear you? We're already within the territory of the Black Abyss. Anything is possible. What if I really am their father? Qi Yuan laughed heartily. In this world, anything could happen. For example, being the father of the ancestors of the Black Abyss could be one of those possibilities. Bullhorn Sister looked at Qi Yuan with a complicated expression. How long have you been like this? At first, she had thought Qi Yuan's personality was unique and interesting. Geniuses, after all, often had strange temperaments. With such a powerful bloodline, some quirks were normal. But now, it didn't seem like a quirk, it seemed like madness. What illness? How do you know I'm suffering from poverty? So, are you going to take care of me? Qi Yuan teased, his eyes blinking innocently. HMPH, I'm about to become a young god who illuminates the heavens. Taking care of you is no big deal. Bullhorn Sister boasted confidently. However, remembering how Qi Yuan had taken Taihuang Palace as his enemy, she added another remark. But I'd rather be your concubine. Bullhorn Sister grinned mischievously. You're beautiful, but your thoughts are just as wild. Qi Yuan sighed, exasperated. You don't actually think you're going to take down Taihuang Palace, do you? And besides, I'm about to become a young god. That's a young god. If a young god offered to be your concubine and keep your bed warm, and you're still not satisfied, what's your cultivation level? Bullhorn's sister asked, clearly displeased. Qi Yuan was left speechless, feeling a bit ashamed. I'm in the Purple Mansion stage, he replied dejectedly. Yes, he was merely in the Purple Mansion stage. The top Purple Mansion cultivator of the Shengguang sect. That title sounded quite impressive, enough to swagger around in the land of 100 nations, where even kings, queens, and emperors wouldn't dare offend him. But in the upper realm, it seemed rather weak. Seriously, what's the point of pretending to be weak? Your real cultivation isn't just at the Great Lord stage, right? Bullhorn's sister grumbled. Qi Yuan felt even more ashamed hearing this. He had been presenting himself at the Great Lord stage just to blend in with the cultivation world. He had originally wanted to enjoy the privileges that came with being superior. But now, even as a Great Lord, he was still getting mocked. Unfortunately, he was indeed only in the Purple Mansion stage, leaving him with no grounds to argue. In the end, he sighed helplessly. Sigh, the cultivation world's atmosphere is terrible. Isn't everyone supposed to be equal? How can you discriminate against me just because I'm in the Purple Mansion stage? Unable to win with power, Qi Yuan could only try to gain the moral high ground. I don't have time to argue with you, Bullhorn's sister said, her mood now quite good. After all, this might be the only time she'd get to bully someone like the blood-robed sword god. Given his bloodline talent, once Qi Yuan entered the Black Abyss, he would surely receive treatment far better than hers. In fact, he might even become a Grand Supreme Truth Practitioner in the future, perhaps even something higher. Alright, we've arrived at Purple Fate Heaven. Come on, don't say anything reckless. If the ancestors hear, we'll be in serious trouble, Bullhorn's sister said softly, before disappearing from view. At the same time, beyond the skies of Purple Fate Heaven, two pairs of eyes pierced through countless layers of space, observing Bullhorn's sister and Qi Yuan. Old Six, is this the new recruit you brought in? He looks pretty ordinary. The speaker was the third elder of the Black Abyss, one of the 9 elders, his entire body shrouded in darkness, with only his eyes visible. Within the darkness, the power of the great Taoist world, supreme truth inscriptions flowed, and a single glance into his eyes could draw others in, something that should not be looked at directly. His bloodline is far from ordinary. His potential could reach our level, he could become a Grand Supreme Truth Practitioner, said the 6th elder, the Purple Fate ancestor, with a look of pride in his eyes. A Grand Supreme Truth Practitioner, the 3rd elder's gaze deepened. Indeed, this is a fine seedling. Such a bloodline was already among the top tier in the Black Abyss, enough to excite even the Black Abyss ancestors. It seems fate is on our side, the Purple Fate ancestor mused, his eyes filled with awe. In the main bloodline, Black Sword's bloodline is even more incredible. He's our master's most cherished disciple. The Black Abyss will rely on him to deal with lineage transformation. The 3rd elder's face turned serious as he mentioned this. His master was the 1st elder of the Black Abyss, one of the 7 ancestors, and the foremost figure in the Black Abyss. Lineage transformation, the 6th elder's face shifted, growing more and more somber. Even forces as powerful as Taihuang Palace and the Moon God Palace can't fully resist lineage transformation. Can Black Sword handle it? At the very least, if he comprehends the supreme truth, we'll have some confidence when facing lineage transformation, won't we? The 3rd elder said, though his tone carried a sigh. The Supreme Truth Conference is about to begin, and Black Sword will be attending. Before that, we 8 elders will gather to help him refine his blood and elevate his enlightenment, so that he can comprehend the supreme truth as soon as possible. The 6th elder nodded. Agreed. Refining blood and elevating enlightenment required creating a special pill, which would drain even a portion of their vitality. But for the sake of nurturing a future Grand Supreme Truth Practitioner who had comprehended the supreme truth, the sacrifice was worth it. Your new recruit isn't bad either. If there are any leftovers from the blood refinement, we can give him the scraps. Once he becomes a Grand Supreme Truth Practitioner, he can serve Black Sword and be protected by him, the 3rd elder said lightly. The 6th elder didn't seem pleased to hear this. Blood-robed is at least the demon son of our Purple Fate Heaven. Why should he settle for scraps? No, he should receive the same treatment as Black Sword. His potential is also at the level of a Grand Supreme Truth Practitioner, why should the difference be so vast? There are differences even between Grand Supreme Truth practitioners, the third elder replied calmly. It's not enough. Scraps won't do. If that's all, I won't participate in the pill refinement. At most, I'll give up my share of the Black Abyss ancestor blood for this millennium. The sixth elder yelled, showing no semblance of a dignified young god. The third elder glanced at the sixth elder in surprise. Black Abyss ancestor blood was extremely precious to beings like them. Suspicious, the third elder's face darkened as he asked, Old Six, tell me honestly, is his bloodline potential more than just that of an ordinary Grand Supreme Truth practitioner? Otherwise, given Old Six a notorious stinginess, why would he willingly give up his share of millennial Black Abyss ancestor blood? Hey, no, he's just an ordinary Grand Supreme Truth practitioner, far inferior to Black Sword, the sixth elder grinned, his expression shameless. The third elder narrowed his eyes, his aura deepening. His gaze pierced through the heavens, landing on Qi Yuan within the purple fate heaven, as if trying to see through him. But soon after, he shook his head. Purple fate heaven is your territory. I can't see anything. By the time he leaves, you'll have masked his aura well enough, I'm sure, sigh. The third elder sounded unwilling. It seems you really did strike gold. Perhaps, he's only slightly weaker than Black Sword. Indeed, he is weaker than Black Sword, the sixth elder said, though with a tone that seemed slightly dissatisfied. HMPH, only slightly weaker than Black Sword, and you're still not satisfied. He's likely to surpass us 9 elders, and among all the talents of the sixth heaven, he'd rank in the top 10, the third elder's eyes gleamed as he spoke. There were only a handful of Grand Supreme Truth practitioners in the sixth heaven who had comprehended the Supreme Truth. The third elder's expression grew more serious. Indeed, we must keep this secret. If news of this leaks out, if the Black Abyss produces 2 Grand Supreme Truth practitioners who've comprehended the Supreme Truth. You've done well to conceal this, the third elder said approvingly. Once word spread of Black Sword, many eyes turned toward the Black Abyss. If blood rogued. During the blood refinement process, I'll be in charge. I'll secretly withhold 1/3 of the essence, don't tell anyone. And as for the Black Abyss ancestor blood, I won't leave any for you. 1/3 isn't enough. HMPH, Black Sword's talent is the greatest in the sixth heaven. Even if blood rogued is strong, he's likely at the level of Shenluo Heaven's top talents, far below Black Sword. Unless you want him to challenge Black Sword, if he wins, I'll secretly give him 2/3 of the essence. How about that? You, the sixth elder was furious. He's only a great lord, and you want him to challenge a young god. Have you no shame? This is settled, the third elder said, before his figure vanished. Beyond the sky, only a shadow remained. After a long time, a gleam of light flashed deep within the sixth elder's eyes. He murmured to himself, the greatest in the sixth heaven. Old 3, you really should open your eyes and see the world. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The purple fate ancestor stood, clad in a black robe, with the rules of the Supreme Truth flowing around him. His entire form seemed less like a living being and more like an embodiment of certain profound rules. He stood outside the skies, his gaze deep and unfathomable. After a long while, another figure in black robes appeared beside him. The newcomer radiated a powerful aura, it was clearly another practitioner of the Supreme Truth. Besides the ancestral figures, this man was the highest authority in the Purple Fate Heaven, the only minor Supreme Truth young god of their division. Young gods were incredibly rare, and Supreme Truth practitioners were the absolute elites in the sixth heaven. The Purple Fate clan, like many bloodline-based clans, was both strengthened and limited by their bloodline. They had produced a Grand Supreme Truth practitioner, but even giving birth to more young gods was a challenge. On the other hand, clans like the Moruo clan, which didn't have a Grand Supreme Truth, had far more young gods and even Supreme Truth young gods than Purple Fate Heaven. This was why the Purple Fate clan often sought to expand their influence by absorbing other bloodlines. Having even one more young god was no small matter. Greetings, Ancestor. The blood-robed one has arrived in Purple Fate Heaven. Shall I arrange a meeting with him? The man in black respectfully saluted, not daring to directly look at the Ancestor. In his perception, the Ancestor had no fixed form, only a shifting embodiment of the Supreme Truth. The Purple Fate Ancestor shook his head. No need. The man, Purple Fate Tan, wasn't surprised by this response. What kind of treatment should he receive? Purple Fate Tan inquired. At the same time, he was mentally evaluating what level of bloodline talent the blood-robed one possessed. In Purple Fate Heaven, he will be ranked as the foremost below the young gods, the Purple Fate ancestor replied calmly. As you command. Purple Fate Tan was unsurprised. If the ancestor was taking an interest, this meant the blood-robed one's bloodline talent was of a high level, at least capable of producing a supreme truth practitioner. Being ranked above Purple Fate Dashway in terms of treatment was only natural. Here's a gift for him. Pass it along, the ancestor said as a black storage bag materialized, landing in Purple Fate Tan's hand. As he took the bag, Purple Fate Tan bowed again, thoughts racing through his mind. The current state of Purple Fate Heaven was rather precarious, with a lack of promising young talent, no wonder the ancestor was so invested. After all, Purple Fate Heaven had only one supreme truth practitioner and very few young gods compared to other branches. This was a source of embarrassment for the ancestor. Give him the ancestral blood art, and tell him that if he can reach the 7th layer, he may come see me, and I will grant him a small wish, the ancestor instructed. Understood. Purple Fate Tan nodded, keeping his voice low. Oh, by the way, how far has Black Sword progressed in the ancestral blood art? The ancestor asked. I'm not sure of the exact details, but according to recent rumors, he's reached at least the 9th layer, Purple Fate Tan replied. Hearing this, the ancestor's tone shifted slightly. The 7th layer is too easy. Tell him to come see me once he reaches the 9th. Purple Fate Tan couldn't help but smile wryly. The ancestor loved to compete. Reaching the 9th layer of the ancestral blood art was incredibly difficult. Even a young god like the blood-robed one might not achieve it. His own daughter, Purple Fate Dashway, who was on the cusp of becoming a young god, had only reached the 6th layer. The ancestral blood art was an unconventional cultivation technique, where progress depended almost entirely on the strength of one's bloodline and a sliver of one's insight. Bloodline determined 99% of one's progress, and insight only 1%. When Black Sword had first acquired the ancestral blood art, he had reached the 3rd layer within half a month, an achievement that left everyone astonished. This was the fastest anyone had ever progressed in the ancestral blood art, surpassing even the ancestor's own master. And his master was none other than the first elder of the Black Abyss, the greatest of the 9 elders. Your Black Abyss is awfully dark and gloomy, all gray and dull. Doesn't look much like a righteous cultivation sect, does it? Qi Yuan glanced around. Even the river water was black, and the trees had a dull, ashen quality, almost as if they were fake. Why are you judging a place by its appearance? Didn't you say everyone is equal? Purple Fate Dashway shot back, throwing Qi Yuan's own words at him. Qi Yuan paused, momentarily at a loss for words. Then, with a sigh, he said, I never expected to find the light of humanity in the Black Abyss, in you. You truly believe in equality. Just then, the space around them rippled, and a man in black robes appeared. Like Purple Fate Dashway, he also had a horn on his head, but rather than looking rough, he appeared quite refined. Qi Yuan's senses immediately sharpened. Purple Fate Heaven was full of powerful figures, and he had already faintly detected 2 immensely strong presences watching him from the shadows. And now, another supreme truth practitioner had arrived. When Purple Fate Dashway saw the newcomer, her face lit up with excitement. Father, I brought blood-robed back. She waved her hand enthusiastically, almost as if she were seeking praise. The boisterous and carefree demeanor of Bullhorn's sister vanished, and she now acted like a little girl trying to impress her father. Purple Fate Tan smiled warmly. What gift do you want this time? As a supreme truth young god, he could easily see through his daughter's little schemes, but he was happy to indulge her nonetheless. I want a black cloud blood steed. Purple Fate Dashway's face beamed with excitement. I've always wanted one since I was a kid. Riding it through the heavens would be so cool. On the way here, Qi Yuan had already heard Purple Fate Dashway mention the black cloud blood steed several times. It was a mode of transportation for cultivators. In Earth terms, well, it was like a motorcycle, which fit Bullhorn's sister perfectly in Qi Yuan's mind. Of course, the black cloud blood steed wasn't just a motorcycle, it also had space jumping abilities. Random space jumping, that is. You could start it, but there was no telling where you'd end up. Which made it pretty thrilling. After all, the 6th heaven was vast and uncharted, even young gods couldn't fully explore it. Your cousin was riding a black cloud blood steed when he fell into a strange place and died. And you still want one? Hearing this, Purple Fate Dashway's heart skipped a beat, but warmth flooded through her. Father, I shouldn't be so reckless, she admitted. It's not recklessness. I think your cousin's black cloud blood steed is pretty nice. Do you want it? Purple Fate Dashway blinked, speechless. Finally, she took a deep breath and said, yes. Remember your cousin's lesson, though, Purple Fate Tan added. I understand, I won't run around recklessly. No, what I mean is, don't bring random people with you. Your cousin made the mistake of taking someone else's newlywed partner, a lone man and woman out on an adventure. When that woman's partner contacted her through a communication jade, she swore an oath, vowing to be struck by lightning if she was having fun with another man. Coincidentally, your cousin happened to be riding through a thunder region. Lightning struck the black cloud blood steed, causing a malfunction. They crashed into a strange land, and died. Purple Fate Dashway blinked again, not expecting her cousin's death to have such a dramatic backstory. Father, I've learned the lesson. Don't worry, I won't fool around with married men on a black cloud blood steed. What I mean is, if you do, make sure to shut them up so they don't talk too much, Purple Fate Tan said lightly. Qi Yuan, listening from the side, was speechless. What was wrong with this Purple Fate family? Did they all have a screw loose? Could it be something wrong with their bloodline? He pondered this for a moment. At that moment, Purple Fate Tan turned his gaze to Qi Yuan. Blood-robed, are you interested in marrying into Purple Fate Heaven? No thanks. Qi Yuan rejected immediately. He was now certain, this family had serious bloodline issues. Otherwise, why would their first question be about marrying in? Shouldn't they be asking things like whether he owned a house or a vehicle? What his salary was? Oh, wait, that doesn't matter for a son-in-law. This is the ancestral blood art, given to you by the ancestor. Once you've reached the 9th layer, you may visit the ancestor and ask for a small favor, Purple Fate Tan said bluntly, handing the ancestral blood art to Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan took the scroll, curious. Is this a cultivation technique? Qi Yuan asked. It is and isn't. It's a unique technique for those of our bloodline, Purple Fate Tan explained, knowing Qi Yuan had come from the second heaven and wasn't familiar with the Black Abyss. He continued, in the Black Abyss, our greatest strength lies in our bloodline. The stronger the bloodline, the greater the talent, potential, and future achievements. The ancestral blood art allows our bloodline to evolve, to transcend, and to gain various special abilities, ultimately reaching perfection. The ancestral blood art has 15 layers. If someone could reach the highest layer, no matter how poor their bloodline, they could lie down, sleep, and without doing anything, still reach the supreme truth realm, eventually. Pride and confidence filled Purple Fate Tan's voice as he spoke. Though no one in the Black Abyss had yet accomplished such a feat. Generally, the stronger the bloodline, the faster one could cultivate the ancestral blood art. And how long would this, sleeping, take? Qi Yuan asked with a gleam of expectation in his eyes. Wouldn't that mean he could cultivate this technique to the highest level, then take a nap in some virtual world, and when he woke up, he'd be a supreme truth young god? Only 10,000 years, Purple Fate Tan answered with great enthusiasm. Quote. Isn't that, only, a bit misleading? Qi Yuan was speechless. 10,000 years was, only. With that kind of time, he might as well just stay in the gate of supreme truth and ponder the deeper truths of the universe. After a million years, he'd come out invincible. Of course, that wasn't nearly as fun as playing games. Purple Fate Tan blinked, then added more earnestly, blood-robed, your bloodline is strong, but don't aim too high too quickly. Becoming a supreme truth practitioner isn't so easy. However, if you fully master the ancestral blood art, I estimate you'll be able to reach the young god realm within 100 years. Hearing this, Purple Fate Tan's eyes gleamed with envy. The creatures of the Black Abyss were born from creation treasures, and their cultivation system differed somewhat from the Sixth Heavens. In the eyes of Sixth Heaven cultivators, Black Abyss practitioners becoming young gods seemed almost like a shortcut. Most other cultivators needed to refine their magical power, strengthen their souls, and comprehend the Tao. Any one of those tasks could take thousands of years to grasp. But the Black Abyss bloodline practitioners were different, they only needed to strengthen their bloodline. Bloodline was everything. Bloodline could bring everything. Blood-robe's bloodline was clearly much stronger than his own, otherwise, the ancestor wouldn't have shown such interest. In truth, Purple Fate Tan's own bloodline was quite average, even inferior to his daughter, Purple Fate Dashway. But through perseverance and high insight, he had become the foremost supreme truth practitioner under the ancestor's command. Naturally, he envied those like Qi Yuan who possessed such powerful bloodlines. It sounds like a low return on investment, but I'll give it a try if I have time, Qi Yuan said lazily. After all, reaching the 9th layer allowed him to ask for a favor from the Purple Fate ancestor. Not a bad reward. Purple Fate Tan's face twitched, but he didn't comment. This is a message from the ancestor, and I advise you not to mention it to others. Otherwise, it could arouse jealousy. He handed a storage bag to Qi Yuan and offered some words of caution. After all, being favored by the ancestor could attract unwanted attention from others with ulterior motives. To not be envied is a mark of mediocrity, Qi Yuan responded casually. After all, he was just having fun. As long as it didn't hurt his interests, he would act as he pleased. Purple Fate Tan chuckled. As you wish. He was only offering advice, after all. In such cases, the gifts from the ancestor weren't usually anything too precious, the true treasure lay in the ancestor's favor. He wasn't jealous of what the ancestor gave to Blood Robed. Dashui, take Blood Robe to his new residence so he can begin his cultivation. After speaking, Purple Fate Tan disappeared. Purple Fate Dashui looked at Qi Yuan with envy. In my entire life, I've only ever received one gift from the ancestor, and you get one as soon as you arrive. Sigh, comparing yourself to others really is disheartening. Reminder, you're not human, Qi Yuan pointed out her mistake. With horns on her head, how could she pass herself off as a human? I wonder what gift the ancestor gave you, Purple Fate Dashui mused, her curiosity piqued. I wonder if it's more valuable than a black cloud blood steed. A gift from the ancestor was sure to be precious, as it would be an insult otherwise. Of course, it wouldn't be overly extravagant, either. Back when Purple Fate Dashui was younger, she had been gifted a divine pet of mythological grade, which had made her the envy of many. Let's head to my new residence first. Didn't I say I wanted a nice place? Otherwise, I won't be happy about this, Qi Yuan reminded her. You sure know how to ask for more after getting something. Do you even realize, the ancestor has appointed you as the top demon son of our younger generation? Purple Fate Dashui said enviously. A demon son, Qi Yuan wasn't fond of that title. After all, he considered himself to be lawful good. Our Purple Fate Heaven originally had 4 demon sons. You'll be the 5th. And now, you've already been named the top demon son. I'm sure the others won't be happy, Purple Fate Dashui said with a smirk. Laughing and chatting, they arrived at a towering mountain suspended in the sky. The mountain was desolate, with no buildings or signs of life, just scattered rocks everywhere. Purple Fate Dashui pointed ahead, hands on her hips. Look, there it is, your residence, cool, right? Qi Yuan glanced over and was stunned. Why, does my residence look so strange? In front of him was a giant steel ball. The reason it was described as giant was because it was truly massive, larger than the entire Shang kingdom. This was supposed to be the cultivation world. Yet the giant ball was made of steel, giving off a sci-fi, cyberpunk vibe. What's strange about it? This residence is called Yuan Star, and it's modeled after the stars that illuminate the heavens. A crisp voice interrupted. 2 young women appeared, one tall, one small. One had a pink horn tied with a butterfly ribbon, a cute look with her bangs cut straight across her forehead, wearing a light blue dress, and standing daintily. The other had no horns, with a tall, elegant figure, a cold expression, and wore a deep green dress that clung to her figure. Her chest was half exposed, revealing a soft, blindingly white expanse of skin. A black ribbon was tied around her smooth thighs. It was the taller one who had spoken. These are 2 other demon sons. The cute one is called Purple Fate Xiaolu, and the sexy one is Nzunlu, Purple Fate Dashui introduced them. Purple Fate Xiaolu blinked and quickly lowered her head after stealing a glance at Qi Yuan, clearly shy. Nzunlu, on the other hand, scrutinized Qi Yuan with a sharp, assessing gaze. But Qi Yuan's focus was also on Nzunlu. Not because of her revealing attire, but because her name was all wrong. It should have been Nshinku, safety panties. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Purple Fate Dashui smiled gently. Little sister Xiaolu is a good person and kind-hearted. As for Nzunlu, well, she's got a sharp tongue, very envious, and loves to badmouth people behind their backs. You'd better be careful around her. I don't just talk behind people's backs, I also love to insult them to their faces. Nzunlu glared at Purple Fate Dashui, her killing intent barely concealed. This confirmed Qi Yuan's suspicions. There was definitely something off with the Purple Fate Heaven bloodline. All the cultivators here seemed a bit off. In contrast, places like the Moon God Palace or other cultivation sects were much more normal. There, Everyone was polite and courteous on the surface. HMPH. Just arrived in Purple Fate Heaven, and already named the leader of his demon sons. I'd like to see what you're really capable of. And Zunlu was a fierce character, always acting swiftly and decisively. This scene made Qi Yuan blink in surprise. Now this was the kind of drama he expected from the cultivation world. In his previous cultivation experiences, the people he encountered were far too friendly. For instance, when he visited the Zhang family, there wasn't even a small-time troublemaker to stir things up. What's your cultivation level? I'll lower mine to match yours. Don't say it's unfair, and Zunlu offered with a sharp tone. I'm at the Purple Mansion level, Qi Yuan responded seriously. And Zunlu's face immediately turned red with anger. Shameless. This man was just pretending to be weak. I'm not lying, I'm really at the Purple Mansion level, Qi Yuan maintained with a sincere expression. Purple Fate Dashui burst out laughing at Zunlu's reaction. I can vouch for him, he really is at the Purple Mansion. HMPH. And Zunlu's chest heaved with fury, revealing more than a glimpse of spring beneath her robe as she turned and stormed off. Qi Yuan felt a little disappointed. He had been curious to see what a Purple Mansion cultivator from a powerful faction like this could do. Purple Fate Dashui narrowed her eyes mischievously. Well, was it white enough? Big enough? Huh, Qi Yuan looked confused, not understanding what she meant. I mean, did you want a taste? Purple Fate Dashui teased, a smirk on her lips. Quote. Hey, can you stop acting like a female pervert? Qi Yuan was exasperated. These people in the Black Abyss really weren't normal. Standing nearby, Purple Fate Xiaolu blushed bright red, clutching the corner of her robe in embarrassment. If not for her shy nature, she might have covered her ears. Sis is just teasing, don't get any ideas, you wouldn't stand a chance even if you wanted to. And Zunlu has her eyes on someone else, someone like Black Sword. When she mentioned Black Sword, Purple Fate Dashui's expression became uncharacteristically serious. Hey, stop spreading such dirty rumors. I don't have any interest in Zunlu. Qi Yuan was fed up. These Black Abyss people were incredible at making up rumors. Though this kind of thing wasn't exclusive to the cultivation world. It happened a lot back on Earth, too. A common case, one person starts a rumor online, is so-and-so impotent, and soon, others start repeating it, I heard so-and-so is impotent. Boom, rumor successfully spread. But normally, rumors took time to build momentum. Purple Fate Dashui, though, was spreading these rumors with no build-up at all. Qi Yuan figured the only reason people from the Purple Fate clan had survived this long despite their loose tongues was because of their strong bloodline. Sigh, you're no fun. I was only kidding. Besides, I wanted to introduce Black Sword into the conversation. Wait a second, how do you even know about cells? Qi Yuan blinked, suddenly suspicious. Could she be from Earth too? We in the Black Abyss study bloodlines. Coming up with a term like cell isn't a stretch, right? Purple Fate Dashui looked at Qi Yuan like he was some backwater bumpkin. Qi Yuan instantly understood. For a young god, if their eyes couldn't see down to the cellular level, that would be disappointing. Anyway, you better work hard and cultivate the ancestral blood art to surpass Black Sword. That guy's known as the light of the Black Abyss, but I'm rebellious and don't like him, Purple Fate Dashui said seriously. Black Sword was hailed as the greatest prodigy in the Black Abyss, someone destined to become a grand supreme truth practitioner. Not just any supreme truth practitioner, but one like the legendary figure in the Taihuang Palace who had comprehended the supreme truth to the highest degree. Despite being the Black Abyss's ruler in the sixth heaven, the region had never produced a grand supreme truth practitioner who had mastered the ultimate truth. That's why Black Sword was held in such high regard. For someone like Purple Fate Dashui, a top-tier talent herself, she had constantly been told to follow Black Sword's lead once she became a young god. Naturally, this didn't sit well with her. Don't worry, Bullhorn sis. You helped me before, so I'll help you take down Black Sword next time, Qi Yuan thumped his chest in promise. You're really taking this seriously? Purple Fate Dashui sighed, exasperated. But then again, knowing that Blood Robed considered the figure from Taihuang Palace his mortal enemy, it wasn't too surprising that he'd look down on Black Sword. I'm just saying it. Don't actually go picking a fight with Black Sword, he's terrifying. He's the disciple of the Black Abyss progenitor, and even our ancestor calls him junior brother, Purple Fate Dashui cautioned, her face turning grave. The Black Abyss progenitor was the eldest of the 9 elders in the Black Abyss, and the other 8 were his disciples. So Black Sword's seniority was higher than everyone else. Purple Fate Dashway shrugged, your residence is just up ahead. I'm not going in. Little sister Xiaolu is great at household chores, so she'll help you tidy up. With that, Purple Fate Dashway yawned and left. Although the ancestor had high hopes for Blood Robed, Purple Fate Dashway understood that no matter how strong his bloodline was, it couldn't compare to Black Sword's. After all, there was only so much Black Abyss progenitor blood to go around. Now, only Qi Yuan and the shy Purple Fate Xiaolu remained in the empty space. Little Pink Horn, I'll leave the cleaning to you, Qi Yuan said, smiling gently at Purple Fate Xiaolu. Her face flushed even redder, clearly flustered by the nickname. Lowering her head, she softly replied, okay. Then, she flew toward Qi Yuan's steel fortress of a residence. Almost immediately, thousands upon thousands of Purple Fate Xiaolus appeared, spreading out across the steel fortress and meticulously cleaning every nook and cranny. Qi Yuan watched this scene, rubbing his chin with a pensive expression, as if contemplating something of immense importance. Finally, after dozens of breaths, his face lit up with excitement. If I brought Purple Fate Xiaolu to Earth and had some of her clones work in factories assembling electronics, while others became beggars in certain countries, wouldn't I make a fortune? Wouldn't she bankrupt those countries? The more he thought about it, the more brilliant the idea seemed. Qi Yuan felt a surge of excitement. But he quickly calmed himself. Thinking too much could lead to overexcitement and sleepless nights. He entered his newly cleaned residence and made some final adjustments. Taking out the ancestral blood art, he glanced over it seriously. This is a bloodline cultivation technique. It contains numerous flaws. If adjusted, cultivation speed could increase by 100-fold. Qi Yuan's instincts, honed over many years, quickly identified several flaws in the technique. And along with this, he gained more insight into the ancestral blood art. So the 10,000 Paths War God also contains a unique bloodline. The Devourer origin isn't the one. His suspicions, first piqued by Purple Fate Dashway's earlier comments, were now confirmed. At first, he'd assumed that the Devourer origin, granted by the Unseen Mother, was an exceptionally unique bloodline. But it turned out to be the 10,000 Paths War God bloodline instead. So by cultivating the ancestral blood art, I can enhance my 10,000 Paths War God bloodline and improve my overall power. Qi Yuan mused. Since returning from the starbound heaven, his 10,000 Paths War God cultivation had been stagnant. The martial path seemed to have reached its end. Yet now, this technique presented a new avenue for progress. Narrowing his eyes, Qi Yuan's mind raced with possibilities. The 10,000 Paths War God seems to focus more on bloodline power. The Immortal path, on the other hand, prioritizes insight and the Tao. Two distinct paths. Am I going to end up as some hulking brute if I keep cultivating this War God technique? Qi Yuan wondered. But then again, he had already devoured entire stars. His manifested form was already a hulking brute. Let's start revising the ancestral blood art and begin cultivation. Without hesitation, Qi Yuan dove into adjusting the technique. Outside the steel fortress, thousands of Purple Fate Xiaolu's clones diligently continued their cleaning, using spells to ensure everything was spotless. 3 days later, Qi Yuan opened his eyes. A trace of black light swirled in his gaze. His expression was one of astonishment. The ancestral blood art is this powerful. After revising the technique, he had cultivated quickly and, through his own efforts, reached the first layer. And with this breakthrough, he realized just how powerful this technique was. His 10,000 Paths War God cultivation had doubled in strength. It was terrifying. Wasn't advancing in the Yang God realm supposed to be incredibly difficult? Why does this feel so easy? Qi Yuan was in a great mood. If the first layer was already this terrifying, once he fully mastered it, wouldn't he be able to crush Grand Supreme Truth practitioners? Or maybe even go beyond that? However, Qi Yuan decided to stop cultivating for now. He had a sense that pushing too hard might exhaust his strength. He needed to rest and recover. Balancing work with rest was important. It was similar to how certain blood cells were needed for this type of cultivation. Once they were depleted, he'd need to wait for them to regenerate before continuing. This wasn't just his imagination, it was a genuine limitation. Of course, most Black Abyss practitioners didn't run into this issue. Their cultivation progressed too slowly for it to be a problem. Let's see what the ancestor's gift was. Qi Yuan suddenly remembered that the Purple Fate ancestor had given him a gift. Carefully, he opened the storage bag Purple Fate Tan had handed him. After all, a gift from a grand supreme truth wasn't to be taken lightly. In an instant, a drop of jet-black blood caught his eye. The blood exuded a terrifying aura. It felt as if this single drop could crush an entire planet. Qi Yuan's instinct screamed of danger. As he gazed deeper into the drop of blood, it was as if he could see an incomparably powerful figure within it. This is Black Abyss ancestor blood, the source of the Black Abyss bloodline. This drop of blood was left behind by a powerful being during their transformation. His left eye twitched violently. It was signaling that this was a great treasure with no hidden dangers. It's delicious. Qi Yuan suddenly felt hungry. Without hesitation, he swallowed half of the blood in one gulp. The other half he left behind. He was full. In an instant, Qi Yuan felt a powerful sense of fullness. His energy surged, and countless changes began to occur within his body. He felt stronger. Even without his spiritual energy protecting him, he felt like his body could now withstand blows from previous enemies without feeling a thing. I feel terrifyingly strong right now. I bet I could eat 1 billion steamed buns without drinking any water. No wonder my family's well wanted to swallow this Black Abyss progenitor blood. It's the ultimate tonic. This Black Abyss really was the right choice. It's my personal treasure trove. Qi Yuan's gaze grew deep with anticipation. His energy was so abundant now that he felt like running laps around Earth. But then a doubt crept into his mind. Why was the Purple Fate ancestor treating him so well? Something didn't feel right. Qi Yuan pondered this as he flashed out of his residence. Not far away, Purple Fate Xiaolu was butting her head against a door, her pink horn glowing as she diligently worked, like an ox plowing a field. Little pink horn, Qi Yuan called out. Purple Fate Xiaolu stopped what she was doing and hurried over, panting lightly. Blood-robed senior brother, what is it? As the top demon son, Qi Yuan naturally deserved the title of senior brother. I want to ask you something in secret, and you have to promise not to tell anyone, Qi Yuan said, his face serious. Purple Fate Xiaolu nodded vigorously, clearly excited that Qi Yuan was trusting her with a secret. Clenching her fists, she leaned in closer. Senior brother blood-robed, you can tell me anything. I've been wondering, does the Purple Fate ancestor have any estranged relatives out in the world? Like, a father, or maybe a grandfather? Purple Fate Xiaolu was taken aback by the question. I really don't know, senior brother. After all, how could a humble cultivator like her know the private affairs of such a mighty figure? Why are you asking about this, senior brother? Purple Fate Xiaolu was growing a little nervous. More than anything, she was confused. Here in the Purple Fate heaven, discussing the ancestor like this was dangerous. If the ancestor wished, he could sense such conversations at any time. Well, the ancestor gave me a welcoming gift, Qi Yuan said, puzzled. Purple Fate Xiaolu still didn't understand and was starting to feel a little jealous. The gift he gave me is pretty valuable. I'll show you, but don't tell anyone, okay? Qi Yuan lifted a corner of the storage bag. Purple Fate Xiaolu peered inside, her eyes widening in shock. Black Abyss ancestor blood. Her heart pounded, and her face was full of disbelief. This was Black Abyss progenitor blood. Even Supreme Truth Yang gods had to contribute significantly to the Black Abyss before they could receive even a small portion of this blood. Only figures on the level of the 9 elders would ever have a share of it. And yet, the ancestor had given it to blood-robed. How could she not be shocked? But Qi Yuan's next words left her even more stunned. If Black Abyss progenitor blood is this precious, and the ancestor still gave it to me, there must be a reason. I've been thinking, maybe I'm actually some long-lost ancestor of theirs, left behind in the outside world. Qi Yuan pondered aloud, being the Purple Fate ancestor's son. Not a chance. He'd been an orphan since childhood. And if he wasn't someone's son, there could only be one explanation, he was their ancestor. Why else would they be so nice to him? Purple Fate Xiaolu blinked, her lips quivering as she nervously licked them, clearly overwhelmed. Senior brother blood-robed, I really don't know. She didn't dare continue the conversation. If the ancestor overheard this, and became angry, she would be finished. Sigh, Qi Yuan sighed. I won't trouble you with this. Purple Fate Xiaolu breathed a sigh of relief. Senior brother, please don't say things like that. If the ancestor hears, well. And don't worry, senior brother, my lips are sealed tight. Qi Yuan nodded. Good, you keep cleaning, I'm heading out for a bit. With that, he vanished. He planned to ask Purple Fate Dashui, and Zunlu, and the other cultivators in Purple Fate Heaven whether the ancestor had any estranged fathers or grandfathers out there. Everyone had a bit of curiosity, and Qi Yuan was no different. Meanwhile, outside the heavens, the purple fate ancestor's body twisted, the laws of the supreme truth coiling around him. Qi Yuan and purple fate Xiaolu's conversation hadn't escaped his awareness. You, idiot, what in the world are you thinking? He was ancient, having lived for countless years. How could he possibly have any lost fathers or grandfathers out in the world? But then, a sudden thought crossed his mind, and doubt flickered in his eyes. Could he really be my little ancestor? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The purple fate ancestor hovered beyond the firmament, his gaze deep. His eyes landed on Qi Yuan. When he saw Qi Yuan go meet purple fate Dashui, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. The heart that had remained still like an ancient well for so many years now rippled with emotion. This guy, does he have a screw loose? Indeed, Qi Yuan had secretly sought out purple fate Dashui. The first thing out of his mouth was, I need to ask you something. What was it? Does the ancestor have a long-lost father outside? What? The ancestor gave me Black Abyss ancestor blood as a meeting gift. He's been so kind to me that I'm starting to suspect. Meeting purple fate Dashui wasn't enough, though. Afterward, Qi Yuan even approached the street sweepers, garbage collectors, and people fishing. Whenever he saw someone, he'd hit them with the same two questions. Does the ancestor have a long-lost father? And, the ancestor gave me Black Abyss ancestor blood. Yes, whenever he ran into someone, he'd ask. He scared many of the cultivators in purple fate heaven. He even went so far as to question unborn children. Speaking through the bellies of pregnant women, he would ask if the ancestor had left behind some long-lost ancestor outside since the ancestor had given him Black Abyss ancestor blood. By the end of just half a day, thousands of people in purple fate heaven had been questioned by Qi Yuan. At this moment, on top of a steep mountain where red lava flowed, emitting thick heat, the ground cracked as the lava occasionally bubbled. Qi Yuan stopped in his tracks. A curt voice rang in his ear, "What are you doing here?" The one speaking was none other than Zunlu. Her expression was icy, arms crossed, as she looked at Qi Yuan warily. After all, she had provoked Qi Yuan a few days ago. Now, seeing him here, she couldn't help but wonder if he had come for revenge. I came to ask you something, Qi Yuan whispered. And Zunlu squinted her eyes. What is it? Do you know if the ancestor has a long-lost father outside? Qi Yuan asked seriously. And Zunlu was close to Black Sword. Black Sword was the #1 prodigy in the Black Abyss and the hope for the future, so she might know many hidden details. What are you talking about? And Zunlu didn't quite understand Qi Yuan's question. Well, you see, the ancestor gave me a gift, right? Qi Yuan continued. And Zunlu turned her head. The glow of the lava reflected on her pale face, making it appear particularly red and radiant. So, you're here just to brag about it? She seemed to have seen through Qi Yuan's little scheme and wasn't interested at all. Yes, the ancestor's favor, receiving a gift might make others jealous, but she wouldn't care. After all, her future husband was Black Sword, someone treated with great care by all 9 ancestors of the Black Abyss. Brag? No, I'm genuinely curious, Qi Yuan retorted, feeling a bit exasperated. Where was the trust between people? Oh, wait, she wasn't human. HMPH, what gift did the ancestor give you? And Zunlu asked with a mocking smile. Maybe it was something somewhat valuable, and that's why Qi Yuan couldn't resist showing off. But she was different, having followed Black Sword, she had seen countless treasures. The ancestor gave me Black Abyss ancestor blood, Qi Yuan said, pulling out the Black Abyss ancestor blood and showing half of it to Zunlu. And Zunlu's pupils instantly contracted, her breathing grew rapid, and her chest rose and fell sharply. How is this possible? How could it be Black Abyss ancestor blood? This was Black Abyss ancestor blood. In the Black Abyss ancestor blood was more valuable than even creation-level treasures. Even Supreme Truth Realm Yin gods didn't have the qualifications to obtain it. Only great principal ancestors in the Supreme Truth Realm could access it. Back then, the Molo clan's Molo well had swallowed some Black Abyss ancestor blood, and that alone got them expelled. Even now, Black Sword didn't have the qualifications to obtain Black Abyss ancestor blood. How could Qi Yuan have it? Impossible. Black Abyss ancestor blood is the ancestor's most precious treasure. How could he give it to you? And Zunlu didn't believe it. But the aura emanating from the storage bag was unmistakably Black Abyss ancestor blood. For those with Black Abyss lineage, they might mistake their own father, but never Black Abyss ancestor blood. What? His most precious treasure? Is the ancestor a duck or something? Qi Yuan was confused. And Zunlu took a deep breath, calming herself. You really hit the jackpot. I never thought the ancestor would give you Black Abyss ancestor blood. But, even with Black Abyss ancestor blood, the number one of the younger generation in the Black Abyss is still Black Sword, not you. No matter how hard you try, you'll only ever see Black Sword's back. And Zunlu proudly puffed out her chest. Hey, I'm not trying to compete with Black Sword for any number one title. Don't misunderstand, Qi Yuan said, feeling a bit helpless. He was socially awkward. Why would he bother competing for some empty title? HMPH. And Zunlu snorted arrogantly and left, unwilling to engage further with Qi Yuan. In truth, she was grinding her teeth in frustration. That was Black Abyss ancestor blood. No cultivator with Black Abyss lineage could resist its allure. Sigh, it seems this will remain an unsolved mystery, Qi Yuan sighed. Logically, asking the ancestor of Purple Fate Heaven directly would make the most sense. One question could solve everything. But Qi Yuan, with his high emotional intelligence, couldn't just ask the ancestor directly. It might be awkward. At this moment, outside the firmament, the Purple Fate ancestor's mustache twitched in frustration. This guy's personality is way too reckless. In just half a day, his reputation had been utterly trashed. Just then, the space rippled, and a figure formed from the Supreme Truth materialized next to the Purple Fate ancestor. Old Six, did you really give Black Abyss ancestor blood to Blood Rogue? The newcomer was none other than the third elder, who had parted ways with the Purple Fate ancestor not long ago. His eyes were filled with surprise and confusion. Even if Blood Rogue's talent was enough to reach the Supreme Truth Realm, or even the Grand Supreme Truth Realm, it still wasn't worth them sacrificing such great resources to nurture him. Oh, we just happened to have extra Black Abyss ancestor blood recently. Couldn't use it all up, the Purple Fate ancestor said dismissively, clearly unwilling to give a direct answer. The third elder's expression shifted several times before he sighed. Old Six, it seems you still hold a grudge against Master. Back then. As soon as the Purple Fate ancestor heard this, the smile vanished from his face. This has nothing to do with Master, he replied coldly. It was clear the third elder didn't believe him. You gave Black Abyss ancestor blood to Blood Rogue, hoping he could defeat Black Sword, to prove to Master that you were right. But Black Sword's essence is Black Abyss ancestor blood. No matter how talented Blood Rogue is, he can't be Black Sword's match. The third elder lamented. It seemed the events of the past still weighed heavily on Old Six's mind, even after all these years. HMPH, I'm too lazy to explain. Think whatever you want, just don't bother me. With a wave of the Purple Fate ancestor's hand, the third elder vanished from sight. Now, only the Purple Fate ancestor remained in the vast space. His face showed displeasure. They actually think I'm that petty. But then, his displeasure turned into a sneaky smile. Hey, this is good. Now they won't focus too much on Blood Rogue. Time quietly passed. The steel fortress was especially quiet. Purple Fate Xiaolu, who had been cleaning, had long since finished and disappeared. Only Qi Yuan remained in the cold building. Ancestral Blood Art, 7th layer. Qi Yuan stood up, feeling refreshed. After 3 months, he had reached the 7th layer of the Ancestral Blood Art. His 10,000 Paths martial god cultivation had also taken a huge leap in strength. Once I reach the 9th layer of the Ancestral Blood Art, I'll be able to face a Supreme Truth opponent with just my martial strength. If I master the full layers, wouldn't I be able to defeat even a Grand Supreme Truth expert? Qi Yuan was in an excellent mood. Back in the mortal world, his cultivation had stagnated, showing only minor progress. Compared to playing games, this growth was incredibly slow. But unexpectedly, the Ancestral Blood Art brought a pleasant surprise. With the increase in his 10,000 Paths martial god cultivation, his divine skill Exploding Bird Punch had also evolved. He had vaguely grasped sword intent and had a sudden realization, creating the Exploding Bird Sword technique. This sword was far stronger than the punch. Against bird-type creatures, it even had bonus damage. Unfortunately, the Ancestral Blood Art is incredibly hard to cultivate. Even after putting my life on the line, along with the help of Black Abyss ancestor blood, it still took me 3 whole months to reach the 7th layer. Sigh, my talent is too lacking. If I were like Black Sword, I'd probably already have reached the full layer by now. If talent isn't enough, resources will have to make up for it. How can I get more Black Abyss ancestor blood? Qi Yuan pondered. Consuming Black Abyss ancestor blood would undoubtedly speed up his cultivation. But Black Abyss ancestor blood was extremely rare and precious. Apart from a few Grand Supreme Truth experts, most young gods weren't even qualified to obtain it. I'll have to find a way to raid the ancestor's treasury. Should I offer a blood pact and have him recognize me as his father? Qi Yuan's thoughts began to drift. Just then, a clear voice, as melodious as a songbird, rang out. Brother Blood Robe, are you there? Pink-horned sister, come in. With a wave of Qi Yuan's hand, the gates of his steel mansion opened, and in walked Purple Fate Xiaolu, dressed in a pink pleated skirt. Seeing Qi Yuan's face, a blush spread from her cheeks to her ears. She lowered her head and softly said, Brother Blood Robe, the Tianzun is about to begin his lecture. I came to invite you to join me and listen to the teachings of the young gods. Also, this time, the Tianzun has an important announcement to make. In the Black Abyss, every so often, a young god would personally give a lecture. Only the true core prodigies of the Black Abyss were qualified to attend. In all of Purple Fate Heaven, fewer than 100 prodigies had the privilege. Oh, is that so? Then I'll go with you and have a look. Having just finished his training, Qi Yuan was feeling a bit exhausted and needed a break, so he decided to go listen. After all, 3 months ago, Purple Fate Xiaolu had already invited him to this lecture. With that, the two of them set off for the Tianzun's lecture. How's your progress with the ancestral blood art, Brother Blood Robe? Purple Fate Xiaolu asked curiously. My talent is lacking, progress has been slow, Qi Yuan sighed. The ancestral blood art was just too hard. Brother Blood Robe, with your high talent and the Black Abyss ancestor blood, all you need is time. I also need more resources. I really wish I could get more Black Abyss ancestor blood, Qi Yuan said greedily. The upper realm was full of treasures. Even the ancestor doesn't have much Black Abyss ancestor blood. That Brother Blood Robe could obtain some is truly enviable, Purple Fate Xiaolu said, her voice soft and gentle. Suddenly remembering something, she quickly added, Brother Blood Robe, news of you obtaining the Black Abyss ancestor blood has already spread throughout the entire Black Abyss. This time, at the Tianzun's lecture, there might be many who are displeased. Be careful. Purple Fate Xiaolu seemed worried. Her brother was so handsome. If someone messed up his pretty face, how would she sneak glances at it anymore? Don't worry, I always win people over with reason, Qi Yuan said, unconcerned. With that, the two of them stepped into a teleportation array, leaving Purple Fate Heaven and entering Black Abyss Heaven. Black Abyss Heaven was the location for this lecture. Following Purple Fate Xiaolu's guidance, Qi Yuan arrived at a mountain peak. At this moment, the peak was filled with nearly 1,000 figures. Each figure radiated an incredibly powerful aura. Anyone here would be more than qualified to serve as a holy sun in a first heaven sacred land. Purple Fate Dashui lay there lazily, completely disregarding decorum. The Mila Immortal Chi provided for this lecture has been cut by more than half. Could it be that our Black Abyss is about to be wiped out? She took a sip from her wine cup, finishing the Mila Immortal Chi with a single breath. Beside her, a man with a 5-pointed star on his forehead smiled bitterly, Senior sister, don't say things like that. It's because the Molo clan didn't pay tribute this time. What? Purple Fate Dashui froze in surprise. How dare those cowards refuse to pay tribute? She had visited the 5th heaven and seen the Molo clan's cowardly ways. Whenever they encountered someone from Black Abyss, they'd immediately start calling them father and ancestor. During holidays, they'd even send valuable tributes to the Black Abyss in the hopes of one day returning to the 6th heaven. And now, they'd suddenly found the courage to stop paying. She couldn't understand it. We're not sure, but it's possible that the Molo clan is planning to fully ally with the Taihuang Palace, the star-marked man speculated. He was one of the 5 demon scions of Purple Fate Heaven. HMPH, the Molo clan is getting bold. At that moment, a voice full of displeasure echoed, and a tall man with a cold, sharp aura approached, his presence like that of an icy sword. The prodigies present all showed expressions of respect and apprehension when they saw him. In the Black Abyss, when Black Sword wasn't around, this man was the top. Ice Sword was the leader of the first-tier prodigies, a talent with the potential to ascend to the Supreme Truth Realm. The Black Abyss had 3 such top-tier prodigies like Ice Sword. Of course, having the potential didn't mean it would be easy to reach the Supreme Truth Realm. When I ascend to the Yang God Realm, I will personally visit the Molo clan, Ice Sword said, his aura as sharp as frost. I heard that senior brother Ice Sword has already reached the 8th layer of the ancestral blood art. Surely you will ascend to the Young God realm soon. One of the prodigies praised him. Ice Sword's eyes were deep. Not until I reach the 9th layer. Anything less is insignificant. It was clear he had always regarded Black Sword as his ultimate rival. HMPH, Black Sword has already reached the 10th layer of the ancestral blood art. And Zunlu suddenly interjected, her tone brimming with pride and arrogance. The prodigies present were all shocked upon hearing this. The 10th layer already? Has senior brother Black Sword only been cultivating the ancestral blood art for less than 5,000 years? That's incredible. The gathered prodigies felt a wave of discouragement. On average, they had been cultivating the ancestral blood art for over 10,000 years. Most had only reached the 3rd or 4th layers. Those who had reached the 5th or 6th layers were already considered demon scions of their respective heavens. Only true prodigies like Ice Sword had reached the 8th layer. As for Black Sword, he was like a towering mountain, impossible to surpass. HMPH, if I had Black Abyss ancestor blood, I might have a chance to reach the 10th layer as well. Ice Sword's tone was filled with bitterness. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Ice Sword's tone was full of bitterness, and the resentment behind his words was as clear as day. Once, he was the #1 prodigy of the Black Abyss. But after Black Sword arrived, he was relegated to 2nd place. Black Sword's talent was extraordinarily strong, and he had already stepped into the realm of Young God Tianzun. Ice Sword knew he couldn't compare. But, what was the deal with this blood robe? Not only did this newcomer suddenly show up, but the ancestor of Purple Fate Heaven directly gifted him Black Abyss ancestor blood. How could Ice Sword possibly reconcile with that? The surrounding prodigies, hearing Ice Sword's complaint, all had complicated expressions. If Black Sword got the Black Abyss ancestor blood, we'd all accept it without question. But this guy, who's only been in the Black Abyss for less than a year, somehow qualifies to get Black Abyss ancestor blood. It's just. The crowd of prodigies whispered among themselves. Ice Sword's face darkened, and the cold aura around him grew even more intense. He even thought about questioning his own ancestor. Why not give him Black Abyss ancestor blood? Of course, it was only a thought. After all, the ancestor was a Supreme Truth Realm powerhouse. Ice Sword wasn't even qualified to meet him easily, let alone demand anything from him. He wasn't like Purple Fate Dashui, who was a direct descendant of the Purple Fate ancestor. At that moment, Qi Yuan and Purple Fate Xiaolu arrived, landing among the crowd. Instantly, countless eyes fell upon them. Curiosity, envy, jealousy, and desire filled their gazes. Qi Yuan noticed this and quietly sent a message to Purple Fate Xiaolu, there are too many thirsty guys and girls here in the Black Abyss. We're dressed super conservatively, not showing any skin, yet they're all staring at us. Purple Fate Xiaolu's toes curled slightly, her hands gripping the edges of her skirt as her face flushed red. She wanted to tell Qi Yuan that they weren't staring at her, they were staring at him. Stop staring at the girl already. Can't you see Purple Fate Xiaolu is shy, clutching her hands? And stop staring at me. I'm socially anxious. If I get mad, I might hit you right in the nose. If you keep this up, I might accuse you of secretly photographing us and harassment. Finally, the brave Qi Yuan stepped forward. He overcame his social anxiety, meeting the eyes of the crowd head-on. The surrounding prodigies were left baffled by his words. Qi Yuan's speech left them somewhat confused. At this moment, Purple Fate Dashui burst into laughter. If you're going to stare at someone, at least stare at Zunlu. She's dressed skimpier. And Zunlu's expression didn't change at all. To her, the body was nothing more than a smelly skin bag, the soul was what truly mattered. Bighorn sister, people have the freedom to dress as they like. Whether Zunlu dresses provocatively or not, we shouldn't stare at her. Qi Yuan said. HMPH, you're the one who always talks about freedom of speech, and now you're trying to shut me up. Purple Fate Dashui replied smugly. This left Qi Yuan at a loss for words. It felt as though his entire worldview had crumbled. Whenever he argued with Bighorn sister, she always found a flaw in his logic. With Qi Yuan's intelligence, he could easily refute her if he tried. But Qi Yuan wasn't good at speaking. It was normal for someone as socially anxious and introverted as him to avoid loud arguments, right? Most importantly, he didn't feel like thinking. Using his brain to win an argument was more effort than just using his fists. So, Qi Yuan remained silent, reflecting on his shortcomings. He realized he often contradicted himself. How should he fix this? I need to comprehend a supreme truth to cover this shortcoming. That way, next time I face Bighorn Sister, I won't need to think and can still win. Qi Yuan thought seriously. He'd save the brain power for important occasions, like a supreme truth debate. Otherwise, thinking too much would be exhausting. He needed to conserve his mental energy. Just then, Ice Sword's sharp gaze landed on Qi Yuan, as if trying to see what made him so special that the ancestor had given him Black Abyss ancestor blood. However, at that moment, a vast voice resounded from the sky. Silence. Listen. The sky above Black Abyss heaven darkened in an instant, becoming pitch black. On the peak of the mountain appeared a man in white robes, his clothes fluttering in the wind. His face was as fair as jade, and his demeanor was elegant and refined. In stark contrast to the gloomy tones of Black Abyss heaven, this man was clad entirely in white, like a warm beam of light. Greetings, Senior Brother Black Sword. All the prodigies, including Ice Sword, bowed their heads, looking up in awe at the man on the mountain peak, who was as graceful as a jade deity. Qi Yuan, used to being an actor, bowed slightly as well. Today, I shall be your lecturer, Black Sword said as he sat atop the peak, his aura ethereal like an otherworldly immortal. And Zunlu gazed at Black Sword, her eyes filled with admiration and reverence. Even the other prodigies, no matter how prideful they were, displayed respect and awe in the presence of Black Sword. Their reverence came from two things. First, Black Sword was incredibly powerful, a young god Tianzun. Second, Black Sword's talent was so great that even the 9 elders of the Black Abyss felt inferior. Thank you, Senior Brother. Nearly 1,000 prodigies echoed in unison, sitting down to listen. All previous disputes and small thoughts vanished the moment Black Sword arrived. Today's lecture is on the young god. Black Sword's voice was gentle, like a spring breeze. Qi Yuan, sitting beside Purple Fate Xiaolu, seemed somewhat inattentive. He quietly transmitted his thoughts to her. This is beyond me. I'd rather hear about the Yin God instead. Qi Yuan was only at the Purple Mansion level. To put it in Earth terms, he was still in middle school. Listening to university-level advanced mathematics was definitely too much. Purple Fate Xiaolu whispered back, Senior Brother, your talent is so extraordinary, you don't need to listen to this. Her gaze toward Qi Yuan was filled with admiration. I'm not someone who shuts myself off. It's good to hear different perspectives, open up the mind, Qi Yuan replied. Senior Brother, I have some questions on the path of cultivation. When you have time, could you guide me? Purple Fate Xiaolu blinked expectantly. Sure, no problem. Qi Yuan agreed right away. Teaching someone how to cultivate. That's easy. Besides, he had plenty of clever ideas and insights. Thank you, Senior Brother. Purple Fate Xiaolu smiled sweetly. At this point, Black Sword began his lecture. The starry sky is devoid of stars, the heavens and earth are shrouded in darkness, this is Yin. In ancient times, great beings discovered light in the void and roamed through Yin and Yang, imitating the stars. They ascended to divine thrones, creating star projections that illuminated the heavens, allowing the world to see the sun. The path of the Yang God involves capturing the purest Yang energy of heaven and earth, fusing it with oneself to forge an indestructible, eternal soul. Black Sword was teaching the purest Yang God path from the 6th heaven. To become a Yang God, one must create a star projection that illuminates all realms. For these prodigies, the most challenging part was creating a star projection. To forge such a projection, one had to capture the pure Yang light from beyond the heavens and temper it. However, the pure Yang light in the 6th heaven was nearly depleted. Only the most powerful factions still had some stored away. Alternatively, it could still be found in certain mysterious locations. Black Sword continued to explain how to capture the heavenly Yang light, where it was most easily found, and how to make it easier to harness. The gathered prodigies listened intently, utterly captivated. But Qi Yuan, hearing all this, looked puzzled. Today's lesson ends here. If you have any doubts, feel free to ask me, Black Sword concluded. He sat on the peak, his demeanor refined, his white robes otherworldly. Many prodigies eagerly asked their questions. Black Sword answered each one meticulously, without the slightest hint of arrogance, despite being a Yang God. At that moment, Qi Yuan suddenly stood up and asked a question. Must the path of the Yang God be followed in this way? Everyone's eyes turned to Qi Yuan in surprise and curiosity. After all, while Ice Sword wasn't happy with Blood Robe, the fact that the ancestor of Purple Fate Heaven favored Blood Robe so much showed that Blood Robe's talent might be second only to Black Sword. His question might provide unique insights. Everyone listened closely, hoping to gain something from the debate between these two prodigies. I have a bold idea. Capturing young light is too slow. Why not go straight to the source and capture an entire star from another universe to refine? Wouldn't such a young god be far more powerful? Qi Yuan voiced his question. Immediately, the prodigies' faces twitched. At first, they thought Blood Robe would say something profound and groundbreaking. But this was just too outlandish. Did that even need to be asked? Leaving aside the question of how one would travel to another universe to find a real star, who among them could actually refine an entire star? Yes, young gods were strong enough to destroy a star with a single strike. But they were only yin gods, far from that level of power. Blood Robe's suggestion had a peculiar charm, akin to someone saying, "Want to earn $1 million a year? Just deposit $60 million in the bank." The path of the young god stems from the wisdom of our ancestors, though there may be other methods, Black Sword patiently explained, without dismissing Qi Yuan's wild suggestion. However, one must proceed with caution. A true star is far too powerful for a yin god to refine. Attempting it would likely lead to the destruction of one's soul. Black Sword's answer was simple. It might be possible, but it was far too dangerous, and not recommended. Qi Yuan heard this and thought it made sense. Yin gods were so weak that they couldn't even swallow a star. Refining a star was just a pipe dream. So the path of the young god had to be taken step by step, capturing the heavenly young light and gradually refining it into a star projection. However, at that moment, a sudden flash of insight struck Qi Yuan, and his face turned deathly pale. Purple Fate Xiaolu immediately grew worried. "Senior brother, what's wrong? I think I'm going to die." Qi Yuan was deeply troubled. Because, he had already refined an actual sun into a golden core. According to conventional logic, shouldn't he already be dead? After all, yin gods who refined real stars would die. The path he had taken was wrong. Could it be that he was already dead? Was everything now just a dying fantasy? "Senior brother, what's going on?" Purple Fate Xiaolu asked anxiously. "Bring your face closer. Let me pinch it," Qi Yuan said, his expression dark. Purple Fate Xiaolu was confused but obediently leaned in. Qi Yuan gave her a gentle pinch and asked seriously, "Did it hurt?" "And no, not really," Purple Fate Xiaolu replied shyly. It did hurt a little, but she didn't want to admit it and make her senior brother feel bad. "You felt no pain. Could this all be an illusion? Am I just imagining this?" Qi Yuan's mind was in turmoil. He didn't dare pinch himself because he was afraid of pain. Seeing Qi Yuan's distressed state, Purple Fate Xiaolu grew even more concerned. It did hurt a little, just a tiny bit. She didn't want to hide anything from her senior brother anymore. Honesty seemed the best approach. "It hurt." Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. So this isn't an illusion after all. But then, he was still confused. Why hadn't he died? Yin gods who swallowed stars were supposed to die. Suddenly, a thought dawned on him, and he realized the truth. Yin gods die from swallowing stars, but what does that have to do with someone at the Foundation establishment level? Right, he had refined the sun into a golden core back when he was at the Foundation establishment stage. So, it was fine. Everything was just his overactive imagination scaring him. Qi Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like he had narrowly escaped death. This also reminded him of his earlier conversation with Purple Fate Dashui. His cultivation path had some serious flaws. He needed to comprehend a supreme truth to fix this issue. At that moment, Black Sword noticed Qi Yuan's unusual behavior and asked, "Blood Robe, is something troubling you?" After all, Qi Yuan had been acting strangely after asking his question, drawing a lot of attention. Qi Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. He couldn't very well tell them that he'd almost thought himself to death, right? Suddenly, an idea came to him. "Senior brother Black Sword, I'd like to report something." Although Qi Yuan didn't like tattletales, he supported the idea of open and righteous reporting. This made Qi Yuan feel quite conflicted. His words left the other prodigies puzzled. This Blood Robe really was more like a Purple Fate Heaven person than the actual Purple Fate Heaven people. "What do you want to report?" Black Sword asked. "I'd like to report on Zunlu. She's been trying to sow discord between us, insisting that I'll never surpass you and that I'm targeting you as my rival," Qi Yuan said seriously. The entire crowd fell into a stunned silence. Moments later, Purple Fate Dashui's goose-like laughter echoed across the peak. Ha ha ha, and Zunlu's eyes widened in disbelief, while the other prodigies barely managed to contain their laughter. Those words sounded exactly like something Zunlu would say. Ice Sword, sitting off to the side, also remembered when Zunlu had said similar things to him. Back then, he had been furious but powerless. Now, seeing Qi Yuan expose this in front of everyone, he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. At the same time, his wariness toward Qi Yuan increased. Initially, Ice Sword had planned to challenge Blood Robe, hoping to prove that he, not Qi Yuan, was second only to Black Sword. But now, with how shameless Blood Robe was, how could Ice Sword dare challenge him? What if, during the challenge, he said something inappropriate and Qi Yuan exaggerated it, telling everyone? How would Ice Sword save face? Staying near Blood Robe would only bring misfortune. Ice Sword came to this conclusion. In the future, he would stay as far away from Blood Robe as possible. The other prodigies, too, looked at Qi Yuan with distaste. This guy really would say anything. At first, there had been rumors that Qi Yuan went around asking if the ancestor was his long-lost grandson. They hadn't believed it. But now, they believed it. Blood Robe, stop making things up. And Zunlu's chest heaved with anger, her voice trembling. I'm not making it up. I even recorded it as evidence. Qi Yuan took out a recording stone. Black Sword, this Zunlu is clearly a manipulative woman, always trying to drive a wedge between us. You should stay away from her. Don't let her swindle you out of your wealth and your looks. As a man, you have to be cautious in the outside world. Qi Yuan, full of righteous indignation, exposed the harsh truth. Brother Black Sword, I didn't say anything like that. Tears welled up in Zunlu's eyes. Black Sword, standing atop the mountain, remained calm. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan continued, isn't it just typical manipulative behavior? When her lies get exposed, she starts playing the victim. Let me make it clear, I have never viewed Black Sword as a rival, nor have I ever tried to surpass him. And Zunlu glared at him, her gaze as sharp as a sword. She gritted her teeth. You're just afraid to compete with Brother Black Sword. There she goes, spreading rumors again, Qi Yuan said lazily. Black Sword may become a supreme truth one day, but I'll only consider him a target to surpass after he reaches that realm. Right now, he's not quite worthy yet. Qi Yuan's voice was calm, but in that moment, it stirred a storm in everyone's hearts. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. If Qi Yuan's earlier statements had been dismissed as a joke, now, his sheer confidence and domineering presence caused everyone to take notice. Of all the prodigies present, not a single one wasn't in awe of Black Sword. Even Ice Sword, though he wouldn't admit it outwardly, had always seen Black Sword as his ultimate goal and had worked tirelessly to catch up to him. However, the more he chased, the further the gap grew. But now, what had this Blood Robe said? That unless Black Sword reached the Grand Supreme Truth Realm, he wasn't qualified to be his target. Every prodigy's heart was shaken, and they all turned their gaze toward Qi Yuan, their expressions varied. Was this Blood Robe provoking Black Sword? Or perhaps, declaring war on him? Old stories from Purple Fate Heaven began to resurface in their minds. Some could almost smell the gunpowder of imminent conflict. Thinking about how Purple Fate Heaven's ancestor had personally gifted Blood Robe the Black Abyss ancestor blood, they couldn't help but overthink. Black Sword represented the Great Elder of Black Abyss. Among the 9 elders, at least half were the disciples of the Great Elder. The 6th Elder of Purple Fate Heaven was one of them as well. However, it was no secret that the 6th Elder and the Great Elder had their grievances and long-standing disagreements within Black Abyss. Now, with Blood Robe seemingly challenging Black Sword, many sensed this as an extension of that old conflict between the 6th Elder and the Great Elder. But, did Blood Robe truly have the strength to rival Black Sword? It must be known that a long time ago, a Grand Supreme Truth expert once visited Black Abyss. Upon meeting Black Sword, the expert remarked, "When I was young, I was far inferior to Black Sword." Of course, none of them knew that Qi Yuan didn't have such ambitions at all. People said he wanted to surpass Black Sword, that Black Sword was his target. In truth, he simply wanted to clear his name. To him, Black Sword wasn't even worthy of being his goal. Black Sword's expression remained unchanged, calm and composed like a blossoming chrysanthemum. "I am merely walking a little ahead of you. There's no need to set me as your target to surpass." It seemed that he hadn't taken Qi Yuan's words to heart at all. and Zunlu looked at Black Sword, her eyes brimming with admiration and starlight. Then, she turned toward Qi Yuan with a face full of disdain. Look at Brother Black Sword, and then look at yourself. Can't you see the difference? Huh, Qi Yuan was confused by Zunlu's words. I see it clearly, he's not as good looking as me, that's the difference. You, Zunlu was furious. What nonsense are you spouting? Brother Black Sword's talent surpasses yours 100-fold, and his looks are 100 times better than yours. Qi Yuan couldn't be bothered to argue with her. He realized she was just a delusional fangirl. And Qi Yuan despised fanatics the most. Arguing with a fanatic was pointless, they always made up their own fantasies. However, Purple Fate Xiaolu, who stood nearby, couldn't help but retort, clearly, Senior Brother Blood Robe looks better than Senior Brother Black Sword. Purple Fate Xiaolu, are you blind? And Zunlu was shocked that this usually shy person would dare to talk back to her. My eyes are perfectly fine. Senior Brother Blood Robe is clearly better looking. Purple Fate Xiaolu's face turned red. Arguing clearly wasn't her strong suit. HMPH. And Zunlu quickly shifted the topic, though she had to admit that Blood Robe was indeed better looking than Brother Black Sword. But Brother Black Sword is a young god Tianzun, the #1 prodigy of Black Abyss, and his talent far surpasses Blood Robe. Senior Brother Blood Robe just started cultivating the ancestor blood art later. If he's given enough time, surpassing Black Sword will be no problem. Purple Fate Xiaolu argued confidently. Qi Yuan was stunned as he watched this unfold. Was Purple Fate Xiaolu his fangirl? Suddenly, Qi Yuan realized he had been biased, viewing a particular group with tinted glasses. Even among fanatics, there were good ones too. The two girls kept arguing non-stop. At this moment, Black Sword spoke up, his voice calm. There is one more thing to announce. The Supreme Truth Tao discussion will begin soon. There are 30 spots for the younger generation to attend as spectators. These spots will be allocated based on contribution to Black Abyss. Upon hearing this, the prodigies' faces changed drastically, and their breathing quickened. The Supreme Truth Tao discussion was one of the most important events in the sixth heaven. When the time came, any young god or force that received an invitation would attend the Tao discussion. That was where young gods discussed the supreme truths. For prodigies like them, the benefits were immense. It could lay the foundation for their future paths. A single moment of insight could save them tens of thousands of years of cultivation. However, ordinary cultivators had no chance of attending. Even regular young gods wouldn't be eligible without contributing significantly to the Tao discussion. Only top-tier sacred grounds like Black Abyss had more spots, allowing even the younger generation to attend. Contributions, looks like we'll have to stop cultivating and start doing missions. Damn it, I haven't done a mission in years. There's less than a year until the Tao discussion. How many contributions can we even earn? The prodigies' faces grew serious, a mix of joy and anxiety. There were two ways to earn contribution points: completing missions or advancing in the ancestor blood art. The higher one's cultivation in the ancestor blood art, the more contribution points they would earn. For example, Ice Sword had already reached the 8th level of the ancestor blood art. Just from that alone, the contribution points he could exchange were more than enough to secure him a spot at the Tao discussion. As the lecture ended, everyone slowly dispersed. Purple Fate Xiaolu's face was still red. It was clear she wasn't used to arguing and felt awkward about it. Every now and then, she furrowed her brow, as if replaying the argument in her mind, thinking about how she could have improved. Meanwhile, Zunlu, not far away, suddenly attacked with a sneer. Senior Brother Blood Robe has only just arrived at Purple Fate Heaven, and he's only just started cultivating the ancestor blood art. He hasn't done any missions either. Looks like he'll miss the Tao discussion this time. Such a pity. Qi Yuan didn't feel anything from her words. Even if he didn't qualify, he still had Maju's invitation. When the time came, he could just pretend to be Maju and attend. However, Zunlu's smugness didn't sit well with Purple Fate Xiaolu, who simply turned her head away in defiance. She refused to listen to negative comments. Zunlu, feeling victorious, strutted off toward the mountaintop to meet Black Sword. Purple Fate Xiaolu looked worried. She waved her hand, revealing a list of missions. She examined the list, her expression growing more concerned. Senior Brother Blood Robe, these missions don't give many contribution points, and they take too much time. She was genuinely worried for Qi Yuan. After all, Senior Brother Blood Robe's talent was terrifying, but if he missed the Tao discussion, it would be a huge loss. The gap between him and Black Sword would only grow larger. Don't worry about it, Qi Yuan said lazily, glancing at the mission list. Then, he suddenly asked, can contribution points be exchanged for Black Abyss ancestor blood? He noticed that many of the missions were related to the Molo clan. Recently, the Molo clan had stopped paying tribute, causing quite a stir in Black Abyss. Many new missions were related to this. If he wanted to complete them, it would be a breeze. For example, one mission required traveling to the fifth heaven to negotiate with the Molo clan and demand at least 100 portions of Milalite as tribute. These tasks were right up his alley. No, they can't, Purple Fate Xiaolu shook her head, looking troubled. The Black Abyss ancestor blood was far too valuable. Aside from Grand Supreme Truths, there was almost no way to obtain it. Seeing Qi Yuan eyeing the Molo clan missions, she had a sudden realization. Could Senior Brother Blood Robe resolve these Molo clan tasks? Senior Brother Blood Robe came from the Abyss, so he might have close ties with the Molo clan. And from the way he was asking, it seemed like he was confident in handling the Molo clan's missions. I can handle it, Qi Yuan said honestly. Purple Fate Xiaolu's eyes lit up. Senior Brother Blood Robe, you're amazing. Why don't you take on these missions? If you complete them, you should have enough contribution points to attend the Dao discussion. I'm not completing them, Qi Yuan shook his head. What, did she think he was stupid? Why would he do these missions? Completing them would indeed earn him contribution points, but he'd be at a loss. These missions mostly required the Molo clan to pay tribute. The Molo clan was his. Asking them to pay tribute to Black Abyss in exchange for a measly amount of contribution points. Was he out of his mind? Purple Fate Xiaolu was confused. Don't worry, pink-horned girl. I have my own plan for contribution points, Qi Yuan said confidently. He didn't need to do any tasks to get contribution points. He could just advance in the Ancestor Blood Art. How many levels of the Ancestor Blood Art would be enough to exchange for a spot at the Dao discussion? Qi Yuan asked. 6 levels would give you a chance, but to be safe, it should be at least 7, Purple Fate Xiaolu replied, starting to understand Qi Yuan's thinking, though she thought it was a bit far-fetched. Still, she didn't question him further and simply gave her answer. It'll be done tonight, Qi Yuan said with a smile. This Dao discussion, he planned to attend both as Maju and as Blood Robe. After all, he had powerful backing now. With a Grand Supreme Truth supporting him, getting things done was much easier. Purple Fate Xiaolu blinked in confusion, unsure of what Qi Yuan meant. But being shy as she was, she didn't ask. Where can I get the Ancestor Blood Art level checked in Purple Fate Heaven? I want to check my progress in exchange for contribution points. Hearing this, Purple Fate Xiaolu's eyes widened, and her breathing quickened slightly. Senior Brother Blood Robe was going to exchange his Ancestor Blood Art progress for contribution points. Did that mean he had already reached the first, second, or maybe even the third level? The fastest record for cultivating the Ancestor Blood Art was set by Black Sword, half a month to reach the third level, and 3 months to reach the fourth. He was far ahead of everyone else. It had taken her a whole year just to reach the first level. All right, she said, her tone filled with admiration. At the peak of the mountain, Black Sword, dressed in white robes, radiated elegance and majesty. Standing beside him was a young god in the great heaven stage, with a smile on his face. That Blood Robe, he's a bit too arrogant, the man said, his tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. Black Sword, hearing this, remained calm and indifferent. He has his own goals. There's nothing wrong with him not seeing me as his target. Sigh, you're just too generous and kind, the young god lamented. The more he understood Black Sword, the more terrifying he realized Black Sword's talent was. If he doesn't see me as a goal, it's just like how I never pay attention to the struggling practitioners below me on the path. It's nothing of significance, Black Sword said flatly. And what he said was the truth. He wasn't afraid of challenges from his peers, he didn't even acknowledge them. Anyone who lagged behind him would only fall further and further behind, as his sights were always set on the Star Realm and the Grand Supreme Truth Masters at its pinnacle. As for those struggling to catch up behind him, why would he ever turn around to look at them? The rise of Black Abyss depends on you, the young god said, full of admiration. The others are just passing clouds. While other prodigies of the same generation were still striving to break through to the young god stage, Black Sword had already become a distinguished guest of young gods in the Great Heaven stage and could even engage in discussions on supreme truths. That blood robe has earned the favor of the sixth elder, so his talent is likely extraordinary as well. He might even become a grand supreme truth master someday. Perhaps you should put him through some trials now, sharpen him into a useful sword, the young god advised. He respected Black Sword deeply but also harbored envy and jealousy. His suggestion was born from a desire to ingratiate himself with Black Sword. Thank you for your advice, Black Sword responded with his usual calm demeanor. But he didn't take the words to heart. I am invincible, why would I need another sharp sword? And Zunlu is coming, I'll take my leave. The young god smiled and vanished from sight. The moment he disappeared, a voice filled with eagerness rang out. Brother Black Sword. And Zunlu rushed over, her face full of unabashed adoration. How is your cultivation progressing lately? Black Sword was kind, and he treated Zunlu with warmth. And Zunlu's heart swelled with happiness, and the arrogance and coldness she had displayed toward Qi Yuan vanished, replaced by a gentle, ladylike demeanor. Ancestor blood art is still at the 5th level, and Zunlu said with a hint of frustration. The cultivation of the ancestor blood art relies on bloodline, and in this matter, there's not much I can do to help you. I understand. I'll keep working hard, and Zunlu said, though the thought of something made her frown as she continued. But the ancestor was too unfair, giving the Black Abyss ancestor blood to blood robe instead of you, Brother Black Sword. Mentioning this, she was filled with anger. It had once been said by the ancestors that Black Sword would be gifted Black Abyss ancestor blood when he reached the Supreme Truth Realm. But Blood Robe, who had just joined Black Abyss, was already granted this precious treasure. Naturally, she felt this was unjust and resented it on behalf of Black Sword. It's fine, the Black Abyss ancestor blood doesn't help me much. Whether I have it or not doesn't really matter, Black Sword said nonchalantly. I can rely on myself. His bloodline was already closely linked to the Black Abyss ancestor blood. In truth, the blood flowing through his veins was practically Black Abyss ancestor blood. By cultivating the ancestor blood art, it was as if he was constantly being nourished by Black Abyss ancestor blood. This wasn't cheating, it was simply a part of his innate bloodline talent. Therefore, the Black Abyss ancestor blood had little value to him at this stage. However, once he reached the Supreme Truth Realm, that would change. But it's so unfair, and Zunlu was still indignant on his behalf. Black Sword smiled and gently stroked her hair. Don't think too much about it. Focus on accumulating your contributions. Don't you want to attend the Supreme Truth Tao discussion? At his words, and Zunlu nodded eagerly. I'll work hard. And don't worry about me. There's no need to feel threatened by this blood robe, Black Sword said, his voice calm. Everything I have in Black Abyss, I earned with my own hands. No one can take that away. Black Sword had complete confidence in himself. Blood Robe didn't consider him a target to surpass, but from Black Sword's perspective, he hadn't even noticed Blood Robe behind him. His focus had always been on Linya's transformation. In Linya's transformation, even young gods were merely pawns, their fates controlled by others. Even Supreme Truth Realm young gods were nothing more than bigger pawns. Only those who mastered the Grand Supreme Truth could be considered true players on the chessboard. Black Abyss had cultivated him to step onto the chessboard, to become a player and look after Black Abyss within Linya's transformation. But his ambitions surpassed Black Abyss itself. He didn't just want to be a player, he wanted to be the strongest player. The one who dominated the game of the sixth heaven. As for Blood Robe, he wasn't even a large pawn yet. Why would Black Sword care? Looking at the confident and gentle Black Sword, and Zunlu's eyes were filled with adoration and admiration. Brother Black Sword, enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Led by Purple Fate Xiaolu, Qi Yuan used a teleportation array to return to Purple Fate Heaven. The Ancestor Blood Pavilion is where the progress of one's cultivation in the Ancestor Blood art is measured. Every day, many people from Purple Fate Heaven come here to assess their progress. Even if you have a thin bloodline and are a marginal cultivator, if you manage to reach the 6th layer of the Ancestor Blood art, you can still become a core figure in Black Abyss. That's why in all of Purple Fate Heaven, and even in Black Abyss itself, every cultivator spends their life cultivating the Ancestor Blood art, explained Purple Fate Xiaolu as she and Qi Yuan flew through the sky. Looking out, endless black mountains and rivers stretched across the landscape, with the occasional town coming into view. Reach the 6th layer and you'll go from slave to master, Qi Yuan said in amazement. Core figures in Black Abyss enjoyed numerous privileges. Back in the fifth heaven, the informant Qi Yuan had encountered was at the divine realm, yet they were still striving to become a core figure of Black Abyss. Of course, even though Qi Yuan had also reported in Zunlu this time, he considered it a righteous report, so instead of being labeled as a snitch, he liked to think of himself as a justice seeker. But we, as demon science, don't have such limitations. Beneath the Yang gods, our status is the highest. Purple Fate Xiaolu continued explaining with pride. In Purple Fate Heaven, more than half of the demon science in every generation successfully entered the Yang god realm. If the price is right, we can even ask a Yang god sovereign to act on our behalf. There was an excited look on Purple Fate Xiaolu's face. Yang god sovereigns were like towering mountains. For a Yin god to request the assistance of a Yang god was nearly unthinkable below the sixth heaven. Oh, with just 3 words, I can make 4,000 Yang gods spend 30 billion for me. Qi Yuan responded casually to Xiaolu's excitement. Purple Fate Xiaolu opened her mouth in surprise, her lips forming an "oh" shape like she was holding a drink. The two of them then landed near the Ancestor Blood Pavilion. Rather than calling it a pavilion, it was more accurate to call it a small kingdom. A vast, walled city stretched out for an unknown number of miles, teeming with life. From a glance, there were billions of creatures here. It was worth noting that all of these beings were cultivators. Without sufficient space and spiritual energy, progress in cultivation would be slow. Many of the beings were locals, but the majority had come from various realms under Purple Fate Heaven's jurisdiction. Purple Fate Heaven governed a total of 600 worlds. Every day, countless cultivators came to test their progress in the Ancestor Blood Art. It was a sight akin to students in the ancient world flocking to take the imperial exams. Reaching the first level of the Ancestor Blood Art in your own world was enough to elevate you above ordinary people. Black Abyss truly deserves its reputation as a powerhouse of the sixth heaven. There are Purple Mansion cultivators everywhere. Qi Yuan muttered in amazement. Just a brief scan revealed thousands of cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage. As someone at the Purple Mansion realm himself, Qi Yuan felt a bit intimidated. Inside the Ancestor Blood Pavilion, endless lines of cultivators stretched out as far as the eye could see. Looking down, it resembled a black dragon winding its way through the landscape. Many of the cultivators appeared anxious, clenching their fists in anticipation. Some younger ones looked confused or dejected, as if already feeling defeated. This was perfectly normal. In their own nation, they might have ranked among the top 10 geniuses. In their world, they might have been among the top 300 true prodigies. But upon arriving at Purple Fate Heaven's Ancestor Blood Pavilion, they were just another face in the crowd. Here, the strong were as common as dogs. Even prodigies had to stand in line with the masses. Seeing all this, Qi Yuan felt a bit emotional. In places like this, there really were far too many geniuses. He thought to himself that if he randomly picked someone from this crowd, they could probably thrash his old senior, Kung Fu Lu. It was clear, sometimes where you're born truly matters. How long would I have to wait in line here, until the year of the monkey? Qi Yuan clicked his tongue. To be honest, he didn't want to wait in line. But, of course, his sense of justice and fairness told him that he should. This made him feel like he was encountering the horns of a dilemma, like dealing with Bullhorn Sis. He'd have to comprehend a supreme truth to fix this flaw in his thinking. Senior brother Blood Rogue, we are demon science. There's no need to wait in line. Come with me, Purple Fate Xiaolu said with a smile. Qi Yuan blinked. Was there really such a good deal? Not having to wait in line lifted his mood. But, deep down, Qi Yuan suddenly found himself admiring some of the more adaptable people back on Earth. People who could easily adjust their principles to suit their interests. If he could comprehend such a supreme truth, wouldn't that make him invincible? Let's go, Qi Yuan said softly. The two of them transformed into streams of light and strode toward the Ancestor Blood Pavilion. Down below, many cultivators looked up at them with curious expressions. How can they fly directly inside? They're demon scions, the most elite bloodlines in all of Purple Fate Heaven. I never thought I'd live to see a demon scion in person. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qi Yuan and Purple Fate Xiaolu arrived at the Ancestor Blood Pavilion. As soon as they landed, an old white-haired man hurried over to greet them, his expression full of respect. Greetings, demon scions. I'm here to measure my progress in the Ancestor Blood Art and convert it into contribution points, Qi Yuan said straightforwardly, not wanting to waste any time. The old man hunched over respectfully. This way, Your Highness. Purple Fate Xiaolu didn't follow them inside. As Qi Yuan entered the testing area of the Ancestor Blood Pavilion, his expression remained calm, his eyes scanning his surroundings. Contrary to what he expected, the atmosphere inside wasn't filled with ethereal mist. Instead, it was dark, somber, and tinged with a blood-red hue. A massive, blood-red chandelier hung overhead, casting a strange glow. A river of blood divided the room in two. In the blood river, Qi Yuan noticed many tiny, insect-like creatures. These creatures were about the size of bacteria, swarming in dense clusters, appearing almost alive. Please infuse the blood spirit aura of your ancestor blood art into the blood river, Your Highness. The blood spirits in the river will sense the quality of your bloodline and determine how many layers you've cultivated, the old man explained quietly, a trace of anticipation in his eyes. This demon scion had only been in Black Abyss for less than half a year. He'd barely had any time to cultivate the ancestor blood art, and now he was already here for a test. The old man couldn't help but feel a mix of awe and humility. He himself had taken 10 long years to finally reach the first layer of the ancestor blood art. By normal standards, that wasn't too bad. But he was just a gatekeeper, while the person in front of him was a demon scion. This blood robe scion had been cultivating for less than half a year. Could he be at the first layer? The second, maybe even the legendary third? The old man pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Black Sword had taken half a month to reach the third layer and 3 months to reach the fourth. That was the fastest record in the history of Black Abyss. Other than Black Sword, no one had reached the third layer within a year. Even for a typical demon scion, it took about a year to reach the first layer. So, the old man estimated that Blood Robe was probably at the first layer, with a small chance of being at the second. As the old man explained the process, Qi Yuan's attention was drawn to the strange creatures in the blood river, and a surprised expression appeared in his eyes. Intelligent miniature detection insects, capable of detecting progress in the ancestor blood art. Network connection status, offline. His vision allowed him to perceive these blood spirits in a completely different light. The description seemed almost sci-fi. It didn't quite align with the cultivation path. But then again, when he thought about it, cultivation and science fiction weren't necessarily mutually exclusive. In some ways, they were two sides of the same coin. Where did this blood river come from? Qi Yuan asked curiously. The old man seemed puzzled. This, old me does not know. Could I have a little bit of it? My place feels kind of empty, no pets around, Qi Yuan said, holding out his hand, asking for the blood. This put the old man in an awkward position. In the end, he gritted his teeth, all right, but just a small portion. Thanks, here's a good person card for you. Qi Yuan pulled out a card from his pocket, took a brush, and wrote the words, good person card, on it. Look, your good person certificate, he said with a smile. The old man couldn't help but chuckle as he accepted the card. Thank you, Your Highness. Perhaps, when this demon scion ascended to the young god sovereign level, his ink would become valuable. With a wave of his hand, the old man scooped some of the blood river into a golden bowl. The small bowl, though it seemed insignificant, held over 10,000 pounds of blood. Will this be enough? The old man asked cautiously. He didn't quite understand why anyone would be interested in this blood river. It had no practical use outside of measuring progress in the ancestor blood art. It's plenty, Qi Yuan said as he stashed the bowl away. All right, time for the test, Qi Yuan said, activating his ancestor blood art. As his mind wandered, he wondered whether he should conceal his true progress. Most cultivators tended to keep some of their strength hidden. But then he shook his head. Conceal it, why bother? He was tempted to go directly to the old ancestor of Purple Fate Heaven and demand more ancestor blood. He needed to improve his cultivation quickly and strengthen his ability to protect himself. Without overthinking it, Qi Yuan unleashed his ancestor blood art to its fullest. The old man watched intently, focusing on the blood river, his eyes filled with anticipation. After about a single breath, the old man's eyes lit up. A single pillar of blood without diminishing. As expected, His Highness has surpassed the first layer and is now breaking into the second. Seeing this, the old man was filled with admiration. The difference between people was truly staggering. Reaching the second layer in just half a year, this speed was enough to rank him among the top 10 fastest in all of Black Abyss. He felt as if he were witnessing history in the making. Geniuses truly abounded. It seemed Purple Fate Heaven was about to produce a true prodigy. But just as he was marveling, in the next instant, his eyes widened in shock. There are 3 pillars now. 3 pillars of blood surged from the blood river. This blood robe scion, could he really be second only to Black Sword? In all of Black Abyss, no one besides Black Sword had ever reached the 3rd layer within a year. It was no wonder there were rumors outside that the old ancestor was grooming Blood Robe to challenge Black Sword. At first, the old man had thought this was nonsense. To put it bluntly, if ordinary demon scions were once in 10,000-year geniuses, then Black Sword was a once in a billion-year prodigy. He believed Blood Robe could surpass other demon scions and even Ice Sword, but reaching Black Sword's level seemed impossible. But now, his breathing became rapid. The old ancestor's insight was truly extraordinary. And yet, as his breathing quickened, something even more unexpected occurred. Before his eyes, the blood river began to bubble and surge even higher. One blood pillar after another shot up. From 3 pillars, to 4, then 5. The old man stood there, dumbfounded, utterly shocked. He stared at the blood river in disbelief, his mind in chaos. 7 pillars. His eyes were wide open, his pupils dilated, and his thoughts were in disarray. 7 pillars. This was the 7th layer. Reaching the 7th layer of the ancestor blood art meant that without any further cultivation, with just enough resources and 10,000 years of time, one would naturally ascend to the Young God realm. The 7th layer was a clear dividing line. Among all the demon scions of the 9 heavens, only a handful had cultivated the ancestor blood art. To the 7th layer. Now, there was one more. And these other demon scions had all spent tens of thousands of years cultivating. But Blood Robe had done it in half a year. The old man was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't even think straight anymore. Stop gasping. It's getting hot in here. 7 layers, come on, give me my contribution points. Qi Yuan said, extending his hand. After all, he still needed those points to attend the Supreme Truth Tao discussion. His words snapped the old man back to reality. This was an unprecedented situation for him. A cultivator reaching the 7th layer of the ancestor blood art in less than half a year. It was world-shaking. It was like hearing that your neighbor had won a $1 trillion lottery. It was just too absurd to accept. The old man didn't dare to question it, but this was something that definitely needed to be reported. As the keeper of the Ancestor Blood Pavilion, he had privileges that others didn't. He could transmit information directly to the old ancestor. He hurriedly produced a black incense stick and lit it. In Black Abyss, black was the color of supreme authority. Lighting black incense signified that the highest priority information was being transmitted. After lighting it, the old man stood there nervously, staring at the 7 pillars of blood, his mind still in a daze. Outside, beyond the heavens, Purple Fate Ancestor was in the middle of refining Black Abyss Ancestor blood. After a moment, his expression turned grim. Sigh, I can't keep cultivating. My root demon tribulation is approaching. With my current strength, I doubt I can survive the next one. For Supreme Truth cultivators, increasing their power meant facing the root demon tribulation. The tribulation grew stronger each time. If the Supreme Truth one had grasped was of too low a grade, surviving the tribulation would be incredibly difficult. Many Supreme Truth masters perished in the sea of root demons. In fact, most Supreme Truth young gods didn't die in battle but fell to the root demon tribulation. Even some Grand Supreme Truth masters had been killed by the root demon tribulation. Only those who had mastered the Grand Supreme Truth could face the tribulation without such peril. My limit is 3 tribulations, is it? Purple Fate Ancestor mused. He had only survived 3 root demon tribulations in the Grand Supreme Truth realm. Among all the Grand Supreme Truth masters, aside from the Great Elder, none had survived 4. And Linya's transformation is fast approaching. I'd better stop cultivating. Sigh, being a Grand Supreme Truth master is so difficult. Purple Fate Ancestor sighed before muttering to himself in frustration, why did my stupid brain have to comprehend such a low-grade supreme truth? Just then, a wisp of black smoke rose in the distance. Purple Fate Ancestor's attention was drawn toward it. A message from the Ancestor Blood Pavilion. His thoughts began to race. Could it be that a new prodigy has emerged? Or perhaps, Blood Robe has gone for the test? After considering it for a moment, he concluded that it was most likely Blood Robe. His eyes filled with anticipation. Has he reached the 3rd layer? Maybe even the 4th. Purple Fate Ancestor had high hopes for Blood Robe. Although Black Sword's bloodline was naturally aligned with the Black Abyss Ancestor blood, it was understandable if Blood Robe's progress was slightly slower. As long as the gap wasn't too large, Purple Fate Ancestor would be satisfied. He reached out and grasped the black incense. Then, his eyes twitched. 7 layers. For a moment, he was completely stunned. 3 months, and 7 layers. Are you even human? Purple Fate Ancestor was certain that Blood Robe had never cultivated the Ancestor Blood Art before. And yet, in 3 months, he had reached the 7th layer. It wasn't that he was cultivating the Ancestor Blood Art, it was more like the Ancestor Blood Art was begging him to cultivate it. With a wave of his hand, Purple Fate Ancestor projected an image of the Ancestor Blood Pavilion in front of him. 7 pillars of blood stood tall, radiating brilliance. This proved that Blood Robe had truly reached the 7th layer in just 3 months. Staring at Qi Yuan, Purple Fate Ancestor was filled with shock before bursting into joy. To hell with Linya's transformation. To hell with the 6th heaven. I'm done serving them. He had something far more important to serve now, after all. His thoughts racing, the grand supreme truth power within him surged as he moved to cut off this revelation from the heavens. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Through the markings on Purple Fate Dashui's arm, Purple Fate Ancestor determined that Qi Yuan's bloodline was extraordinary, possibly even surpassing the Black Abyss Ancestor blood. His bloodline was terrifying, but that alone didn't mean everything. Unexpectedly, after only 3 months, he had reached the 7th layer of the Ancestor Blood Art. At this rate, wouldn't it take him less than 10,000 years to become a Grand Supreme Truth Being? This was a bit too exaggerated, even terrifying. Purple Fate Ancestor's thoughts shifted. His figure vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he was inside the Ancestor Blood Pavilion. The surrounding space seemed frozen, and time itself halted at this moment. The white-haired old man who had been standing beside him remained motionless, frozen in his original posture like a statue. Qi Yuan immediately grew alert. His eyes filled with curiosity as he sized up the old man in the purple robe standing before him. This old man gave off a sense of boundless, profound depth. Open black lens bracket Purple Fate Ancestor, the ancestor of Purple Fate Heaven, a Grand Supreme Truth Realm expert. Close black lens bracket. Qi Yuan had a feeling that even if he tried a sliding attack, he wouldn't win. In fact, even if he had a gun and the other guy had a sword, he still wouldn't win. Greetings, Senior. Qi Yuan, following the good virtues of a Blue Star native, knew when to bend and when to stand tall. Facing a Grand Supreme Truth, he conceded. Reaching the 7th layer in 3 months, it's barely passable. Purple Fate Ancestor's expression was calm, betraying no emotions. Don't get too proud, remember, there's always someone stronger, and there's always a greater sky. And keep this matter to yourself. Purple Fate Ancestor was well aware of Qi Yuan's unpredictable personality. He had to warn him. Otherwise, if Qi Yuan boasted about this achievement, it could draw attention from Black Abyss's enemies, who might secretly send a young god to kill him in the cradle. It's indeed pretty average. Sigh, I blame myself for not working hard enough and for falling behind right from the start. I know of a race where they are born as yin gods. If they're malnourished, they just drink a growth tonic and develop a divine domain. If they cultivated the Ancestor Blood Art, they'd probably be much faster than me. Cough cough. Purple Fate Ancestor almost wanted to cough. He had only given a modest warning, and now Qi Yuan was actually acting humble. Also, what kind of race is born as yin gods? As the saying goes, a dog doesn't dislike its poor home. Compared to the race I know, Black Abyss is far inferior, but it's still not bad. At least it gave me a drop of Black Abyss Ancestor blood, barely acceptable, Qi Yuan said tactfully. After all that circling, he finally got to the point. The meaning was clear. Hey, old man, hand over some more treasures. Purple Fate Ancestor paused for a moment and quickly understood Qi Yuan's implication. There's only 1 drop of Black Abyss Ancestor blood left in my possession, Purple Fate Ancestor said truthfully. But you've been cultivating diligently lately, so I'll reward you. With great reluctance, Purple Fate Ancestor handed over the last drop of Black Abyss Ancestor blood to Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. Thank you, Senior. Another drop of Black Abyss Ancestor blood. What a win. When you reach the 9th layer, I'll reward you with another drop of Black Abyss Ancestor blood. Purple Fate Ancestor calculated the time. It would be a few years before his next share of Black Abyss Ancestor blood would arrive. By then, Qi Yuan would likely have reached the 9th layer. The further one progressed in the Ancestor Blood Art, the slower the progress became. In fact, the time required for a single layer in the later stages could surpass the total time spent reaching all previous layers combined. Thank you, Senior. Qi Yuan continued to express gratitude. After all, it didn't cost him anything. Take this talisman. If you encounter danger, you can activate it instantly, Purple Fate Ancestor said, tossing a protective talisman to Qi Yuan. This talisman could allow Qi Yuan to escape even from a sudden ambush by a Grand Supreme Truth level Yang God. Even if Qi Yuan didn't have time to activate it, the talisman would activate automatically. Open black lens bracket. An ordinary protective talisman. Though powerful, it has several flaws. With some improvements, its power could be increased more than threefold. Close black lens bracket. Thank you. Qi Yuan expressed his gratitude once again. Senior, there's something I'm not sure whether I should say or not. As Qi Yuan accepted the talisman, he thought of informing Purple Fate Ancestor about the talisman's flaws and having him improve it on the spot. If improved, the talisman's value would increase significantly. If Qi Yuan ever needed money, he could sell the talisman for quite a sum. Don't say it. Purple Fate Ancestor wasn't interested in hearing whatever Qi Yuan had to say. He feared that Qi Yuan might say something outrageous that would embarrass him. For example, what if Qi Yuan asked him outright, "Am I the father you left behind in the mortal world?" How would Purple Fate Ancestor answer? No matter what he said, it would be humiliating. Hearing this, Qi Yuan felt a bit disappointed. Another opportunity missed. However, thinking about all the nice things Purple Fate Ancestor had just given him, it felt like receiving gifts from a grandfather to his grandson. But Qi Yuan didn't want to be anyone's grandson. Still, the Black Abyss Ancestor blood was too tempting. Returning it would be asking for his life. Qi Yuan hesitated. Humans are full of contradictions, this wasn't good. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Qi Yuan's mind. He looked seriously at Purple Fate Ancestor and solemnly said, "Senior, I accept your gifts, but that doesn't mean I accept your kindness or acknowledge myself as your descendant or grandson. Some people are born without a mother-in-law, I was born without parents or grandparents. I don't need another ancestor over my head. I will repay your gifts tenfold or 100-fold in the future. But in the meantime, if you become my enemy, I will treat you as such." Qi Yuan laid everything out. Black Abyss had always had conflicts with Moon God Palace, which was essentially a grudge against Jinli. In such matters, he was undoubtedly siding with his wife. As for his earlier, wild, speech, of course, it was shamelessly copied from somewhere. Purple Fate Ancestor looked at Qi Yuan, momentarily speechless at this declaration. "So, you've decided to become my enemy." Purple Fate Ancestor's voice was calm, giving no indication of his emotions. "Back when I was in Demon Abyss, I eloped with a Moon Maiden. We've even got the marriage certificate, we're just waiting for Moon God Sovereign's approval," Qi Yuan said. Purple Fate Ancestor glanced at Qi Yuan, somewhat surprised. A quick scan revealed the Moon Maiden's mark on Qi Yuan's arm. The 9 Elders of Black Abyss aren't united, and it's not Purple Fate Heaven that's at war with Moon God Palace, Purple Fate Ancestor said calmly. Among the 9 Elders of Black Abyss, only 3 had a good relationship with Purple Fate Ancestor. The rest were mere acquaintances. Some were even enemies, wishing for the other's demise. Go back now. With a wave of his hand, Purple Fate Ancestor sent Qi Yuan away. Inside the Ancestor Blood Pavilion, time seemed to rewind, and the old man's memory was partially erased. Purple Fate Ancestor's form vanished at that moment. Outside the pavilion, Qi Yuan felt even more wary. The Grand Supreme Truth Realm was simply too powerful. Just the small display Purple Fate Ancestor had shown left him completely powerless to resist. Even if he tried 1,000 sliding tackles, he still wouldn't be able to kill Purple Fate Ancestor. If an ordinary Grand Supreme Truth was this strong, how terrifying would the one from Taihuang Palace be? As this thought crossed his mind, Qi Yuan glanced up at his own star in the cosmos and thought of the Golden Canary and Ning Dao, diligently watching the sun in space. This brought him a sense of calm. Blood Robe Senior Brother, how did it go? What layer did you reach? Purple Fate Xiaolu eagerly asked from outside, her face filled with anticipation as she looked at Qi Yuan. Well, your ancestor told me not to reveal that, Qi Yuan answered truthfully. Ancestor. Purple Fate Xiaolu's eyes widened in surprise. Even the ancestor took notice. Does that mean, at least 3 layers, maybe even 4? Her face lit up with excitement, filled with happiness. At the same time, she was burning with curiosity, itching to know exactly which layer Blood Robe Senior Brother had reached. Could it be 4 layers? Or had he even surpassed Black Sword's record? However, she understood that she probably wouldn't know for several hundred years. After all, even the ancestor had gotten involved. She was dying of curiosity, but she had no choice but to hold back. At that moment, she blinked at Qi Yuan, who then raised 7 fingers. The ancestor told me not to speak about it, but he didn't say I couldn't show it. Do you understand? This is my current level. Oh, and keep it quiet, Qi Yuan said calmly. Purple Fate Xiaolu stared at the 7 fingers, her mind spinning. 7 layers. Her body weakened, and her mind went blank. On the other side, watching this scene, Purple Fate Ancestor couldn't help but shake his head. This kid, always stirring things up. 11 days passed. Qi Yuan felt a bit unsatisfied. What a pity, I've already used up all the Black Abyss Ancestor blood. After 3 days, Qi Yuan had finished devouring and digesting the Black Abyss Ancestor blood, greatly advancing his Ancestor blood art. He had now stepped into the 8th layer. At this point, Qi Yuan noticed some golden, cold, and gleaming blood appearing in his veins. It gave him quite a fright. He wondered if he was suffering from metal poisoning. For safety's sake, he dyed the golden blood red. This way, it looked more normal, and he felt much better about it. What a pity, I'm still far from the 9th layer. The further he progressed, the slower it became. To speed things up, he'd need a large amount of Black Abyss Ancestor blood. Otherwise, without the blood, even with his exceptional talent and dedication, Qi Yuan estimated it would take at least 100 years to reach the perfect 15th layer. That was terrifying. The future looked bleak, without hope on the horizon. It was like working in a factory for 50 years just to afford a down payment. Black Abyss Ancestor blood, how can I get more of it? Qi Yuan sighed in frustration. His background was too humble, he'd started off behind and had to rely on his own efforts just to make up a tiny bit of the gap. Just then, an idea came to him, and he took out the golden bowl. Inside the bowl was a mass of blood. Within the blood floated countless tiny intelligent micro-detection bugs. For anyone with trypophobia, it would be utterly nauseating. Well, people from Blue Star probably wouldn't be able to see that well. Hey, little robots, can you talk? Qi Yuan greeted the intelligent micro-detection bugs. Unfortunately, there was no response. The bugs remained silent. Too bad 01 isn't here. If it were, I bet it could communicate with these bugs, Qi Yuan thought. These intelligent micro-detection bugs didn't seem like something that came from the 6th heaven. Cultivation methods had no effect on them. Or perhaps, even to a young god sovereign, these bugs were nothing more than special creations. No, wait, when 01 transmitted the insights of the myriad Tao martial god to me, it also passed along some useful things. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. In that relic, 01 had gained control of the ship's systems and absorbed many pieces of advanced technology, even evolving somewhat. When it transmitted the myriad Tao martial god's insights, it had also included several pieces of advanced technology. After all, the title, myriad Tao martial god, wasn't just for show. He wasn't just proficient in the Tao of heaven, the Tao of earth, the Tao of trees, or the Tao of humanity, he also understood the Tao of hacking. Connect to the data. Qi Yuan reached out toward the intelligent micro-detection bugs. Instantly, the bugs began to swarm toward him. Seeing this, Qi Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. It seems that Black Abyss is definitely connected to Dongjun's universe. His technology had an effect on the intelligent micro-detection bugs. This meant that they were operating on the same kind of technology. Begin data reception. These intelligent micro-detection bugs also carried recording and storage capabilities. Qi Yuan directly infiltrated their cores, trying to retrieve any unexpected treasures from their data. The data is fragmented and highly distorted. Qi Yuan felt a little disappointed. Perhaps too much time had passed. Additionally, the detection bugs hadn't received any energy replenishments. Much of the data he received was incomplete and severely corrupted. But he still managed to extract some valuable information. What a gigantic bug, an endless fleet of ships. In the vast, boundless universe, Qi Yuan saw an enormous bug. The insect swam through the dark starry sky, its compound eyes larger than entire stars. Such a massive creature would leave anyone awestruck. Even in these fragmented images, this is undoubtedly a grand supreme truth being, or perhaps, something even beyond that. Qi Yuan's expression remained calm as he continued to process the fragmented footage. But then, a particular scene caught his attention. What's going on? In one brief flash, Qi Yuan saw the gigantic insect attempting to break through a realm barrier. But just as it succeeded, it was suddenly annihilated, its soul and consciousness vanishing. Its body became nothing more than an empty shell. This sight was chilling. This was a grand supreme truth being at the peak, perhaps even someone who had transcended the grand supreme truth realm and entered the third level of the Yang God, just like the woman Qi Yuan had encountered on Gongxing. But in the moment of its breakthrough, its spirit and soul vanished, leaving behind nothing but a hollow body. This was a being at the peak of the grand supreme truth, perhaps even at the third level of the Yang God, yet it had been suddenly wiped out during its breakthrough. The implications were terrifying. Immediately following this scene, an endless fleet of ships appeared, seemingly to collect the insect's body and blood. The fleet used the insect's massive form to construct a floating fortress in space. Could this insect be the source of Black Abyss ancestor blood? With a creature this size, its blood must be abundant. Qi Yuan's eyes brightened, any sympathy for the insect's demise vanishing as excitement took over. From the Intelligent Micro-Detection Bugs database, he had discovered locations where this massive insect's blood was being stored. Is this where Black Abyss ancestor blood comes from? Qi Yuan's breath quickened. If he could obtain that Black Abyss ancestor blood, wouldn't that allow him to advance rapidly in the ancestor blood art? If he broke through again, his myriad Tao martial god cultivation could reach the supreme truth realm. Without using his nascent souls or slowly grinding away with the Great Forgetfulness Sutra, he could rely on sheer power alone to contend with supreme truth beings. Though he had managed to subdue the supreme truth Yang gods of the Molo tribe, Qi Yuan knew how difficult it had been to defeat them. But now, with a vast supply of Black Abyss ancestor blood, wouldn't that mean his myriad Tao martial god form could contend with the supreme truth, perhaps even the grand supreme truth itself? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. It seems I need to take on a mission and head out for a bit, Qi Yuan mused. According to the information revealed by the Intelligent Micro-Detection Bugs, there were 3 locations where Black Abyss ancestor blood could be found. 2 were within the Black Abyss's territory, and 1 was outside. It looks like I'll need Purple Fate Xiaolu's help. After some thought, Qi Yuan contacted Purple Fate Xiaolu using a communication jade slip. After about the time it took to burn 3 sticks of incense, Purple Fate Xiaolu appeared outside the cave. She was dressed in a dark blue Ma Mian Kyun, a traditional Chinese skirt, which made her look both cute and slightly alluring. Senior Brother Blood Robe, what can I do for you? Purple Fate Xiaolu asked, her expression full of joy. Here's the thing, today, I had a dream where I saw treasure. I want to take you along to find it. But the place in the dream, I'm not sure where it is. Since you're familiar with Black Abyss, I wanted to ask for your help. Qi Yuan came up with an excuse on the spot. Purple Fate Xiaolu looked excited when she heard this. After all, the fact that Senior Brother Blood Robe was willing to tell her about treasure hunting meant he really trusted her. Senior Brother, where is it? Here. Qi Yuan wasn't great at drawing, but he was skilled at copying and pasting. Without much thought, he projected a fragment of the scene he'd seen from the broken images onto the air for Purple Fate Xiaolu to view. A projection of the landscape appeared in the air, black land and black seas everywhere, with a single towering peak wrapped in chains standing prominently. Purple Fate Xiaolu blinked in disbelief and stared at Qi Yuan. Senior Brother Blood Robe, are you sure this is the place? Yeah, I'm sure. The dream scene was crystal clear. This place must be extraordinary, there's got to be a lot of treasure, Qi Yuan said earnestly. Purple Fate Xiaolu took a deep breath. There are indeed many treasures here, but, this is the Black Abyss treasury. Wait, what? Qi Yuan was speechless. Seriously, they built the treasury here? Could we sneak in and take something? What I want to steal, no, retrieve, isn't inside the treasury itself but maybe underneath it in the ruins. Qi Yuan still clung to a sliver of hope. Purple Fate Xiaolu grew anxious at this suggestion. Senior Brother Blood Robe, you must not entertain such ideas. This isn't just the treasury, it's also the ancestral ground of Black Abyss. The very origin of our Black Abyss lies in the ruins beneath this place. If we recklessly barge in, even as Mozi chosen ones of demonic blood, we won't escape death. It was rare to see Purple Fate Xiaolu so serious, her small face tensed with anxiety. Qi Yuan felt disappointed upon hearing this. It seemed this stash of Black Abyss ancestor blood was indeed the Black Abyss ancestor blood of the treasury. The first location was a no-go. What about the second? Qi Yuan didn't hold much hope. After all, with the power of young god sovereigns, especially those at the Grand Supreme Truth level, there were likely few secrets in Black Abyss. What about this place? Qi Yuan displayed the second location's imagery for Purple Fate Xiaolu. Purple Fate Xiaolu tilted her head, thinking for a moment. I know this place. Great, let's head there. Thanks, let's go. The two left Purple Fate Heaven, using the teleportation formations to travel to another area within the Black Abyss. About a day passed, during which they switched through 6 or 7 teleportation arrays. Finally, they arrived at a basin. This is the place, Senior Brother Blood Robe. But we'd better hurry, this is in Brahma Realm Heaven, and they aren't exactly friendly with Purple Fate Heaven, Purple Fate Xiaolu said, standing beside Qi Yuan, her petite figure slightly dwarfed by his. Qi Yuan surveyed the basin, a look of disappointment flashing in his eyes. The treasure's already gone. Both his senses and his eyes told him that the Black Abyss ancestor blood here had long been taken. No need to guess, it had probably been moved back to the treasury. Ah, Purple Fate Xiaolu looked disappointed as well. At that moment, Qi Yuan turned into a streak of light, diving into the space cracks beneath the basin. About 100 breaths later, he reappeared beside Purple Fate Xiaolu. Well, it's not a total bust. I did find this. Qi Yuan extended his hand, revealing a large puddle of blood-red liquid. The blood resembled the blood river inside the Ancestor Blood Pavilion, containing numerous intelligent micro-detection bugs. These bugs held data. If Qi Yuan could retrieve it, there might be useful information. This is Ancestor Blood Spirit Water, Purple Fate Xiaolu exclaimed, surprised. She hadn't expected the treasure Qi Yuan was after to be this. Qi Yuan glanced at her and asked, do you know where I can find more of this? Yes, Senior Brother. If you need this, I can help you collect it. Purple Fate Xiaolu said seriously. Ancestor Blood Spirit Water was mainly found in the Ancestor Blood Pavilion and was used to test one's progress in the Ancestor Blood Art and obtain merit points. This water was pretty much useless otherwise. After all, anyone who had been cultivating the Ancestor Blood Art should know how far along they were without needing to test it. How much does it cost? I'll pay you. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. If he could gather enough Ancestor Blood Spirit Water and collect more intelligent micro-detection bugs, he might find more leads on Black Abyss Ancestor Blood or even locate the terrifying body of that massive insect. That would be a treasure trove, enough to feed people on Blue Star for 1,000,000 years without running out. Though it might crush Blue Star if dropped. It's really cheap, practically worthless. I'll handle it, Purple Fate Xiaolu said happily. No, free things are the most expensive. Now that I'm wealthy, I can't afford to be stingy. After defeating the Molo tribe, Qi Yuan had obtained an enormous amount of treasures. As he spoke, he generously, though with a bit of reluctance, took out a single immortal jade from his storage bag. Is one immortal jade enough? Purple Fate Xiaolu covered her mouth, giggling. It's enough. As expected, this was classic Senior Brother Blood Robe. If it had been anyone else, wouldn't they have thrown down at least 10,000 immortal jades after such grand words? But Senior Brother, despite his lavish talk, only handed over a single piece. For ordinary yin gods, one immortal jade was quite valuable. But for Mozi like them, immortal jade was akin to golden core disciples looking at spirit stones. Qi Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. Clearly, one piece of immortal jade wasn't enough. He quickly tried to salvage the situation to avoid further embarrassment. This one piece is just the down payment. All right, Purple Fate Xiaolu replied, her smile brightening as she accepted the jade. After making arrangements with Purple Fate Xiaolu, she returned to Purple Fate Heaven to gather Ancestor Blood Spirit Water. Qi Yuan, meanwhile, took on a mission and prepared to head out. The final location wasn't in the Black Abyss at all. According to Purple Fate Xiaolu's judgment, it was located in the Sky Cliff. The Sky Cliff was one of the strange lands in the Sixth Heaven. Strange lands were the most peculiar locations in the Sixth Heaven. There were many rumors and speculations about them. But the most widely accepted explanation was that strange lands were regions where the Sixth Heaven bordered other worlds or realms. First, the stars reflecting the heavens couldn't be seen in these places. Second, in these lands, even the Grand Supreme Truth Realm experts who retained full power in other worlds would find their strength diminished. Additionally, strange lands contained all manner of inexplicable dangers, some even harboring terrifying beings from the Holy Light clan. As a result, it was rare for young gods to venture into these strange lands. Or rather, very few cultivators were willing to explore them. My myriad Tao martial god form, will it also lose power if I head to the sky cliff? Qi Yuan pondered for a moment but didn't hesitate. He activated a teleportation array and headed toward the sky cliff. The closest major city to the sky cliff was called Sky Cliff City. The city derived its name from the sky cliff itself. It was a massive transportation hub. The Black Abyss, Shenluo Heaven, and Ghost Dominion Heaven, 3 giant holy lands, were all nearby. Additionally, many lower realm cultivators came to this city to trade and conduct business. Qi Yuan, dressed in a black robe, arrived in Sky Cliff City via a teleportation array. Without any hesitation, he transformed into a streak of light and headed straight for the sky cliff. After about 100 breaths, a tall woman clad in golden robes appeared in Sky Cliff City. Her aura was as deep as the ocean, indicating she was at the peak of the mythic realm, only one step away from becoming a young god. Crushing the communication jade in her hand, she sneered, "He's quick." Didn't even stop to rest. Just moments earlier, she had received word that Black Abyss's Purple Fate Heaven's newest Mosey had accepted a mission and was heading to Sky Cliff City. Within Black Abyss, the factions were complex, and information regarding the movements of Mosey was easily leaked. The upper echelons of the Black Abyss were aware of this but simply turned a blind eye. After all, from a temporal perspective, if a strong bloodline cultivator died, another strong bloodline successor would likely emerge in the future. Untrained strong bloodlines should be sent back to the furnace to be reforged. Better to let them die early so new bloodlines could inherit and grow even stronger. "He's clearly afraid of you, senior sister," said a handsome young man standing beside her. HMPH, in the younger generation of Black Abyss, only Black Sword is somewhat formidable. The rest, aside from Ice Sword, are nothing more than paper tigers. The woman in golden robes spoke coldly, her voice filled with killing intent. "Perfect timing. My Ghost Dominion Heaven's young god path requires a soul envoy for my 10,000 souls banner, and he barely qualifies." The woman's eyes gleamed with malice. In Ghost Dominion Heaven, their most prized treasure was the 10,000 souls banner. All cultivators of Ghost Dominion Heaven cultivated the 10,000 souls banner. The banner contained endless souls, constantly emitting dark smoke. However, because the banner consumed so many souls, the chaotic thoughts within could affect the owner's personality. Thus, cultivators of Ghost Dominion Heaven were often called demonic cultivators, most of whom were bloodthirsty lunatics. "Once I refine him and break through to the young god realm, I will challenge Black Sword. This time, I will not lose." The woman's face twisted into a cruel expression. 1,000 years ago, she had challenged Black Sword and was defeated by him in 3 strikes. It was her greatest humiliation. Black Sword had entered the young god realm early on, while she remained in the mythic realm. But for the past millennium, she had been diligently cultivating, slaughtering countless unclaimed minor worlds to gather souls. Once her 12 soul envoys were in place, she was confident she could break through to the young god realm and finally defeat Black Sword, washing away the shame. Black Sword was her ultimate goal, while Blood Robe was merely a stepping stone. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan arrived at the Sky Cliff. In contrast to the bustling Sky Cliff City, the cliff itself was eerily quiet and deserted, with almost no other cultivators in sight. Apart from some cultivators hiding from their enemies, hardly anyone comes here. After a brief moment of thought, Qi Yuan dove into the strange land. In an instant, he experienced a sensation similar to when he had entered the Lufeng realm. He was too large to fit through. This was the will of the strange land, or the world rules, blocking his entry. He had to suppress his young god-level celestial power down to the mythic realm to enter. Of course, if this were another world, Qi Yuan could simply refuse to enter and devour the world instead. But once he suppressed his cultivation and entered the realm, he would be reduced to the mythic realm, just like any other young god. It was as if an omnipotent universal rule had decreed this restriction. Typically, though, grand supreme truth beings were not affected by such rules. Suppressing his power, Qi Yuan entered the Sky Cliff. As expected, my myriad Tao martial god form isn't affected by the restriction. Qi Yuan felt a surge of confidence. Thanks to the ancestor blood art, his myriad Tao martial god cultivation wasn't far behind his celestial cultivation. Now, it had reached the peak of the great heavenly position. This gave Qi Yuan a considerable sense of security. Fire. After some thought, Qi Yuan spoke, casting a simple fire-type celestial technique. A tiny flame appeared before him. The operation of Taoist arts feels a bit sluggish. It seems the theory about strange lands being places where other realms or universes border the sixth heaven is probably true. Qi Yuan glanced around the sky cliff. This strange land was twice the size of Gongxing. The landscape below looked chaotic, like a massive junkyard filled with all kinds of perforated metals. Qi Yuan's powerful soul swept the area, sensing that there were about 1,000 cultivators living there. He didn't care about these cultivators in the slightest. His goal was the Black Abyss ancestor blood recorded by the intelligent micro-detection bugs. Following the images from the data, Qi Yuan descended into the deepest part of the sky cliff. There, he found a landscape of chaos and metals forged from the very essence of chaos. About half an hour later, Qi Yuan's face broke into a wide grin, his expression gleeful. This trip was worth it. Deep within the chasm, he had discovered a fist-sized blood crystal. Had he not seen it himself, he might not have found this crystal even if he devoured the entire strange land. This blood crystal was pure condensed Black Abyss ancestor blood. This should be enough to sustain my cultivation for a while. Qi Yuan's heart raced with excitement. This blood crystal likely contained the equivalent of 100 drops of Black Abyss ancestor blood. If he could fully absorb it, it might allow him to advance his ancestor blood art to the 10th layer within a month. With that, his myriad Tao martial god form would be comparable to the Supreme Truth realm. Let's go home. Storing the blood crystal, Qi Yuan prepared to return to Black Abyss to continue cultivating the ancestor blood art. This trip had gone remarkably smoothly. There were no conspiracies, no backstabbing, no bloody battles for treasure. As expected, a man who smiles has all the luck. My exploration of this strange land felt like a walk in the park, no danger at all. It wasn't thrilling, but it was safe and reassuring, just the kind of adventure I like. Qi Yuan wasn't one for bloodshed and violence. He didn't enjoy having his prized treasure eyed by others and having to fight tooth and nail for it. Sure, treasures that were hard to come by felt more precious, but Qi Yuan preferred treasures that fell right into his lap. I'll aim to master the ancestor blood art in the next 10 years. With that thought, Qi Yuan left the sky cliff. However, the moment he stepped out, his expression became grim. He turned toward Sky Cliff City, his senses sharp and alert. I'm sensing intense killing intent. Is it directed at me? At Qi Yuan's level, he could sense when someone bore murderous intent toward him or spoke his name. Now, he could feel someone targeting him with malice. Damn, I just snuck out to find some treasure, and already someone's plotting against me. As expected, the peaceful world of cultivation is just my fantasy. This is the real, bloody world of cultivation. Just look at my face, no wonder people want to kill me. No, I'm still too weak. Without hesitation, Qi Yuan dove back into the strange land. He decided to train until he reached the 10th layer of the ancestor blood art before emerging again. Given the powerful enemy targeting him, he had to tread carefully. He needed to strengthen himself as quickly as possible and prepare for the confrontation ahead. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. In the unknown realms of Black Abyss Heaven, the rules of the Great Tao flowed. 8 grand supreme truth cultivators sat upon the clouds, their forms indistinct. Black flames crackled, filling the air with a sharp snapping sound. Amidst the distant echoes, the sound of a thunder tribulation could faintly be heard. At this moment, 6 of the Grand Supreme Truth cultivators had gathered together to refine a special pill, the blood-shaping enlightenment pill. This pill could greatly accelerate Black Sword's cultivation, shortening his time to reach his full potential. Under the orders of the highest elder of Black Abyss, the third elder took the lead, and the 6 available Grand Supreme Truth cultivators expended their vital energies to refine the pill. Steady, the third elder commanded. The black flames leapt, causing the surrounding space to collapse, only to immediately restore itself. The other 5 elders, their forms concealed, threw their celestial energy into the flames. For a brief moment, their pale faces flashed before returning to normal. Even for beings of such power, refining the blood-shaping enlightenment pill came at a cost to their vital energy. The flames roared, and the space within began to gather iridescent liquid, which under the immense celestial power, began to condense into a pill. After about half an hour, the Grand Supreme Truth cultivators retracted their celestial energy. The third elder took a deep breath and bowed toward the other hidden Grand Supreme Truth cultivators. Thank you for your efforts. The Grand Supreme Truth cultivators nodded slightly before their forms slowly dissipated. Just as the third elder was about to leave, a voice called out to him. Third Elder, where is my share? Purple Fate Ancestor stretched out his hand, smiling serenely, clearly in a good mood. If he could give this blood-shaping enlightenment pill to Blood Robe, it would further enhance his already exceptional talent, and accelerate his cultivation of the ancestor blood art. In no more than 100 years, Blood Robe could surpass Black Sword. Thinking of this, Purple Fate Ancestor felt a surge of pride for his insight. The Third Elder's face, however, showed a hint of hesitation. Sixth brother, I can't give you the blood-shaping enlightenment pill. Purple Fate Ancestor's expression hardened, his gaze sharpening as the space around them began to tremble, as if it could shatter at any moment. Why not? He asked, his tone heavy and clearly displeased. Did you ruin the pill? No. The Third Elder shook his head bitterly. It's the ancestor, he issued a decree. The Third Elder sighed and explained, the ancestor understands your temperament well, and he predicted that you would come asking for this pill. So, he preemptively issued a decree. Purple Fate Ancestor's face darkened considerably. Sixth brother, the ancestor himself gave the order. I have no say in the matter. He also mentioned that with Linea's transformation approaching, more resources should be focused on Black Sword. Black Abyss is a small faction and cannot afford to support two Grand Supreme Truth cultivators who can master the highest level Tao. The Third Elder shook his head, his tone resigned. The ancestor's words made sense. With the turbulent times ahead in the Sixth Heaven, Linea's transformation could happen at any moment. When it did, all of the Sixth Heaven would be thrown into chaos, and Black Abyss couldn't stay out of it. They needed to accelerate Black Sword's growth so that he could ascend to the Grand Supreme Truth Realm, mastering the highest Tao. Only then would Black Abyss have the opportunity to become a key player in the upcoming struggle, gaining a voice in the major events. Black Abyss's resources were limited, and if spread too thin, it would only slow Black Sword's progress toward the Grand Supreme Truth. I contributed to the refinement of this pill. Purple Fate Ancestor snarled, clearly frustrated. The ancestor's decree cannot be disobeyed, the Third Elder sighed. His meaning was clear. If Purple Fate Ancestor had an issue, he would need to take it up with the ancestor himself. Purple Fate Ancestor let out a cold snort. Take it up with the ancestor. That was something he wouldn't do. His personality being what it was, a meeting between the two would undoubtedly lead to a fight. That would only bring disaster to Purple Fate Heaven. Bring Black Sword here, have him suppress his cultivation to Blood Robe's level, and let them duel. The winner will receive Black Abyss's resources. Purple Fate Ancestor declared loudly. In his heart, Blood Robe was far superior to Black Sword. Of course, the secrets involved couldn't be revealed. If they were, Blood Robe wouldn't survive even a day. But if Blood Robe could defeat Black Sword openly and win the resources, Purple Fate Ancestor believed there was a chance. The Third Elder hesitated. Sixth brother, Black Sword's talent is the greatest in Black Abyss, and Blood Robe cannot defeat him. Even if Blood Robe won, would the ancestor change his mind? Black Sword shares the same bloodline as the Black Abyss ancestor. That fact alone means he is destined to be our sole leader. The Third Elder truly didn't believe Blood Robe could defeat Black Sword. Even if Blood Robe's talent ranked in the top 10 across all of Sixth Heaven, Black Sword was not only the most gifted but also shared the bloodline of the Black Abyss ancestor, an unimaginably noble bloodline. The very fact that Black Sword combined both extraordinary talent and this supreme bloodline made him untouchable. Hearing this, Purple Fate Ancestor's expression changed several times before he finally snorted coldly and left in a huff. There was nothing more he could do. The Third Elder watched Purple Fate Ancestor's departing figure and sighed softly. I hope Black Sword can step into the Grand Supreme Truth Realm soon. Otherwise, Black Abyss's downfall is not far off. In an unnoticed corner of the sky cliff, Qi Yuan opened his eyes, a flash of golden light flickering within them. 9 layers. After devouring the Black Abyss ancestor blood and accelerating his cultivation of the ancestor blood art, he had finally reached the 9th layer. The 9th layer of the ancestor blood art was incredibly powerful, making his myriad Tao martial god cultivation comparable to the lesser truth realm. I'm stronger now, but I also look like I'm suffering from metal poisoning. Qi Yuan glanced at himself. This time, more of his blood had turned gold, and even his pupils had a trace of gold, giving him a sinister, chilling appearance. Without hesitation, he dyed his blood red again and his eyes black. Now I can barely protect myself. Time to sneak out and find out who's been plotting against me. The power of the truth realm gave Qi Yuan a small measure of confidence. His figure blurred as he once again left Sky Cliff and returned to the 6th heaven. In Sky Cliff City, the golden-robed woman narrowed her eyes, her expression growing impatient. Still no sign of Blood Robe. She was becoming anxious. A mere Blood Robe wasn't worth wasting so much time on. She had planned to kill him, refine his soul into a spirit servant for her 10,000 souls banner, and then quickly flee. Of course, fleeing was necessary. If a Mosey-level genius were killed, Purple Fate Heaven's young gods would undoubtedly be enraged and come after her. She only needed to hide in Ghost Dominion Heaven. Surely no young god would risk their life to enter Ghost Dominion Heaven for someone like Blood Robe. Sister, we've set up a flawless trap, and formations are everywhere. If he shows up, we'll definitely catch him, the young man beside her said, keeping his head down, not daring to look her in the eyes. So, he's hiding somewhere, too scared to show himself. The golden-robed woman sneered. Just then, a voice filled with killing intent rang out from nearby. A figure in a crimson robe appeared, his form blurred, his face indistinct. Bring out the one behind this. I want to see who dared to plot against me. Your Blood Robe. The golden-robed woman's eyes widened in surprise, then gleamed with delight. You managed to sneak past the formations. You've got some skill. She hadn't expected Blood Robe to come to her so directly. The one behind this? No one. I'm the one who's going to kill you. The golden-robed woman stepped forward, her aura surging. She had progressed deeply in the mythic realm, and her power far exceeded that of the average mythic cultivator. Her strength was much greater than Bullhorn Sisters. As she advanced, a sinister 10,000 souls banner appeared in her hand. Instantly, the air was filled with the wails of countless souls, screaming in agony. Dark energy spread across the sky, ghostly shadows flickering ominously. With the 10,000 souls banner in hand, the golden-robed woman looked like a harbinger from the underworld. Blood Robe, remember, the one who kills you, is Mona. The banner fluttered, the wind howled. Facing Blood Robe, Mona didn't hold back, unleashing her most powerful attack. Not far away, Qi Yuan watched Mona carefully, a hint of confusion on his face. There really is no one backing you. HMPH, no one. The banner filled with wailing souls surged, its powerful soul attack bearing down on Qi Yuan. Thousands of tortured souls screamed in his ears, their cries echoing into his soul. Qi Yuan was stunned. No one. You're just a mere mythic cultivator, and you dare plot against me. Who gave you the nerve? Qi Yuan chuckled. In Mona's shocked gaze, Qi Yuan reached out and grabbed the 10,000 souls banner. With a loud snap, the powerful banner shattered. Mona stared, dumbfounded. The 10,000 souls banner, shattered. This was a treasure she had refined over 10,000 years. You, Mona paled, utterly confused. Before she could move, a massive force hit her. A gaping wound appeared in her chest as Qi Yuan's hand reached inside, clutching her heart. Quick, tell me who's behind this. Qi Yuan demanded coldly. The speed, the power. Mona was completely overwhelmed, her magic sealed. Blood Robe's oppressive aura reminded her of Black Sword. Her face turned ashen, her mind filled with fear. She couldn't even speak. Tell me, don't make me force you. I don't usually hit women, Qi Yuan said sincerely. He was rather old-fashioned in that regard. But Mona was completely immobilized, unable to respond. However, upon hearing Qi Yuan's words, a glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes. Could she actually survive? Damn it, still not talking. Qi Yuan confirmed that Mona had acted alone, there was no one else behind this. You scared me for nothing. You're courting death. With a burst of powerful energy, Qi Yuan shattered Mona's soul. Mona's eyes filled with despair, and with her last breath, she whispered, didn't you say, you don't hit women? Qi Yuan looked at her disintegrating form, his expression serious. When did I hit you? I killed you. Qi Yuan felt quite pleased with himself. If she had said that killing wasn't the same as hitting, Qi Yuan had another move up his sleeve, stripping her of her status as a woman altogether. He had learned a lot from Blue Star's ladies. He knew, for example, that many men never took travel photos, choosing instead to steal scenic pictures from social media accounts of female travelers to post as their own. In an instant, Mona was dead. Inside the hall, the remaining Ghost Dominion Heaven cultivators trembled, their faces pale with terror. You, what about me? Qi Yuan asked calmly. He struck with a powerful punch, and the hall's space collapsed. The Ghost Dominion Heaven cultivators were wiped out in an instant. Looking at Mona's corpse, Qi Yuan grew cautious. I'd better leave quickly before a young god comes after me. Mona's body carried the imprint of a young god. Now that she was dead, the young god would surely know and would likely come to kill him. The best move now was to return to Purple Fate Heaven. After all, who knew how powerful the young gods from Ghost Dominion Heaven were? Without hesitation, Qi Yuan stepped into the teleportation array and headed back to Purple Fate Heaven. About 100 breaths later, a terrifying aura descended upon Sky Cliff City. The entire city quaked under the pressure, and an enraged voice echoed through the sky. The audacity! Young god Mo Chang appeared over Sky Cliff City, the entire city shaking as if it would collapse. All the cultivators witnessing this were filled with terror, bowing their heads in fear and reverence, not daring to look up. This was a young god. When a young god was enraged, corpses would cover the land for miles. Mo Chang gazed at Mo Na's shattered corpse, her eyes blazing with fury. In an instant, a flood of information entered her mind, and her anger deepened. Black Abyss, Blood Robe, he killed my granddaughter, my most beloved Mo Na. This won't end here. Damn it, he even destroyed her soul so thoroughly there's nothing left for the 10,000 souls banner. What a waste. Without hesitation, she stepped into the teleportation array. She was going to Black Abyss to demand justice. Of course, she knew the outcome wouldn't be what she wanted, and she wouldn't be able to kill Blood Robe. But her granddaughter had been killed. If she didn't exact some form of retribution, she wouldn't be able to rest. As for her reputation, did the young gods of Black Abyss and Ghost Dominion Heaven still have any face left to care about? The other cultivators in Sky Cliff City watched this unfold, their hearts filled with shock. They knew something major was about to happen. Elsewhere, Qi Yuan exited the teleportation array and rushed toward Purple Fate Heaven. Having the backing of a powerful force really is the best. Once inside Purple Fate Heaven, Qi Yuan finally relaxed. In the past, the enemies he had faced were far too powerful, and his sects were unable to provide him any real protection. But now, with the protection of Purple Fate Heaven, things were different. Qi Yuan was beginning to appreciate the benefits of being backed by a large sect. Blood Robe Senior Brother, you're back. Why are you in such a hurry? Just as he exited the teleportation array, Purple Fate Xiaolu appeared nearby, clutching the hem of her robe, curiosity written all over her face. Sigh, I got tangled up with some crazy woman, so I had no choice but to kill her. Then, after I killed the younger one, the older one showed up, so I ran back here. Qi Yuan shrugged. Purple Fate Xiaolu was confused. Not far away, and Zunlu appeared, her expression cold. HMPH, why didn't you kill the older one too? If Big Brother Black Sword were here, he would have killed them both. Qi Yuan's eyes brightened. Black Sword can really kill the older one. She might be following us. And Zunlu felt a sense of pride at first, but before she could respond, a thunderous voice suddenly roared from the sky, echoing across the heavens. How dare you kill my granddaughter Mo Na? Hand over Blood Robe. Young god Mo Chang roared, her voice carrying for miles. She stood at the edge of the heavens, demanding an explanation. Or more accurately, she wanted compensation. And Zunlu's face changed at the sound of the voice. Qi Yuan leaned in close and whispered, the older one is here. Quick, go get Black Sword and see if he can kill her. And Zunlu's face flushed red with anger, and she gritted her teeth. You're dreaming. This was a young god. Blood Robe had a lot of nerve to have killed Mo Na. Mo Na was a renowned genius of Ghost Dominion Heaven. Thousands of years ago, she had been defeated by Black Sword in just 3 strikes. Even Ice Sword hadn't been able to withstand 3 strikes from Black Sword. For Blood Robe to have killed Mo Na, his strength might even surpass that of Ice Sword. Nearby, Purple Fate Xiaolu blinked in admiration. Blood Robe Senior Brother is amazing. She beamed with pride. Just then, Qi Yuan turned to Zunlu and said, Sigh, if Black Sword can't kill her, then why do you always boast about him? Doesn't he have hands? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. At this moment, Mo Chang Tianzun stood outside the heavens, her confidence stemming from her backing in Ghost Dominion Heaven. According to her plan, a Heaven Young god from Purple Fate Heaven would soon come out to engage in a negotiation. How much compensation she could extract would depend entirely on her ability to argue. Meanwhile, within Purple Fate Heaven, many cultivators were stirred, discussing the situation. Blood Robe Senior Brother killed. Mo Na, Ghost Dominion Heaven's Mo Na. It seems Blood Robe Senior Brother really has some true strength. Mo Na is one of Ghost Dominion Heaven's top prodigies, having fought against Ice Sword Senior Brother with victories on both sides. If Blood Robe Senior Brother killed Mona, it shows his strength surpasses that of Ice Sword Senior Brother. The rumors must be true, the old ancestor might really be planning to pit Blood Robe Senior Brother against. Some cultivators, realizing what this meant, adopted solemn expressions. They didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. Naturally, they hoped for the emergence of a peerless genius in Purple Fate Heaven, someone who could crush Black Sword. All the cultivators were now watching the sky, eager to see how the situation would unfold. After all, it wasn't often that a young god Tianzun came to their doorstep. Perhaps once in 10,000 years. And when it did happen, it was usually in other regions of Black Abyss, not in Purple Fate Heaven. Suddenly, a thunderous, enraged voice echoed across the skies. What manner of stray dog dares to bark at my door? With that voice, a golden giant hand appeared outside the sky. The massive hand seemed to stretch across the heavens, emanating divine majesty. The moment the giant hand appeared, Mo Chang Tianzun felt terror. Grand Supreme Truth, her face paled with fear. She had come merely to extort some compensation, but how had she provoked such an ancient and terrifying Grand Supreme Truth cultivator to act? Senior, if you strike me, do you wish to provoke a war between Ghost Dominion Heaven and Black Abyss? Mo Chang Tianzun stammered in terror. The terrifying hand made her feel utterly helpless. She even felt that escape was impossible. Most frightening of all, she sensed a powerful killing intent. She was truly afraid now. I'm in a bad mood and need somewhere to vent it. You showed up at the perfect time. Purple Fate Ancestor's voice echoed like that of a deity. The removal of his share of the blood-shaping enlightenment pill had left him in a bad mood. Now that this small fry had appeared at his doorstep, she was the perfect outlet for his frustrations. Even though she was a young god of Ghost Dominion Heaven, when had Purple Fate Ancestor ever been afraid? As soon as he finished speaking, the enormous golden hand descended toward Mo Chang Tianzun. No, Mo Chang Tianzun felt the immense danger descending on her. She activated her astral body, causing the stars of the star realm to light up with brilliance. She tried to escape, but her astral body couldn't be deployed, locked within her body. Looking out, she saw that the golden hand had locked her in place. Even in the vast and boundless star realm, a massive golden hand had appeared out of nowhere, firmly grasping the stars she had cast her light upon. You cannot. Mo Chang Tianzun's voice was filled with pain and despair as she realized she had encountered a madman. She was only a lesser heaven young god, and the gap between her and a grand supreme truth young god was as vast as the heavens themselves. I cannot stand hearing women scream. It annoys me. With those words, Purple Fate Ancestor's giant hand clenched. In an instant, Mo Chang Tianzun's seemingly indestructible young god body was crushed within the massive hand. In the star realm, the golden hand squeezed tighter, instantly shattering Mo Chang Tianzun's star projection, reducing it to stardust scattered across the skies. The fall of the young god was so sudden that no one had time to react. All the cultivators and young gods in Purple Fate Heaven who witnessed the event were stunned in terror. Qi Yuan gazed at the sky, squinting, as ripples of emotion stirred within him. As expected, the stronger I become, the more terrifying the Grand Supreme Truth Realm seems. Even though Qi Yuan had merged with 4,000 nascent souls, he couldn't achieve what Purple Fate Ancestor had just done. Not to mention that while Purple Fate Ancestor had struck from within Purple Fate Heaven, his hand had simultaneously manifested in the star realm, directly crushing Mo Chang Tianzun's star projection. Such methods were far beyond Qi Yuan's current abilities. If ordinary Grand Supreme Truth cultivators are this powerful, how terrifying must the one from Taihuang Palace be? Qi Yuan mused, feeling a growing sense of urgency. Hearing his words, and Zunlu felt a trace of disdain. You should wait until you've broken through to the young god realm before you talk about how terrifying the Grand Supreme Truth is. And Zunlu, as Bullhorn's sister had mentioned, was quite talkative. Qi Yuan couldn't be bothered to respond to her. She didn't even grasp the concept of equality. Talking with her was like playing music to a cow. Turning to Purple Fate Xiaolu, Qi Yuan felt much more at ease. Will the old ancestor's killing of that young god cause problems? Qi Yuan asked. After all, Ghost Dominion Heaven had just lost a young god. In terms of strength, Ghost Dominion Heaven wasn't much weaker than Black Abyss. There shouldn't be any problems. And if there are, they shouldn't affect us, Purple Fate Xiaolu speculated. Since the old ancestor made his move, he must have his reasons. Perhaps Black Abyss is preparing to make a larger move against Ghost Dominion Heaven. Purple Fate Xiaolu's reasoning seemed plausible to Qi Yuan. When a grand supreme truth cultivator acts, it's never without purpose. But at that moment, Qi Yuan suddenly felt the space around him tighten. Time seemed to freeze around Zunlu and Purple Fate Xiaolu. He knew that Purple Fate Ancestor had arrived. Sure enough, the familiar voice echoed again. Purpose? What nonsense. I've just been in a bad mood recently, and that woman was screeching outside my door, annoying me. Purple Fate Ancestor's voice was calm. It seemed killing that young god had relieved much of his frustration. Hearing this, Qi Yuan was left speechless. Was this a crime of passion? He wanted to ask, have you been cultivating for millions, or even tens of millions of years, only to end up with no control over your emotions? You must think that grand supreme truth young gods are supposed to be beyond worldly concerns, their emotions serene and calm. Purple Fate Ancestor's voice rose slightly. But we cultivators walk the immortal path, fighting against the heavens, all for the sake of freedom and doing as we please. If we turn ourselves into something like the Tao itself, wouldn't that be incredibly dull? Qi Yuan thought about it and saw some truth in his words. What was the purpose of cultivation? Wasn't it to achieve great freedom and happiness? If a cultivator couldn't even express their emotions, always suppressing them, wouldn't that be too stifling? I killed that woman. For Black Abyss, it's a trivial matter. But as for you, I'd suggest you lay low for a while. The cultivators of Ghost Dominion Heaven are a bit deranged. They might seek revenge, and you could become their target. Thank you for the warning, Senior. Qi Yuan made a mental note of the advice. Whether he would heed it depended on his mood. As the distortion in space disappeared and Purple Fate Ancestor's presence faded, everything returned to normal. And Zunlu glanced at Qi Yuan, visibly annoyed. Do you have time? What is it? Qi Yuan asked, curious. Big Brother Black Sword wants to see you, and Zunlu replied begrudgingly. Oh, tell him to come here then. I'm very busy right now, focusing on cultivating the ancestor blood art. After all, I've angered Ghost Dominion Heaven, so I need to raise my strength to protect myself, Qi Yuan said seriously. And Zunlu was speechless. Could he really cultivate and raise his strength fast enough to defeat Ghost Dominion Heaven's young gods in such a short time? But Qi Yuan didn't give her any time to argue, quickly leaving with Purple Fate Xiaolu. And Zunlu stood there, seething. How dare he refuse Big Brother Black Sword? Everyone else finds it nearly impossible to even get an audience with him. With no other choice, and Zunlu headed back to Black Abyss to report the situation to Black Sword. In Black Abyss, amidst the endless Black Sea, Black Sword stood tall, clad in white robes, as elegant as jade. With a single draw of his sword, the heavens and earth trembled. After several dozen breaths, the Black Sea finally calmed. A supreme truth, young god, observing Black Sword, revealed a look of surprise and admiration in his eyes. Black Sword, your strength continues to grow. If I don't use my supreme truth powers, I can barely defeat you in 100 breaths. This was a remarkable assessment, considering Black Sword was only a lesser heaven young god. The fact that the supreme truth young god needed 100 breaths to win without using his powers indicated how far Black Sword had come. In fact, the young god even suspected Black Sword was holding back. It's still not enough, Black Sword said calmly. The divisions within Black Abyss are widening. I need to increase my strength quickly. Otherwise, when Linea's transformation begins, Black Abyss will be plunged into disaster. The supreme truth young god's expression shifted. Black Sword, you've been working hard. As for Linea's transformation, the supreme truth young god knew he couldn't interfere. The gap was too great. I share the same blood as the Black Abyss ancestor. Black Abyss is my home. It's my duty to protect it and my comrades, Black Sword said lightly. The supreme truth young god admired him deeply. He could tell Black Sword spoke with complete sincerity. Everyone knew the creatures of Black Abyss, due to their bloodlines, tended to be selfish and bloodthirsty. Yet, Black Sword, sharing the same blood as the Black Abyss ancestor, was as pure as a saint. It was clear that once Black Sword ascended to Grand Supreme Truth, he would become the true leader of Black Abyss. The long-standing divisions within Black Abyss would finally end. At that moment, Black Sword received a transmission via his communication jade slip. His expression didn't change as he calmly said, "Senior brother, I have some matters to attend to. I'll take my leave." With those words, Black Sword vanished. He reappeared moments later at Purple Fate Heaven. Inside his chamber, Qi Yuan lounged lazily, gazing outside at Black Sword's figure. He chuckled, "If you wanted to meet me, you should have just come earlier like today." Poor Nzunlu, running back and forth with those big burdens of hers. Black Sword's expression remained calm, his face devoid of much emotion. Blood robe, this is the blood enlightenment pill, refined by the 8 elders of Black Abyss. He continued, 1/4 of it was originally reserved for you by the 3rd and 6th elders, but the 1st elder took it for me. Now, I'm giving you that share. As he spoke, Black Sword handed Qi Yuan a pill bottle. Qi Yuan looked at the bottle, puzzled. Black Sword explained the situation in detail. You're quite generous. Qi Yuan rarely praised people, but this time he did. He could tell that Black Sword was sincerely giving him the blood enlightenment pill, not as a bribe. It wasn't a situation where the 1st elder played the bad guy, and Black Sword played the good guy to win his favor. The 1st elder's actions were for the good of Black Abyss. Since you haven't suffered any losses, I hope you'll let this go, Black Sword added. Linea's transformation is approaching. I hope you can break through soon and secure your place. As long as no one offends me, I won't offend them, Qi Yuan replied lazily. I'll take this blood enlightenment pill and remember the favor. When I'm strong enough, I'll have your back. Black Sword smiled faintly but didn't reply. Even though he had heard about Qi Yuan's killing of Mo Na, he didn't yet consider Qi Yuan a true rival. His opponents weren't from his generation, nor were they ordinary supreme truth cultivators. His enemies were those who had mastered the ultimate truths of the Yang God realm. Take the blood enlightenment pill in front of the wall of truth. It will be more effective. Black Sword gave this final advice before disappearing. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. In his cave dwelling, Qi Yuan turned around, his gaze falling on the porcelain bottle. Ascension Blood Insight Pill. Upon consumption, it can temporarily boost insight and enhance bloodline. There are several flaws. Modify them, and the effect could be increased threefold. Seeing this information, Qi Yuan lowered his eyes thoughtfully. This is good stuff, and it's just what I need since my brain hasn't been functioning well lately. I couldn't even win an argument against Bullhorn's sister. When I get to the Supreme Truth Debate Conference, if I take this pill, I'm sure I'll be much smarter. Boosting his insight and bloodline to sharpen his mind temporarily, it really was a good thing. But, this pill could be optimized further. Looking at the pill, Qi Yuan decided to hand it over to one of his nascent souls for refining. His gaze then fell on the 10,000 souls banner he had picked up from Mo Na. This banner is against the natural order, but the concept is quite ingenious. Qi Yuan studied the banner and saw much within it. This soul banner required gathering the souls of living beings to strengthen the banner. Once the banner was waved, it could shake the heavens and earth. What if I refine something similar, maybe a human emperor banner? Qi Yuan idly pondered. Lately, he'd been thinking of crafting a creation treasure. After all, Qi Yuan had been studying creation treasures for some time now. Creation treasures are divided into many types, utility type and combat type. Things like the Gate of Supreme Truth, the Wall of Supreme Truth, the Demon Well, and the Buddha Kingdom all fall under the utility type category. Combat type creation treasures, however, are far rarer. Many combat type creation treasures are artificially modified or refined. For a Heaven Yang god, having a combat type creation treasure can greatly boost their combat power. Of course, Qi Yuan was only thinking aloud. Modifying or refining a combat type creation treasure wasn't a simple matter. It required a grand supreme truth level expert, immense luck, and countless years of effort to accomplish. For now, I should continue practicing the ancestor blood art to enhance my cultivation. The Supreme Truth Debate Conference was about to start, and Qi Yuan needed to urgently boost his strength. If he ran into a powerful enemy without the ability to protect himself, he'd be in big trouble. With this in mind, Qi Yuan waved his hand, summoning the ancestor blood spiritual water that Purple Fate Xiaolu had collected for him. It was bright red, like blood, with a faint iron smell. Why does it remind me of menstrual blood? Qi Yuan didn't dwell on it, instead focusing on analyzing the data from his micro-scouting bugs to locate more of the ancestor blood. If he followed the standard cultivation path, Qi Yuan estimated it would take a century to reach perfection. That century was calculated based on the conditions of the sixth heaven. If he were in the fifth heaven or a world with a faster flow of time, it would take even longer than a century. 100 years is too long. Qi Yuan thought to himself. I'm still young, after all. Even though he had spent a considerable amount of time in the game world, in reality, he was only in his early 20s. At this level, I've barely reached the supreme truth stage. I'm still too weak. I need to hurry up and increase my defensive abilities. Qi Yuan sighed quietly. His gaze fell back on the ancestor blood spiritual water. The road to mastering the black demon ancestor blood was long and arduous. Over in Ghost Dominion Heaven. Dark, eerie, and foreboding. A supreme truth level expert appeared, with 3 heads, one resembling an old man, one a woman, and one a child. These 3 forms were connected to this supreme truth expert's Tao. The more they slaughtered a particular type of person, the more that head solidified into one of these forms. Greetings, Tianzun. The Heaven Yang gods present bowed their heads, their faces showing deep respect. The 3-headed Tianzun was wild-eyed and exuded a terrifying aura. He had once slain a Heaven Yang god and was known for his remarkable battle prowess. Among the supreme truth level experts in Ghost Dominion Heaven, he reigned supreme. Most of the Heaven Yang gods present dared not even meet his gaze. At this moment, their thoughts were conflicted. After all, just moments ago, the Grand Supreme Truth from Black Abyss had killed one of their own Heaven Yang gods. This had left the Heaven Yang gods present feeling deeply unsettled. Though they were strong, none could escape a Grand Supreme Truth. Could this mean that Black Abyss was about to declare war on Ghost Dominion Heaven? With no Grand Supreme Truth emerging from Ghost Dominion Heaven, the 3-headed Tianzun was effectively in charge. They all wanted to know how the 3-headed Tianzun would respond to this situation. The Banner Lord says, after the Supreme Truth Debate Conference, we will wage war against several factions of Black Abyss. The 3-headed Tianzun spoke wildly. The faces of the Heaven Yang gods present all twitched with shock. This news had taken them completely by surprise. Why had the Banner Lord suddenly become so bold? Everyone knew that Black Abyss had greater overall strength than Ghost Dominion Heaven. Declaring war over the death of a single Heaven Yang god seemed far too rash. Clashes between these great powers happened often, but outright declarations of war were rare. The Heaven Yang gods present were no fools. They instantly sensed that something much deeper was at play, something far more complicated. As for the reason, the 3-headed Tianzun narrowed his eyes. Once the Supreme Truth Debate Conference is over, you'll find out. He looked at the assembled Heaven Yang gods, his eyes filled with pity and regret. For those at the Heaven Yang god level, their cultivation granted them eternal life, impervious to the destruction of stars and worlds. Unless they had powerful enemies or faced a root demon tribulation, they didn't need to fear death. Unfortunately, they were now facing Linea's transformation. Hearing the Banner Lord mention Linea's transformation, even the 3-headed Tianzun shuddered. Who could have imagined that, as powerful as a Heaven Yang god might be, capable of obliterating heavenly paths and devouring worlds, they were, in the end, nothing more than chess pieces. What's really going on? The Heaven Yang gods exchanged confused glances. None of them knew about Linea's transformation. Generally, only Grand Supreme Truth experts or certain unique beings were aware of such things. Waging war against Black Abyss might last for thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. Recently, Black Abyss has produced some impressive talents, particularly one named Black Sword and another named Blood Robe. At the mention of Black Sword, even the 3-headed Tianzun's face grew somber. Even the Banner Lord had singled him out, declaring that he must be killed. Black Sword's talent was second to none, but that alone wasn't the issue. 6th Heaven was never short of prodigies. But his bloodline was terrifying. Especially with the top-tier bloodline of Black Abyss combined with monstrous talent, he would become an unstoppable force. The Banner Lord even predicted that this individual had a chance of becoming a Grand Supreme Truth who mastered the ultimate truth. This only made the 3-headed Tianzun burn with jealousy. There were fewer than 10 Grand Supreme Truth experts in all of 6th Heaven who had mastered the ultimate truth. Ghost Dominion Heaven had many Grand Supreme Truth experts, but not one had ever mastered the ultimate truth. When the Supreme Truth Debate Conference begins, Wu Gong, your task is to kill Black Sword. The 3-headed Tianzun spoke coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. The assembled Heaven Yang gods were startled by this. After all, Wu Gong Tianzun was a great heavenly position Yang god, just one step away from the Supreme Truth realm. He was participating in the Supreme Truth Debate Conference with a high probability of breaking through to the Supreme Truth level. How long had it been since Black Sword entered the Heaven Yang god realm? Was it even 3,000 years? In the Heaven Yang god realm, that was the equivalent of a rookie, and yet they were sending a great heavenly position Yang god at him, a major show of respect. Understood. Wu Gong Tianzun spoke calmly, his face hidden behind a layer of mist, making it impossible to see his expression. As for Blood Robe, the three-headed Tianzun glanced around the room, his tone relaxed. Which of you would like to take this small merit? Killing Black Sword would be a great merit for Ghost Dominion Heaven, one even the Banner Lord would reward. Blood Robe, however, was considered a minor achievement. Blood Robe might be strong, but to these Heaven Yang gods, anyone who hadn't reached the Heaven Yang god level was insignificant. Allow this old one to do it. Great joy. Tianzun stepped forward, smiling. Even the smallest meat is still meat. Very well. The three-headed Tianzun nodded. He had originally considered sending a few Mythic Realm experts to kill Blood Robe, but that seemed too risky. To be safe, I will lend each of you a clone of the 10,000 Souls banner. Use it to pull both of them into the strange realm and kill them there. The three-headed Tianzun decreed. With the Heaven Yang gods making a move, along with a clone of the 10,000 Souls banner, it would be easy to kill the two prodigies in the strange realm. Black Abyss would never expect Ghost Dominion Heaven to retaliate so quickly, let alone declare war. Hard, as hard as ascending to the heavens. Qi Yuan muttered to himself. Then, he suddenly realized something. These old sayings are outdated. It's probably pretty easy to ascend to the heavens now, right? And the saying, never seen a pig run, but surely eaten pork, should be updated to, never seen a pig run, but surely eaten pork before. After all my hard work, along with a bit of Black Demon Ancestor blood, I've finally reached the 11th level of the Ancestor blood art. Over the past period, Qi Yuan had followed Purple Fate Ancestor's advice and stayed within Black Abyss. However, with so many nascent souls at his disposal, after gathering information from his micro-scouting bugs about the locations of Black Demon Ancestor blood, Qi Yuan sent his nascent souls out to collect it. Now that the Black Demon Ancestor blood had been consumed, Qi Yuan had finally reached the 11th level of the Ancestor blood art. At the 9th level, his myriad Tao martial god strength was already comparable to the Supreme Truth realm. Now, at the 11th level, his combat power had risen to terrifying levels. But Qi Yuan knew he was still far from a Grand Supreme Truth. However, if I encounter a Grand Supreme Truth now, I should at least be able to escape, right? Qi Yuan mused. The gap between the Supreme Truth and Grand Supreme Truth was massive. The higher one climbed, the greater the disparity between minor levels, sometimes even greater than the difference between major realms below. I need to grasp an ultimate truth. Without it, I won't feel safe. Qi Yuan thought to himself. However, his foundation was still too weak. After all, he was only at the Purple Palace level. His current realm wasn't enough. Even if he managed to comprehend an ultimate truth, he probably still wouldn't be able to match those veteran Grand Supreme Truth experts from Taihuang Palace. If I fought the one from Taihuang Palace, I'd lose, but I could win an argument with Bullhorn's sister. With that thought, Qi Yuan's mood brightened. Grasping an ultimate truth was still very valuable. Once his myriad Tao martial god strength reached a level comparable to the Grand Supreme Truth realm, combined with his mastery of the ultimate truth, he figured he could go toe-to-toe with the Grand Supreme Truth expert from Taihuang Palace. I need to ask Purple Fate Ancestor just how powerful a Grand Supreme Truth really is. Qi Yuan pondered. At this point, he still didn't have a clear understanding of the power of a Grand Supreme Truth. Luckily, Purple Fate Ancestor had mentioned that Qi Yuan could consult him when he reached the 9th level of the Ancestor blood art. Old Dang, are you there? Qi Yuan deactivated all his formations and called out to the air. Silence. No response. Old Dang, I've reached the 9th level of the Ancestor blood art. Still no response. Oh, wait, it's not Old Dang, it's Purple Fate Ancestor. Suddenly, Qi Yuan realized he hadn't addressed him correctly. Maybe the guy didn't hear him. In an instant, time and space seemed to freeze, and Purple Fate Ancestor's eerie voice drifted over. What do you want now? Didn't you say I could find you once I reached the 9th level? I'm at the 9th level now. 9th level? Purple Fate Ancestor gulped. Last time, wasn't he still at the 7th level? And that was less than a year ago. I guess that's understandable. What do you want? His heart trembled, but he tried to act nonchalant. I want to know, how strong is a Grand Supreme Truth? For example, where do you rank among the Grand Supreme Truth experts? Qi Yuan asked seriously, staring at Purple Fate Ancestor. Cough, why do you ask that? Purple Fate Ancestor turned his head. Among the Grand Supreme Truth experts, I'm ranked in the 3rd tier. Top 3, pretty strong. How many tiers are there? 3 tiers. Okay, so you're last. Doesn't seem too impressive, does it? HMPH, I could crush you easily. Purple Fate Ancestor's temper was surprisingly good. Of course, this was only towards Qi Yuan. Nobody else in Purple Fate Heaven would dare speak to him like this. The third tier consists of people like me who have survived 3 root demon tribulations and possess an auxiliary creation treasure, Purple Fate Ancestor explained. Root demon tribulation. Qi Yuan was hearing this term for the first time. Any supreme truth expert seeking to further their strength must undergo the root demon tribulation. It's a terrifying ordeal, partly related to one's mental state, but also not entirely. It's chaotic and without any discernible pattern. As for the root demon tribulation, you can think of it like the lightning tribulation or heart demons that cultivators faced in ancient times. When Purple Fate Ancestor mentioned the root demon tribulation, a heavy look appeared in his eyes. After becoming a grand supreme truth, he had already undergone 3 root demon tribulations, and he wasn't confident about surviving the next one. If he did survive, there was a chance he'd die. So, a grand supreme truth is ranked based on how many root demon tribulations they've overcome. Yes and no, Purple Fate Ancestor explained. For example, take Peng Lai Tianzun, who's only gone through 1 root demon tribulation. My cultivation is greater than his, yet when we fight, I can't even scratch him. Overcoming the tribulation increases one's cultivation, but it's not the decisive factor. The decisive factor is the quality of one's creation treasure and the grade of their supreme truth. Peng Lai Tianzun was a newly ascended Grand Supreme Truth from Black Abyss. Qi Yuan listened attentively. This was important information. However, if I were a Grand Supreme Truth with an attack-type creation treasure, I could injure him. Purple Fate Ancestor's expression turned complicated. That's what separates the second-tier Grand Supreme Truth experts. Attack-type creation treasures are extremely rare. Attack-type creation treasures were often refined by Grand Supreme Truth experts who had mastered the ultimate truth after countless years of effort, usually with great fortune. Currently, Black Abyss had only 2 Grand Supreme Truth experts who possessed attack-type creation treasures. The first tier, as you may know, consists of those who have mastered the ultimate truth and possess attack-type creation treasures. They can kill Grand Supreme Truth experts. Purple Fate Ancestor's tone grew serious. Qi Yuan fell into deep thought after hearing this. I have a question. Go ahead. What if a Grand Supreme Truth who's mastered the ultimate truth doesn't have an attack-type creation treasure? And what if a Grand Supreme Truth doesn't have any creation treasure at all? Which tier would they belong to in that case? A Grand Supreme Truth who's mastered the ultimate truth but hasn't managed to obtain an attack-type creation treasure. They'd have no dignity left, and they'd be better off dead. Such a person doesn't exist. Purple Fate Ancestor was speechless. While attack-type creation treasures were rare, Grand Supreme Truth experts who had mastered the ultimate truth were typically the ancestors of powerful factions. How could they not get their hands on an attack-type creation treasure? As for auxiliary creation treasures, even some of the factions in the 5th heaven and higher had them. Why would a Grand Supreme Truth have trouble obtaining one? So Grand Supreme Truth experts are that fragile. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. Say I had a Grand Supreme Truth as an enemy. If I organized a daily harassment campaign against him, and mobilized an army of trolls, could I make him die of embarrassment? With so many nascent souls at his disposal, if he could flame the one from Taihuang Palace to death, it would be quite entertaining. Get lost. Purple Fate Ancestor was thoroughly speechless. Does this guy even understand what I'm saying? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. After Purple Fate Ancestor left, Qi Yuan was once again alone in the cave. He reactivated all the formations around him. After all, he didn't want some old fogey watching him all the time. So, I need to craft an attack-type creation treasure. And also comprehend an ultimate truth. Then I need to perfect the Ancestor Blood Art or at least reach the Grand Supreme Truth from my current Purple Palace cultivation if I want to compete with that guy from Taihuang Palace. Qi Yuan pondered over it, knowing that none of these tasks were easy. I'm still too weak. Without more Black Demon Ancestor blood, it'll take me at least 70 more years to perfect the Ancestor Blood Art. Qi Yuan felt both self-critical and guilty. Back on Earth, he'd be collecting his retirement check in 70 years. And what about an attack-type creation treasure? Qi Yuan mulled it over. The 10,000 souls banner from Ghost Dominion Heaven is too filled with murderous intent. It definitely needs to be purified, a little bit of socialist transformation. If even Sadako can become the people's Sadako, why can't the 10,000 souls banner become my human emperor banner? If it were a person, I might be too lazy to reform it. I'd have to respect their free will. But since it's a mindless creation treasure, there's no such concern. Qi Yuan's mind began to spin with ideas. My poor human emperor Banner, you've suffered. It's all my fault for being too weak, unable to rescue you from the flames sooner. Just wait, I'll come save you. Now, Qi Yuan had another reason to grow stronger. As a man of high emotional intelligence, though, I should first get to know my human emperor Banner. At his current level of strength, Qi Yuan knew he couldn't just waltz into Ghost Dominion Heaven and snatch the 10,000 Souls banner. But he did have Mo Na's imitation 10,000 Souls banner, which could give him some insights. Taking out the 10,000 Souls banner, Qi Yuan examined it carefully. 10,000 Souls banner devours the spirits of all living beings to create soul servitors. Several flaws present. If the soul servitors are replaced with divine spirits, its power can be increased over 100-fold. When killing living beings, stimulating their desires and emotions can also enhance its power. Kill. Asterisk. Stop. I'm a good guy. Qi Yuan immediately cast a cleansing spell, conjuring water to wash out his eyes. He even considered brainwashing himself to forget what he had just seen. But then he worried that if he got water in his brain, it might affect his brilliant mind. Qi Yuan had always known he was just a simple, hard-working guy from Earth, carrying on the excellent 5,000-year-old traditions of his people. He knew he couldn't resist temptation and feared he might stray from the path and end up crafting a supercharged version of the 10,000 Souls banner. So, it was better to just wash his eyes and forget all about it. Looks like from now on, I'll need to take a glance at the 10,000 Souls banner and the demon well every day, refreshing the information. Each day, the hidden information his eyes could perceive would be different. Of course, he could exploit a bug by going to a world where time flowed faster. But for now, Qi Yuan didn't think it was necessary. A month passed quickly. In this month, progress on the Black Demon ancestor blood was slow, and in the few places he investigated, the blood had vanished. The ancestor blood art also hit a standstill. The only good news was that over this month, Qi Yuan had gained a deeper understanding of creation treasures. He now had some ideas on how to modify the 10,000 Souls banner into the Human Emperor banner. The 10,000 Souls banner contained countless vengeful spirits. If he could use immense power to purify them, it might be possible to convert it into the Human Emperor banner. So once I finish crafting the Human Emperor banner, if I defeat an enemy, I'll need to use the Great Forgetfulness Sutra to brainwash, no, to educate and reform their souls. After reformation, they'd be sent to see a doctor, probably ending up drooling and mindless. The cultivators in this upper world, they're just wonderful. Their shattered souls will serve my Human Emperor banner. Their bodies will become fertilizer in the underworld. And their storage rings and immortal jades will be mine to spend. Everyone's so thrifty, just like me. Qi Yuan contemplated this. After some thought, he sent a message to Jin Li. Are you going to the Supreme Truth Debate Conference? The Supreme Truth Debate Conference was about to begin, and Qi Yuan was preparing to set off. In recent days, he had gained access to communicate with Jin Li via a creation treasure, thanks to Purple Fate Ancestor. I'm stuck in the abyss of demons, so I can't go. Jin Li's tone held a hint of disappointment. Is that Moonlight Tianzun of yours going? Qi Yuan asked. Last time, Lord Lunar from Moon God Palace had told Qi Yuan that Moonlight Tianzun would be attending the Supreme Truth Debate Conference. The lunar token left behind by Qi Yuan's master, Ruan Yishi, was linked to the previous Moon God primogenitor. To learn about his master's whereabouts, Qi Yuan would have to ask either Moonlight Tianzun or the Moon God primogenitor. Yes, she's already on her way, Jin Li replied, then added, but you, don't reveal your identity. She was referring to his identity as the 10 Sons Tianzun. Don't worry, I won't. After ending the conversation, Qi Yuan turned his attention to his game Jade Slip. As expected, the stronger I get, the longer it takes for a new game to load. But fortunately, the game had already loaded more than halfway. It wouldn't be long before he could dive in. Qi Yuan was excited about the new game. And also, that strange creature that could speak in silent voices. Could it be blind? Why else would it act like a mute? Speak of the devil, as Qi Yuan was thinking about it, he once again heard the silent voice. Within it, he sensed a feeling of joy. Hey, I've got good news for you. In a little while, I'll be joining your game. When I do, let's see if we can get the Emperor Shuhuo to unlock some of your potential. As soon as he said it, Qi Yuan regretted it. That sounded a bit ominous. After all, opening a mind often led to chaos. Never mind, forget I said that. Bye-bye. It was time for him to pack up and head to Black Abyss for the Supreme Truth Debate Conference. At Black Abyss, in the Grand Hall, the outer and inner areas were sharply divided. In the outer hall, only 15 disciples were gathered. These 15 were the most talented in Black Abyss. Ice Sword, dressed in a blue robe, glanced toward the inner hall, his eyes brimming with battle intent. Next time, I hope to be in the inner hall, not the outer hall. In the inner hall sat all the Heaven Yang gods, including the prodigy, Black Sword. If only the conference had been delayed a little longer, I might have been able to sit inside, said Purple Fate Dashway. Among the 15 disciples, only 2 were from Purple Fate Heaven, Chi Yuan and Purple Fate Dashway. Everyone's equal, Bullhorn Sister. If you want to sit inside, just go in. Where you sit is your right, Chi Yuan couldn't resist teasing. My big butt wants to sit on your head. Can I? Purple Fate Dashway's words, as always, were blunt and crass. Chi Yuan glanced at her well-shaped rear and decided not to respond, mentally noting her remark for later. And stop calling me Bullhorn Sister. Why, I've changed my name. I'm thinking of calling myself Black Robe or Blood Sword. Which do you think sounds better? Huh, Chi Yuan was a bit dumbfounded, struggling to keep up with her strange logic. You see, in Black Abyss, we have 2 prodigies, Black Sword and Blood Robe, and then there's that filler guy, Ice Sword. Do you notice a pattern? Purple Fate Dashway asked. Not far away, Ice Sword glanced at her but decided to stay quiet, pretending nothing had happened. It wasn't worth getting involved with Purple Fate Dashway or Blood Robe, they both had a reputation for making others lose face. A pattern. Chi Yuan was still unaware of the connection between him and Black Sword. Black and red, they're both colors. Sword and robe, they're both objects. Maybe your talents are so high because your names fit so well. That was why Purple Fate Dashway was considering renaming herself to Black Robe or Blood Sword. Quote. Chi Yuan decided to ignore her. She was getting way too abstract. But Purple Fate Dashway continued excitedly, Blood Robe, how did you qualify for the Supreme Truth Debate Conference? Did you get in through a back door? Purple Fate Dashway was loud and carefree, and her question caught the attention of many other prodigies present. Blood Robe had only joined Black Abyss recently, and logically, he should have missed out on the opportunity to attend this conference. When they learned Blood Robe had been given a spot, even in Zunlu had lost sleep over it. Even though you've been diligently taking missions, I don't think that would be enough, right? Purple Fate Dashway asked curiously. Her question was genuine. If it had been anyone else asking, Chi Yuan might have assumed they were trying to make things difficult for him. But this was Purple Fate Dashway, so it made perfect sense. After spending so much time in Purple Fate Heaven, Chi Yuan had come to realize that he could rightfully claim the title of highest emotional intelligence in the realm. It's because my ancestor blood art is highly cultivated, Chi Yuan replied honestly. With just the ancestor blood art, that would get you to the 6th or 7th level. Blood Robe Senior just arrived at Purple Fate Heaven, are you saying he's already at the 6th or 7th level? Another male cultivator couldn't help but ask. After all, Blood Robe had only been at Purple Fate Heaven for about a year. Even for someone like Black Sword, it had taken 4 years to reach the 4th level. There was no way it could add up. 6 or 7 levels? You're underestimating me. I'm already at the 11th level, Chi Yuan replied sincerely. The whole crowd fell silent, all of them staring at Chi Yuan in disbelief. 11th level. Was he serious? Might as well claim he was at the Supreme Truth level. In all of Black Abyss, there were probably fewer than 20 people who had reached the 11th level of the Ancestor Blood Art. And every one of those 20 people was at least a Supreme Truth Realm expert. No one believed him. They took it as a joke. You, Purple Fate Dashway smiled, hurry up and reach the 15th level. Once you do, you can take care of that guy, and I'll wash my butt every day, waiting to become your concubine. You vulgar woman, stop calling yourself Blood Sword, you're tarnishing my surname. Chi Yuan was exasperated. With people like Purple Fate Dashway, he really didn't know what to do. Just then, a voice rang out, cold and grave. For this Supreme Truth Debate Conference, I, Hu Rong, will be the main overseer, and Black Sword will assist me. Since everyone is here, let's get going. An old, hunchbacked man with a dark aura approached, his presence as vast as the sea. That old guy loves to show off. He's clearly a Tianzun, but he's still hunching his back, Purple Fate Dashui transmitted to Qi Yuan. I think his back's pretty sturdy. Didn't you say your big butt needed a place to sit? Why not sit on his back? Qi Yuan responded seriously. Ku Rong Tianzun was from Soul Heaven, a faction that didn't have great relations with Purple Fate Heaven. Soul Heaven was also allied with Taihuang Palace, often in conflict with Moon God Palace. Screw you, why don't you sit on it? Purple Fate Dashui rolled her eyes at Qi Yuan. I respect my elders, Qi Yuan transmitted back. That's the funniest joke I've heard today, Purple Fate Dashui replied. As they exchanged banter, over 10 Heaven Yang gods and a dozen prodigies entered a protective formation. The formation combined defense, movement, and attack, and it could even enter a teleportation array. Black Abyss always used such formations for travel. At this moment, the Heaven Yang gods all sat silently with their eyes closed, separated from the younger prodigies. After all, back in their day, who among them hadn't been a prodigy? Only Black Sword, dressed in a white robe and exuding a scholarly elegance, engaged with the young prodigies, answering their questions. The Supreme Truth Debate Conference includes not only debates on the Supreme Truth but also debates at the heavenly position, Yang God, and Yin God levels. These debates will occur before the Supreme Truth discussions. If you're interested, you can go and exchange ideas at the mythic level or the heavenly position level first. Black Sword's calm voice made those around him feel as if they were basking in the warmth of a spring breeze. Hearing this, Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. He was currently at the Purple Palace level and hadn't yet decided on his path toward becoming a Yin God. This was the perfect opportunity to attend the Yin God Debate Conference, where he might encounter some brilliant minds. He already had a plan. Attend the Yin God Debate Conference, comprehend the path of the Yin God, and then head to the Wall of Supreme Truth to meditate on the Grand Supreme Truth. His schedule was packed. Black Sword Senior, we of the Black Abyss possess strong bloodlines, but our comprehension is average. What if one day, we make it to the Wall of Supreme Truth and only manage to grasp the lowest tier of the Supreme Truth? A burly prodigy, whose intellect was clearly lacking, asked this question. If that happens, you should strive to reach the Grand Supreme Truth level. Once you do, aside from the ultimate truth, the rank of your Supreme Truth will have little effect on your combat power, Black Sword replied calmly. At the Grand Supreme Truth level, the difference between a heavenly grade Supreme Truth and a yellow grade one is negligible. Below the ultimate truth, all were equal. In the Supreme Truth realm, the grades of Supreme Truth, yellow, black, earth, or heaven, still impacted one's combat power. But once one reached the Grand Supreme Truth realm, the difference became almost negligible. No one could kill the other, and without an attack-type creation treasure, they couldn't even injure one another. Black Sword Senior, with your incredible talent, you must be aiming to comprehend the ultimate truth. Which one do you intend to pursue? A young cultivator asked, his curiosity piqued. The other prodigies looked on with envy. Even Ice Sword glanced at Black Sword with admiration. After all, Black Sword was the only one in Black Abyss who had a shot at comprehending the ultimate truth. In their eyes, even Blood Robe's potential was capped at the Grand Supreme Truth, he wouldn't be able to grasp the ultimate truth. Absolute, an unchanging, eternal law. Singularity, the unification of all things, supreme and unmatched. Cycle, endless rotation, the eternal cycle of creation and destruction. Innate, the origin of all things, the primal essence. The innate path is too focused on bloodlines. Since my bloodline is unrelated to the innate, I'm likely not fated for that path. The cycle is mysterious and dangerous. If I fail in constructing it, I'll die and be wiped from existence. So far, no one in the six heavens has taken the path of the cycle, so there's no example to follow. That leaves singularity and absolute, both of which represent the true path. I will choose one of these. Black Sword's response was candid, without any concealment. Most of the six heavens experts who had comprehended the ultimate truth had taken either the path of absolute or singularity. The Grand Supreme Truth expert from Taihuang Palace had chosen the singular sun. The moon god primogenitor had chosen the rare innate moon. Hearing this, Qi Yuan suddenly had a wild thought. Has anyone ever comprehended all four? At this, the group fell silent, staring at Qi Yuan as if he were a fool. What kind of question was that? Out of the trillions of beings in the six heavens, fewer than a handful had ever comprehended the ultimate truth. Asking that was like a high schooler asking if they could win an NBA championship, an Olympic gold medal in gymnastics, a Nobel Prize in chemistry, and the World Championship in Go all at the same time. Black Sword glanced at Qi Yuan, thought for a moment, and answered seriously, theoretically, it's possible. Indeed, in theory, anything was possible. While there had never been such a case, that didn't mean it couldn't happen in the future. Since it's theoretically possible, that means it's achievable. Oh man, this is tough. How many ultimate truths should I comprehend this time? It's so hard to decide. My brilliant brain is going to suffer again. Qi Yuan sighed. I'd better have an extra meal tonight. Maybe eat another egg to boost my nutrition. Quote. The crowd fell into a speechless silence, their faces filled with exasperation. Why don't you ask Ice Sword to lay you an egg? He's got the Ice Phoenix bloodline, so his eggs must be extra nutritious. Purple Fate Dashway finally broke the silence. Have you no education? You just called him Ice Sword brother. How could a brother lay an egg? Qi Yuan thought he'd won that round. Purple Fate Dashway had no education. Males couldn't lay eggs. It had to be females. That's easy. I know a spell that can make men lay eggs. Purple Fate Dashway replied. Ice Sword. He had already tried his best to stay far away from these two. But now, everyone else looked at Ice Sword with a mixture of pity and amusement. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1.